So good morning, everybody, and welcome to London Climate Action Week, where We Don't Have Time is broadcasting from. We're very happy to be here. Welcome to this fast-paced, focused conversation on something called supplier engagement. What's worked, what hasn't worked. This session is brought to you by the 1.5-degree supply chain leaders in partnership with the BT Group. So we're very thankful for that. We all know that reaching net zero by 2050 requires a lot more action within a company's operations, for example. It calls for mobilizing entire value chains, and at the center of that effort are the suppliers. For many companies, over 90% of their emissions lie beyond direct control. They're embedded deeply within their supply chains, and that's why supplier engagement isn't just important, it's mission critical. Today, we'll hear from leading voices about what's working in practice, where challenges persist, and what's needed to accelerate progress. So let me turn to this lovely panel we have here. If you could introduce yourself and say who you are and where you're from.
I'm Gabrielle Guinier. I'm Head of Environmental Sustainability for BT Group.
Louise Rebender, Director at the Exponential Road Initiative.
I'm the Sustainable Director in AstraZeneca.
Okay.
And Nick Baker, Group Sustainable Supply Chain Manager for Skanska.
Okay, so a warm thank you for you all being with us today. Louise, let's get started. Can you give us a quick overview of who the supply chain leaders are and what the initiative is aiming to achieve?
Yes, 1.5 supply chain leaders started about 2020 because there was a need to get together for companies to work on supplier engagement, supply chain, climate action, and it was BT Group, Ericsson, IKEA, Unilever, and Telia that formed this group because they were very engaged with, interested in working with supply chain climate action, but also finding best practices and then spreading these best practices. And actually, I want to say this, there was an article out today that we have looked at these supply chain leaders because there are more now in the group, Apple and their Polestar and there are others. And we've looked at these companies to see how they are actually doing with the scope 3 reductions of emissions. And we see that almost all of them are actually reaching or on track on their near-term scope 3 climate targets, which is really fantastic to see because we see that it is possible with engagement and with creativity and innovation within the value chains.
And just for the viewers, scope 3, you've got scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, and scope 1 is the emissions kind of within the company, and 2 is what?
Usually energy consumption.
Yeah, and then 3 is everything else, these chains
value
around the
chain,
world.
Supply chain, user use, and production use.
Yeah, okay, that's
product
right.
use.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, because not all the viewers know all the terminology, so it's good to clear that up. So when we talk about supplier engagement, so the people supplying things to companies, what exactly does that mean in practice?
There are many different ways you work with suppliers to work on climate, but there's one with a cascading the 1.5-degree target that is quite popular, and that started up around 2020 with a few companies, and now it's spread a lot. But there are also other ways. Some companies are focusing mainly on renewable energy for their production sites in their supply chain, or maybe you're focusing on certain materials. So basically you need to know your value chain, your supply chain then, to know what method works for you. But the cascading target is a very basic and common and great approach for achieving results, but you have to think around that as well, depending on what company you are. So there are different ways and they're all good.
Okay. And finally, what does the current landscape look like? What support or initiatives are helping to drive this kind of progress?
There is so much out there right now. 5 years ago, there was not, but there are so many guides and initiatives. There's the supply chain leaders supporting each other, but there's also the Exponential Business Playbook, which is basically a book of steps to take and actions to take. Then we have, if you like data, you have CDP, SBTI, if you like to look at targets. And if you're working with smaller businesses, then you have the SME Climate Hub. And if you haven't looked at it, you should really do so because it's all the support that the small companies are needing. But there is so much out there. So look around and just engaged with the material and the groups.
Yeah. And just to remember, I think, again, for the viewers, just so they can understand what the companies are doing and what they're doing with their supply chains, all those other companies that supply them with stuff, is trying to reduce emissions, meet their targets. And this is actually part of the ecosystem that allows governments to achieve their targets. And therefore, you know, we end up with a happy world with lambs dancing and soft music and petals falling, because we've actually dealt with climate change. So it's really important stuff, this. Thank you, Louise. Gabriella, let's start with the BT Group, shall we? BT Group is one of the founders of the supply chain leaders and is recognized as a climate leader. You've got a very ambitious science-based target initiative, and I know you're rocking and rolling on that so fantastically well. What approaches to supplier engagement have worked well for you, and why?
Yeah, so we use education criteria. So when we award contracts, so sustainability can be up to 20% of that. We ask our suppliers to set science-based targets. We ask them to disclose to CDP. But I think the lever that works really well is using our purchasing power. So we do that through contracts. So when we go into a contract negotiation, we insert a sustainability clause. And that says to the supplier that over the term of the contract, you are required to reduce your carbon emissions. And we check on that on a quarterly basis. And I think what that has done is move the conversation to engage buyers, to engage procurement. And that has a lot more teeth than just sustainability people talking about it. I think two things when you talk to your suppliers. One is that you need to show that you care. You need to say, okay, this is the contract clause. We're going to re-engage with you. We're going to continue to hassle you around this. And the second thing is about training and upskilling. So we're actually here to help. We want to collaborate. You know, if you need help in any areas, if you don't know about carbon footprinting, if you don't know what a science-based target is, we're here to help you and upskill you. And we need that collaboration to happen.
Okay, interesting. Jen, tell us, have you engaged suppliers across different regions? Sorry, how do you engage different suppliers across regions and sectors? And any methods or partnerships that have really stood out to you?
Yeah, thank you. So our approach is actually similar. So we ask similar things of our suppliers, but we don't prioritize so much any particular region or any particular sector. That's an option, and we started doing it that way. But actually, what we don't want to do is leave anyone behind. So you can start with high emitting sectors, but ultimately all sectors will need to take action. And if they are less mature, if they've got further to go, then you need an earlier engagement with them. Similarly with small businesses, we try to engage them, very passionate about engaging small and medium enterprises so that we have diversity in our supply chain. And for small, medium enterprises, actually being able to compete with those larger organizations on sustainability is a matter of survival for them. So really ensuring that we are combining our efforts across all regions and sectors. And, you know, sometimes the best good news stories that I hear are actually from those small, medium enterprises, which are really taking innovative action to progress even beyond we are in some instances.
I mean, just so the viewers know, AstraZeneca, I mean, it's a large company and many people know AstraZeneca, but just what do you do?
We're a pharmaceutical company, so we buy a lot of products that go into our drugs, of course, but we've got, you know, HR services, financial services, and IT services. We also run clinical trials, so we have a lot of R&D services around that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Nick, Skanska. Briefly, what does Skanska do?
So Skanska is a global construction and development business.
Yeah. Good. That's great. BT, I don't think we need to say anything. Telecoms. So, Nick, what's driven success in supply relationships at Skanska over time?
So I think a really important factor is how you leverage your scale. In procurement, in construction, it can quite often be siloed on a very project by project basis and then can end up quite transactional. And there's some obvious challenges there when you're trying to engage on a topic as big as climate. So where we've had success is really elevating those conversations with the supply chain to a more strategic level. So talking with our suppliers about projects across an entire market or between geographies. Now, I appreciate that sounds like procurement 101 and a very basic principle, but actually when you do that, when you elevate the conversation, then both parties have more skin in the game, and actually the incentives and opportunities become, you know, kind of much more available to both.
I mean, if you're in construction, I mean, your supply chains must really run around the world, and you'd sometimes talk about big quantities of stuff, right? You know, I mean, could be pebbles from the bottom of the sea. It could be, you know, I mean, we're talking about concrete, we're talking about sand, we're talking about all kinds of stuff, right? Which is really, I mean, could have a really big impact if you don't get that right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think all companies' supply chains are global now. I think
Yeah.
that's the reality. But for construction, yeah, in particular, you know, I think we have 75,000 tier one suppliers just in our home markets, but the upstream supply chain will reach every continent in the world. And absolutely.
Yeah. Let's have a little look at this a bit further. Jen, what's one of the toughest barriers you face in supplier engagement today?
In the ambition of different organizations and where they're at and their maturity. And I think with a lot of things, it comes down to people communicating effectively, people being on the same page with things, getting hold of the right person to have the right conversation with. I think there's opportunity for us to align better in terms of our ambitions so that there's less confusion, there's more collaboration, and there's more ability to proceed at the same speed in the same direction. And the important part there is really engaging with people on a personal level and having the conversation, having a contextual conversation about that person, that very unique organization. What does it mean to them, and how can we work better together to achieve the shared goal?
Does it matter where the supplier company is in terms of its awareness of, you know, targets and climate change and things like that? Probably as a pharmaceutical, as we were saying, with supply chains all around the world, there are going to be varying economies, right? You've got the European economy, North American economy, you've got China, you've got India, you know, there are different ambitions for climate change within their national climate plans. Does that matter for the conversation?
It matters for the conversation. It doesn't mean that those conversations don't need to be had, but it's, again, thinking about the people. Is it the right person in our organization having the right conversation? There's no point in me going to a Japanese supplier and talking to them from my British cultural perspective. So having, you know, local conversations happening at the local level is important.
Yes. I remember in the UN negotiations in Japan, if the Japanese said, we'll think about this, it meant, no, we're definitely not doing it. Whereas in Britain, it means, oh, they're actually thinking about it. That's great news. So yeah, you need to know the cultural dimensions. That's true. Gabriella, any parallels from your experience at BT? Tough barriers on this supply engagement?
Yeah, I think just building on that point. So what we try to do is not just use our own purchasing power, but use the purchasing power of us as an industry. So we are members of something called the Joint Alliance for CSR, or JAC. That brings together around 30 or so of the world's leading telcos. So us, Telefonica, AT&T, etc. And we try to set common expectations of suppliers on climate change and circular economy. So that means they don't get a lot of different questions. They get the same expectations and the same requirements from all of us. And I think, Nick, to your question about maturity, so we've engaged through JAC over 900 suppliers. We've rated them on a maturity matrix, and then we do training and capacity building depending on where they fit in that scale on maturity. So we have two different groups. So low level maturity get certain training through webinars, and the higher level group get different training and best examples and what others are doing. So I think trying to differentiate, you know, what fits what supplier in terms of upskilling them.
Okay. And Nick, yeah, I mean, you touched on the fact that, you know, construction supply chains are complex. You're dealing sometimes with quite heavy things coming around the world. Where are the biggest gaps for you, and how are you addressing them?
Yes, thanks, Nick. So construction supply chains certainly are complex, although I don't think we have a monopoly on that compared to other industries. I think what is more unique to construction is the way we procure. So
Mm-hmm.
a typical procurement model for a main contractor is that we would engage subcontractors, and it's actually those companies that buy the materials, bring them to our site, and then use specialist labor to install them. So immediately then you have a gap between us as the main contractor and the manufacturers making the materials that contribute the biggest proportion to our scope 3. So we're trying to bridge that gap in a few ways. One of them is by developing the kind of more strategic relationships, which I spoke about earlier. One of the other ways is that we are reframing a little bit how we think about and communicate our emissions data. So what I mean by that is traditionally we would think about our emissions from a material perspective. So X% of our emissions relate to concrete or to steel, but increasingly we're starting to think about them from a supplier perspective. And I think being able to say to a manufacturer, look, you account for X% of our emissions across these products in this geography is a really powerful beginning to engage that company.
And what proportion of your emissions are from the supply chain? What proportion are from you, as it were, directly?
80% of our emissions are in our supply chain.
Right. Okay. Louise, let's come back to you. So any reflections on what has been said, and do you have anything that you want to highlight?
I do have reflections because just in this panel, it shows that you need to know your supply chain, and you can work with it in different ways. And you may look at materials. If you're that kind of a company, you may look at other things. And just for other companies that haven't really started, just knowing your supply chain and finding out what's best for you, because someone to work with, this is going to be the hardest part for us going forward towards 2050. So we want to start with that, for example, some certain material. And others are thinking that they want to start with another type of engagement because they want to gain that momentum and maybe engage the company. So they want momentum, engage the people in the company, and then get started from there. And they're all kind of different ways, but just ensure that you get started. And then also the reflection about collaborations. There are collaborations within telco, and we see that telco is doing really well when it comes to reducing emissions. There are great initiatives also when it comes to pharma that are working together, and getting engaged with those if you haven't gotten started yet, and seeing what's out there. That's just a tip.
But you left Nick out. There's nothing happening in construction. Louise, how can you do that live on TV?
There are masses happen within constructions as well, and we see initiatives that are handling, for example, when it comes to steel and concrete, and you need to work on that, and you need to work on that together. For example, when it comes to investments for how to handle it in the future is one thing that we're seeing, where we need to have more innovation and more understanding how to tackle the emerging markets of green concrete and green steel, etc.
Yeah.
So now you're not left out. You're doing a great job.
We didn't want Nick to be all alone on the end. Nick, so how can construction firms better align expectations then with suppliers? How do you take that question?
Well, first of all, I think it's actually a bigger question, because I don't think we can look at alignment between construction companies and their supply chain in isolation. I think we need to look at alignment all the way through the value chain. So from our construction clients through us as a main contractor, and then upstream to the supply chain. We still see a lot of variability in requirements related to climate from our clients and from projects. And what that does, obviously, is can paint quite a fragmented picture to the upstream supply chain. There aren't any easy solutions there, but what I do think is that construction companies have a critical role to play as that kind of central cog between those two sets of stakeholders, and that they can influence in both directions and really drive demand and supply for low carbon solutions.
I like the idea. It goes both ways, right? So actually there's innovation happening. There must be suppliers who come to you and go, actually, we've got this really cool way of doing this. And you go, oh, okay. Well, you've got this cool material, something, else or whatever. I mean, there can be this virtual circle, right, between the main company, as it were, and the suppliers. Yen, are there broader system or policy changes that can unlock more effective supplier collaboration in your sector?
I think we're quite fortunate in the pharma sector. I suppose, in that it's a very regulated sector as it is. It's highly transparent, it's highly regulated. So the culture is there to ensure that we can deliver on these things. Legislation, regulation, I think, takes you so far. I think that should be kind of like setting the foundation of the minimum requirements, but we need organisations to be more ambitious than just what is legislated for. And I think in the pharma industry, we've got something called the Sustainable Markets Initiative Health Systems Task Force, bit of a mouthful. But more and more of the pharmaceutical companies are joining that, where we're setting minimum expectations for suppliers in the supply chain. And it's that consistency that's really important, and reducing the amount of variation and flexibility of what different people are asking of different suppliers, so that we can focus on what's important.
Finally, Gabriella, on this section here, I mean, final thoughts on what you think is needed to take supplier engagement to the next level.
So I think what we've just heard here, so we are all construction, pharma, telecoms, looking at setting minimum standards for our suppliers. And, the amazing work that has been done by Exponential Roadmap Initiative, 1.5 supply chain leaders. There's so much guidance out there, and, just have a look, see what you can do, and what important is that cascade. So we start setting our minimum standards, but we need our suppliers then in turn to set minimum standards for their suppliers. And that's the only way that we're going to get to this exponential change on supplier carbon reduction that we need.
No, it's a good point. I mean, we're not just sitting here at ground zero on this topic. As you say, there's so much information out there, so much guidance, and relaying that to suppliers, maybe new suppliers and things like that, is a real opportunity to get things moving faster than maybe 20 years ago, right? So
definitely.
I'm now asked to do a rapid fire reflection question type thing with you all. It sounds quite painful, rapid fire. But I did want to ask one question. I just find this interesting, and maybe there is no easy answer to this, but with the United States government, right, doing what it does, you have maybe suppliers in the USA. Are some of them saying, well, now our standards have dropped and we don't really need to meet them? I suppose the question I've got is, because it's on everybody's mind, is there a ripple effect coming from this? Do you see it at all? Is it relevant? Do you have to stick to your guns with suppliers in parts of the world that are trying to say, well, we don't have to meet these standards anymore, so why should we meet them for you in, say, Europe, right? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
I stole the microphone now from Jen. But one thing that we've seen this before happening as well, where the interest has not been as good, and companies are following quite quickly on what's going on in the political agenda, but we also see that a lot is still happening, even if companies may not be as outspoken. And now I'm talking from my perspective, of course, but we know that this will go up and down going further, and hopefully it will go up again with the interest in working on climate. So work needs to go on in order to get on top of things when it's actually up out in the open again. So from our perspective, what we've seen, maybe we talk to a lot of companies in Exponential Roadmap Initiative, that a lot of work is still ongoing, and that it's really just inspiring to see. But of course, there are nuances to that.
Yeah, I just thought there were maybe some risks here. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the world carries on with climate change. We've had changes in governments before in the past. Just this one's a bit sort of different in its kind of quality, and I just wondered whether it was sending ripples around the supply chain world.
And I think what I'd add to that is that's why that partnering is so important. So you're not moving ahead alone, you're moving ahead as one group. And from AstraZeneca's perspective, our ambition hasn't changed. What we expect of our supply chain hasn't changed. Our goals have not changed.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess my perspective would be that the US isn't one homogenous, whole, if you like. Clearly the tone has changed dramatically at a federal level.
Yeah.
But there are layers of regulatory authorities in the US, to still city level, lots of states and cities still dominated by a democratic viewpoint, and some of those areas are even doubling down on sustainability requirements rather than rowing back. So it's not as bleak a picture, I think, as it might appear.
Okay, yeah. No, I wasn't thinking it was bleak, but I just was thinking that, you know, this is the real world out there as well, and we all live in it, and it's sometimes interesting to reflect on those things. Let's go to the quick fire, shall we? The rapid fire reflections. In one sentence, what's one form of support you would recommend to organizations looking to strengthen supplier engagement? Whether it's a tool, I never know what a tool is, right? It's something, right? To a piece of guidance or a peer network.
So to me, it's around the peer network.
Right.
Find your peers, set common minimum standards or requirements.
Okay.
To me, it's I love benchmarking. Look at what people are doing, other companies, what they are doing, and then also what networks there are. Just scout on the ground.
I think the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals 17 says it all, which is partnership for the goals and collaborate.
My answer is a little more specific and specific to the construction industry, but we mentioned capacity building earlier, and I think in an industry like construction that's dominated by small and medium-sized companies, that's fundamental to engaging with the supply chain.
Yeah.
So in construction here in the UK, we have something called the Supply Chain Sustainability School, which is both a tool and a peer network. Which was Skanska was a founding partner back in 2012. And for my money, it's one of the most kind of enduring, best examples of industry collaboration around this topic.
Right, right. Good. Well, thank you all for these powerful insights. You know, companies are absolutely important in this transition. Governments will not be able to achieve their targets without you. And I think that's absolutely clear and needs to be reinforced. We've heard about what's working, where there are some real barriers too, perhaps, and tools and partnerships that which can make a difference. It's a long game. It's a fast game. Supplier engagement isn't a side effort. It's at the heart of credible climate action. So thank you very much indeed, everybody, for being on this panel. And you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to our second panel of the day, co-hosted by We Don't Have Time and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative here at London Climate Action Week. And this time in close partnership also with Oatly, the world's first food and drink company to be recognized as a climate solutions company. We'll hear more about what that means very shortly. This session is dedicated to this phrase, climate solutions movement. It's a growing effort that's not just about reducing harm, but about accelerating solutions so that actually, in the end, everything's solved. Climate solutions are products and services that emit less than 50% than the market average in their category. And crucially, they're scalable, so they can be built up. These are the solutions that help us phase out the fossil fuel economy and shift to a new rising net zero economy. Today, we will unpack what this looks like in practice and how companies are implementing and scaling climate solutions and what this means for value chains, procurement and competitiveness, and how it supports the global transition. 4 fantastic guests. I'm going to go this way round. If you could say who you are and where you're from.
I'm Katarina Wangle-Björk, Head of Impact and Transformation at Exponential Roadmap.
Okay.
Caroline Reed. I work at Oatly, the oat milk company.
Hi, I'm Johan Manderik Raunanen. I'm climate impact lead from Stegra.
Hi, my name is Anna Lerner. I'm the founder and CEO of Climate Collective.
Okay, very briefly, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, lots of our viewers know. Oatly, we don't have to do it again because you're very well known. Briefly, what do you do? What does your company do? And then briefly, what does your company do?
Right, so Stegra, we are currently building a green steel production plant up in the northern part of Sweden, up in Boden, where we'll be producing 2.5 million tons of green steel next year. And also building a huge 2.1 million ton green iron production and a large green hydrogen production.
Climate Collective is a nonprofit, not a company. We're a nonprofit that connects technologists and sustainability leaders with the intent to innovate with purpose and then build capacity. So exponential technologies like AI and others can become these climate solutions that we really need.
Okay, thank you. Just we have a global audience and some people know some people and some people don't. And that's why it's important too. So let's go forward. Katarina, let's start with you. The Exponential Roadmap Initiative has been talking about climate solutions for many years now. Could you briefly explain what you mean by a climate solution? There was a bit of a definition earlier, which I had never seen before, but that's kind of just because I'm a dummy. How do you define it and what sets it apart from other types of climate action?
Yeah, I think you took the definition in the beginning, but it's also very much about that we've known for quite some time which solutions we need, technological solution we need to phase out fossil fuels, but we need to go much deeper from a global and sector and category level. We need to identify which are the products, the services, which are the companies that actually will deliver on these technologies so that investors and financial institutions can allocate capital to these solutions and these companies. So that's why we coined the term, and that's why we developed the framework to identify who are those pioneers that are actually right now, right here, creating the future economy. As we don't need to wait, but we need to actually point out the pioneers that has the potential to become unicorns.
So how have you done this? Have you got there are certain key sectors, and within those key sectors, one needs certain key things to actually change the whole dynamics? Is it roughly like that? It's roughly like that, but on value chain level. And even though we've been working for long with this, we've started last year, and we have our representatives of climate solutions here, and we're also working with a few more and selecting carefully because we want the best ones. And those who have the potential both to scale financially, but also scale impact-wise and really become a unicorn that could be the ones phasing out or setting the standard for others to come and to follow. So the not so old model was, it's definitely like, okay, climate footprint of, companies, but now you're moving to something a bit more sophisticated. It's more than just emission reductions, yeah? Yeah, it's about, it's about creating the future economy or the net zero economy. And we need solutions. We need everything. We need everything that comes with a welfare society and provides whatever we need, food, other things. So pointing out those solutions that could replace the old unsustainable solutions, but also the solutions or framework incentivize corporates to create and develop new solutions. So that's why, and identify how can we do that? What does good look like? So it's about scaling the future solutions. Right. Yeah. And there's a question here about how does this work in practice? What does the climate solutions movement look like on the ground? I don't know, I'm just looking here right now, but I would rather look at the seats beside me. That's how they look. That's how they look. Yeah, but I think blonde head, slightly more reddish hair, from kind of the Nordic region, and Yeah, but there are a few companies that we have assessed companies who have a framework to identify those and how they
differ from others, what potential they have to do that with high integrity and science aligned. So a couple of them has passed the test, but also we're gathering, we're working together to facilitate collaboration, to facilitate scaling of what does good look like, so we can identify the other climate solutions companies, and also try to spread the way of working, the framework to investors and financial actors and wherever we need it, also in procurement, for example.
So I think it's very important that you did this, because I think, you know, it is a kind of new concept. It feels very new to me. And I remember when Johan from the Exponential mentioned it to me, I was thinking, oh gosh, this sounds a bit different, you know, to what I've heard before. So thank you so much indeed. Caroline, let's start with you. Oatly's products have been long recognized as climate solutions, but just last month, Oatly was officially qualified as a climate solutions company. The audience can clap if they like. No? Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Now it's a live show. What did that recognition mean for you as a company, both internally at Oatly and in your external engagement with partners, customers, and investors?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think firstly to say, like, Oatly has been long recognized as having climate solutions. Since our conception, we have been an alternative to cow's milk, right? We're the climate solution to cow's milk that is lactose-free, significantly less climate impactful, right? So we've known that for a really long time as a company, but seeing the evolution of a framework that the Exponential roadmap initiative have developed has been really helpful to bring external validation and credibility to what we've always known. So for example, in the UK, if you choose the Oatly Barista and put that in your coffee, it's 58% less impactful than cow's milk. Brilliant. That's kind of true across our range. So the first step last year was saying, okay, let's look at this criteria. Let's look at our products. All our products are at least 50% less impactful than the average of the milk category, meaning all the cow's milk plus a little bit of plant-based that's in there. And then we went on to say, okay, so our products are basically all climate solutions. So therefore, we also fulfill the climate solutions company criteria of being 90% of our revenue coming from climate solutions products, which was really great. So it's been, we published this and announced this last month, and it's been very positive. So internally, it's been positive because, I mean, it obviously gives us a sense of pride, and it's like a kind of external validation of our company's mission. And then externally, well, it's early days. And as you said, it's quite a new concept. It's quite a new framework, even though we've existed for a very long time being a climate solution. This concept is quite new. So it's been very positive, and there's a lot of curiosity to learn out there. And I think what's really interesting is I'm hearing companies reflect, how can we engage with climate solution products or climate solutions companies to actually reduce our footprints, and how can this all contribute to global net zero? So it's been very positive so far.
It's also a bit more sexy than, you know, science-based target, right? For the average person. I'm not knocking the science-based targets initiative, but climate solution just kind of resonates better, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
SBTI, we'll get to that, and it's an important framework.
Johan, over to you. So thank you so much for clarifying. It's Stegra is working at the forefront of green steel. We know it has a huge potential to shift emissions in the built environment, and probably other places too, like ships. How has the climate solutions recognition impacted on your journey so far? Has it brought value to what you're doing?
I mean, definitely. I want to echo the pride in the organization, because, I mean, trying to fit Stegra into an SBTI, now I'm going to mention SBTI, trying to fit Stegra into the SBTI framework is to kind of like push a, you know, square thing round into a round hole. Like, it doesn't fit at all. But we got those requirements pretty early on from our investors. We got that from the customers saying, you know, from the investor side, if we're going to invest in you, then you need to make sure you fulfill the SBTI requirements and just tick this box. And from the customer side, we said, well, they had signed up to SBTI, which is really important because otherwise they wouldn't want the offtake of the green steel to go into their cars, for example. But they also wanted us to be SBTI committed. And when we said, well, that's not possible because we are not that kind of company, we don't have huge emissions that we need to reduce, we're the solution to your emissions. Now, early on, there wasn't a framework for that. So we're like, they didn't really kind of trust us in that. So once the climate solution framework was actually established, we're like, well, look at this. These guys are saying they're part of near zero, the UN race to zero, and they're saying that we're needed for your decarbonization. It just made everything so much easier. Then it's not Stegra, making anything up.
Yeah,
it's this credible external entity that has verified that Stegra is this kind of company.
Yeah,
and so it's been a lot smoother process with both the investor dialogues and the customer dialogues.
So it kind of gets a little bit back to the previous panel we had on supply chains, because in a sense, the supply chains also can say, we have bought a climate solution, which is going to transform our business in terms of meeting the targets that we set for ourselves. So that's quite good too. Let's touch on a topic that comes up frequently. So, yep, science-based target initiatives. Many buyers, investors, procurement systems all geared towards this. So yeah, this says, has this created barriers for your companies in positioning climate solutions? I think you've kind of answered that in a sense, yeah. I mean, do you feel like this new recognition shifts the conversation? We kind of touched on that. Caroline, maybe you could start. I mean, has SBTI created barriers to companies in positioning climate solutions with intensity-based metrics? That's quite complicated. But,
it is quite complicated. Thing like we first need to say an amazing part with that. It's a very good framework. But as we just heard that Johan said, I mean, you have set an SBTI target. You asked your entire supply chain to then also do the same thing. For us retailers, asking us to have an SBTI target. Okay, you're asking us to set an absolute reduction target. You know what you're asking us to do? You're asking us to limit our growth. As a climate solutions company, we actually need to scale to replace the status quo, in our case, the cow's milk, right? So that is hugely problematic. And therefore, that is why having this framework is exceptionally helpful in that dialogue. What Oatly has then gone and done is we set our climate reduction targets, intensity-based per liter, to remain a climate solutions company out till 2050. So that's a really interesting way we did it. But we worked with EcoAct, and we're about to publish a white paper, and I have it written down here because it does not have the most catchy title yet.
Let's hear it.
But
Let's hear it. We'll decide.
Yes.
We'll decide.
Rethinking net zero frameworks to enable climate solutions companies to drive societal decarbonization. And so this is like, it's very catchy, isn't it?
We could help you on this. I have a catchphrase, solutions, that I want to bring to the table.
Yeah. But to the point is that there needs to, yes, it's been very helpful because we can start to actually say that there needs to be this space for the growth of climate solutions, and therefore intensity climate reduction targets for climate solutions company is a great alternative. And in the conversations we've been having with our big retailers and customers, they're understanding that. It's a very simple conversation now that we kind of point to this, the ERI framework and all the work we've done.
So it's not an abandonment of science-based targets.
No.
It's putting some extra cream on top of the cake, right? I really don't know what the analogy is for this, but anyway, it sounded good at the
cream
time.
On cake.
Well, I suppose that's not bad compared to the paper you bring.
Just let's make sure it's Oatly cream on the cake.
Yeah, but it's not abandoning the existing frameworks. It's actually doing something more, but opens up space for not only conversations, but for you to actually imagine the growth of your business rather than constraining it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Johan, again, any other takes on this? Are your buyers starting to understand and engage with the climate solutions framework? Or is there still work to explain it to all of them?
There's obviously a lot of work still to be done. But I think, connecting back to, it's just different companies with different starting positions being science aligned from their perspective. I mean, if you're a huge company, if you're emitting a lot of CO2, then yes, SBTI is the right framework for you. But if you're a climate solutions company, then it's not. Then you should be, adhering to the climate solutions framework requirements. And that's how we together help decarbonize different supply chains. And taking that supply chain perspective, I think, is really important. And that has really helped in our customer dialogues. And I think a lot more of them now understand that this can't be a tick in the box kind of assignment that the procurement team does. Are we SBTI committed? No, because that would rule us out from their decarbonization. So it doesn't help anyone, really. So it's kind of scratching the surface a bit and saying, well, what is really appropriate? And that takes a bit of education. It takes time to have these dialogues, and it needs to happen at several levels and at several places in the organizations. And I think, for our customers as well as our investors, but for the customers, I think they see that they are part of a journey and creating new global markets, net zero economy. And so with that, we also need additional global frameworks. And I think that is something that has really resonated in the kind of last couple of years.
Okay, good. So Anna has waited patiently on the other side of the room.
Well,
Anna, hello. We want to bring you in on artificial intelligence, because this could be a climate solution. For other people, it could be something else, but it's a topic filled with some complexity and can be a bit scary for some people to understand, not least me and probably some members of the audience. What's the connection between artificial intelligence and climate solutions? And can AI really be a climate solution? And it's like a marathon question here. And can it help scale solutions in a way that also preserves integrity? So please go ahead.
There's a lot of questions in one.
Yeah, it is actually. Just try the first one. We'll tick that one off and then we'll
do the rest offline. So thank you for having me. This is really exciting. I actually learned a lot from your perspective. So this has been very useful for me. Technology and data can certainly be an accelerator, right? We talked about like we're running out of time, we're crossing the planetary boundaries. What can we do to speed things up? Well, for me, I'm an economist. I worked on tech and data for my whole life in service of sustainability. I can only see tech and data to help us accelerate in the way we need to. So that's the first thing. Yes, it can be a climate solution. It can be a way to accelerate the progress that these companies are doing, that the nonprofits are doing, that the governments writing their NDCs are doing. So that's a yes, I'd say.
I think it is actually. It's but have a go with that one.
Do that way. Perfect. No. But that said, it's not a climate solution in itself. So in the same way that any other technology isn't a climate solution by itself, you need to direct it towards a positive outcome. You need to figure out what are the priorities, what's the data, what's the tools we have, what's the societal outcomes that we want to see, and then you direct artificial intelligence towards that to augment and automate our progress towards that. So I think that's the first thing. It's not a solution in itself. The UNDP just released a human development report last month and talked about one of the key takeaways to make AI work for society. And I think this is the same for AI to work for the planet or for Earth. We need to innovate with intent. Don't just slap AI over something and think it's going to be solved. We also need to build capacities that matter. So who is using the AI? Who is building the AI? And for what? And for whom? So I think those are really complicated questions. I think we're just kind of starting off as a sector, as an industry to figure this out. But I think that's really important. We've seen, right, research has shown that AI has the potential to solve up to 80% of the key SDGs, so ag, water, energy, and transport. Fantastic, right? But AI also could potentially have, and already has to some extent, a quite significant climate footprint on its own with its energy use, potential land competition, and water. International Energy Agency just said recently that AI's climate or energy balance will be determined by, it's not an exact quote, by a movement building around using AI for emissions reductions. So unless people who are working on climate solutions, who are driving conservation organizations or plans, unless they are embedding AI and driving emissions reduction with the help of the technology, the overall outcome won't be positive. So my question to the audience and my fellow panelists is also, how do we ignite that movement? How do we build that movement where the sector takes a responsible approach to AI and make sure that it's used in service of sustainability outcome versus, for consumption or oil extraction or all the other use cases we're already seeing AI being applied for.
Right. And are we on? I mean, there's been a lot of talk within the European Union and other countries, other places, academia, about developing some kinds of, I suppose, tools to track developments like AI away from being a crisis to an opportunity. Do you think that debate has matured, or do you think there's a lot more to be discussed?
Contrary to other new movements, technologies, things, it's moving at the speed of light. And I don't say that lightly. I don't think regulatory frameworks and governance of AI is anywhere near where it needs to be. So this is a direct encouragement for those in power to start figuring that out. Otherwise, AI will decide on its own where its pathways and its guardrails.
Yes, that's the word. That sounds like the word. It decides on its own.
Right. I don't think that's great. Right. I would say a reflection from what I'm seeing across the field right now is we're a little too focused on Gen AI, where we think that, okay, if I just slap some Gen AI on my LinkedIn posts or my fundraising emails, everything will be solved. That's not really where I think the big impact will be. I think that's, a nice entry point of a use case where a lot of nonprofits, for example, are asked to do a lot more with a lot less resources, and leveraging Gen AI for them could be a really good way to save some time, money, and increase their impact. But these big breakthroughs will require a lot more thoughtful integration. What I think is interesting with AI is that it kind of offers us an opportunity to go back and fix things. I think this climate nature division that we somehow constructed many years back, where we thought climate is one thing and nature is a different thing, and that doesn't apply to AI. So I think there are opportunities to actually improve the way we're operating across sustainability with the help of this kind of opportunity to research.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity to link things up, absolutely, and see them in the round rather than them being in silos, whether it's in the climate nature debate or whether it's even in governments, right? Where, the energy ministry is making some decision over here and the environment's doing something over there and they forgot to talk to each other. So good points. All right, Katarina, how are you thinking about this within climate solutions movement?
The AI or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but I
maybe
think,
we need some AI to help both of us, right?
Yeah. After a few days here, yes. No, but I think what Anna said is really important, and also we had a discussions earlier on. It's much easier to think about AI for us as individual citizens, consumers, or what role we have right now with generative AI, and to help us to make our processes or what we do more efficient. But where the power is where it makes us more effective, where we can figure out and do much more and work interdisciplinary and create something that we can't do by just doing what we do already do more efficient. So I think that's something that creates both more knowledge, but also another type of mindset, exponential mindset, if you will, but also try to train other types of leadership, other types of creativity to envision what could be done and how that could be done.
I mean, the fact is that the United Nations Environment Programme, for example, all these other spin-offs, things like the International Resource Panel, they've all integrated all these things within these reports, right? You can read them. They're splendid documents of some of the finest scientific minds. They're all sitting there, but I don't believe that many governments or industry or others have actually read or assimilated the findings of these things. And if somehow AI could just kind of scan the entire output that's been developed over years and years and just package it in such a way that somebody at a government goes, holy shit, okay, that's what we're supposed to do, because a lot of information is out there. It's been built over 30, 40, 50 years, right?
I'll give you something even better. So for our recent accelerator, we took 20 of these documents that you're talking about, kind of climate and nature policies and regulatory frameworks, net zero guidance, nature positive guidance. And we looked at themes. Where are they overlapping? What are some of these sort of hotspots where these indicators and goals come up and again and again? Then we mapped that on top of where AI is uniquely placed to contribute. So trying to create a heat map for where the biggest bang for the buck across the 20 biggest policy documents, and where could AI uniquely contribute. And that's my point with, let's innovate with intent. Let's not just run around like headless chickens and try to do AI everywhere, but actually let's figure out what we can base this on with the existing research and be really specific about how we go forward.
Okay, we're coming to one of these rapid fire reflections. Dangerous stuff, right? Where I'm going to do a lightning round with all of you. And we need to be quick. So what would you say the climate solutions movement, what would you say the climate solutions movement is most needed from external entities right now? So the climate solutions movement from external entities. Let's say, put it this way, what do we need to do right now with the climate solutions movement, right? Where do we need to take it? In which parts of the global ecosystem does it need to go? How do we move it forward? How do we get this thing really embedded in the kind of thinking of everybody, not as, you know, an alternative world, alternative universe, but a more sexy, efficient universe that gets things done faster than we have been doing? Katarina.
3 things. Okay. Point one. more identify and assess more solutions and highlight their solutions and the breadth and the spread and scale of it. Socialize the framework with investors and go into talk. I mean, spread it to investors, financial institution to get scale, and also integrate with other similar frameworks, so we can allocate capital to climate solutions. And the third thing would be to encourage corporates to embed climate solutions in their product and service portfolios. So increase that amount, phase out the unsustainable products, and phase in climate solutions.
Okay.
Same question. I feel like you said mostly what I was going to say.
Okay.
No, but I think more specifically, I think it'd be very helpful for climate solutions to framework to be embedded into the SBTI framework or other net zero frameworks. I think that'd be exceptionally helpful. I think we also need to create knowledge and awareness in society that there is, like, I think there's hope and agency in climate solutions, right? They're there. So how do we, as for example, in the food system, we all eat, right? So how can we make choices that actually, you know, transition the food system towards more climate solutions and drive that movement and contribute to societal net zero?
I agree.
That's a quick fire answer to a quick fire.
And I will add, I mean, these are all voluntary market mechanisms, right? And I would add from the regulatory policy side that the EU needs to stay the course and introduce a price on carbon.
Yeah.
So we need the EU ETS, we need to phase out the free allowances, we need to phase in the CBAM. We need a proper price on carbon.
Yeah, and we need to cut fossil fuel subsidies. That would be a climate solution.
This is so great. We're going to be friends forever. I will maybe then complement with saying that we need to build a new narrative. I think we need to bring society with us, our families, our kids, our friends, our uncles, with a new narrative. Oatly, for me, is the perfect example where you could like Oatly because it's a climate solution, or you could like it because it tastes really good and it makes you feel better, or I give it to my kids because I think it's healthy. So any of those apply. So if we can figure out what are those sort of areas where these products and climate solutions also tick other boxes, and maybe we champion them sometimes instead of that sort of climate solution, which at this point I feel like people are a little tired of the doom and gloom. So that would be my recommendation.
I'm just going to say one thing, which is that, I mean, you're the Exponential roadmap, and that's great, and you have partners. But to actually, there are a lot of climate solutions out there, right? So you're going to have to work really hard to get them out that quickly, right? Because I mean, Oatly's a climate solution. Stegra's a climate solution. We've heard AI could be a climate solution, but that's just 3 people here right now. But there's thousands out there, but there's also some things that aren't climate solutions that pretend they're climate solutions. That'd be quite nice to have that separate category.
Yeah.
You know, say this is not a climate solution, contrary to popular belief.
Yeah. The blacklist. Yes.
All right. I think we've come here. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure we're going to hear more about climate solutions. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about AI. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative because you're one of our great partners and been with us right from the beginning. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Priority. In times of economic confidence, sustainability commitments seemed easier to make. But today we're seeing too many governments, companies, and even economic powerhouses stepping back from climate action. The headlines tell one story, but they don't tell the whole story. Behind the scenes, we see something different. We see a growing number of companies are not only holding the line, they're accelerating. They're transforming their business models, reshaping value chains, and pushing systemic change. And today, we're here to launch a new effort to spotlight that kind of leadership. Together with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the UN Race to Zero and its members, we're proud to introduce the Exponential Leadership Campaign, a new effort to highlight what real, credible climate leadership looks like today. And with me to unpack what this all means and what comes next, I'm joined by an incredible group of speakers. Please, could you introduce yourself and where you're from?
I'm Johan Falks. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Great to
Okay.
be here.
Thank you.
I'm Lena Höök. I'm Executive Vice President, Sustainability and Innovation for Skanska Group.
Super.
And I'm Shannon Jolie. I am the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at CDP.
Okay.
Yanis Ioannou. I'm an Associate Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship at London Business School.
Thank you very much indeed. And we will be joined. Yes, we got somebody on the magic of Zoom. I love to say the magic of Zoom. Could you say who you are and where you're from?
Hello, my name is Sriram Rajagopal. I head the climate and air quality agenda at InterIKEA Group.
Okay, we know you're there. Sometimes when you're on the screen, our backs are to you, but we'll make sure that we don't ignore you. So we'll try very hard. And we do have one other wonderful guest joining us. Fingers crossed, is the COP29. That was the last UN climate conference in Azerbaijan. COP29 climate high-level champion who will be joining us perhaps. Okay, let's kick this off. Johan, I'm turning to you. You've initiated this campaign. Why would you want to launch the Exponential Leadership Campaign, and why do you think now is the right time?
So let's start with the current situation. We stated something called the carbon law, like 10 years ago, from a scientific viewpoint, basically stating that we need to halve emissions every decade starting from 2020, and the first halving by 2030 is most important. Now we know we are about 5 years behind the curve. So that's the bad news. We're taking high risks from humanity's viewpoint. However, the good news is that we see an exponential scaling of solutions. Renewable energy scaling incredibly fast, electrical vehicles scaling incredibly fast. We are 25%. We could reach 90% around 2030. So that is the good news. And I would say that now we have the solutions to take us even to the second halving. In terms of companies, well, we have a political chaos, but in terms of companies, we got the clear signal from the report by WBCSD the other day that 90% of the leaders, they stay on course, they keep their investments and raise their investments. So we think it's now incredibly important to highlight leadership and exponential leadership. Companies going in the front line to show it is achievable and we can go faster, but also to inspire others. So that is why it's the right point in time.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Paris Agreement of 2015 would not have happened if there hadn't been a level of many times in CEOs standing there saying to governments, we want this deal, we want you to do it. And then sometimes the business community can go off when the winds are a bit vicious and sort of hide in their burrows and keep quiet, and then they pop up again when things are good. We need that climate leadership as a constant drumbeat, don't we, over time? Here today are two members of the companies of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative who've been recognized as exponential leaders by this new initiative, yeah? They'll speak shortly, but Johan, having worked closely with them, what sets IKEA and Skanska apart as leaders in key areas?
Yeah, what we mean with exponential leadership is basically three things. Firstly, that the company really deliver concrete world-leading results in comparison with other companies. And we need to state that with high integrity. So that's number one. Secondly, that it is in a key area which could have a gigaton potential on the global footprint. Also, that the company stay on course and is committed through its transition plan to transform its value chain towards net zero.
Okay. Good, Johan. We would just be turning to the COP29 climate high-level champion and ambassador for the Exponential Leadership Campaign, but we will pick this up with Ms. Nagar Appadara. Oh, wow, that's a tricky one. Appadarai? Okay, we'll pick that up with her when she comes. So that's all right. Let's now go to Sriram. Sriram, you're head of climate and air quality at the InterIKEA Group, and you're coming as from Zoom. That's great. From you, we're going to hear what IKEA has done to showcase exponential leadership. Can you explain what that means to you?
Sure. Thank you for welcoming us to this panel discussion. IKEA is a global home furnishings company, and we take a full value chain approach to climate action as such. And as Johan was alluding to, halving of emissions that is needed by 2030, we are committed to that. So we have set goals aligned to the science of 1.5. So we want to halve emissions leading up to 2030, get to net zero by 2050 at the very latest. And as of last year, we have made steady progress, and we had reported a 28% reduction in our overall emissions across the whole value chain. And this was thanks to movements across several paths, including movement on renewable energy, which we are very happy about in terms of the movements that we have made. And just to cite a few examples, for our own operations, we are already at 99% renewable electricity. And for the manufacturing part of our value chain, which is almost 8% of IKEA's global emissions, we have sort of transitioned almost 500 supplier sites to 100% renewable electricity. And we have also reduced emissions by 60% compared to our baseline year. And then I hope you can still hear me. Sorry, I got disconnected for a second.
We can hear you perfectly well. Yeah.
Okay, super. So we have made great progress in terms of renewable electricity in supplier manufacturing. We are at 75% renewable electricity across all supplier manufacturing sites. And we are very optimistic that this number will continue to rise in the coming year as we strive towards 100% renewable energy. But it's not only about supplier manufacturing sites, but it's also about the movement in the stores that we run. Also in the materials we use, there have been a lot of innovations which have been deployed in terms of movement towards high-strength steel, recycled aluminum, for example, to also bring down the emissions from a material perspective, and also movements in transport, where we have reduced our emissions by almost 26% compared to baseline. And there's been huge movement in terms of decarbonizing both land transport, but also ocean transport that also constitutes almost half of our transportation emissions. So these have been some movements which we have made over the last decade, but it's only job half done. And it'll also, we need to keep up the momentum and stay committed to staying the course over the next 5 years and also beyond in the race to getting to net zero as soon as possible.
And Trim, just an additional question here. I was talking to one of your colleagues just recently that you also show climate leadership as well, because you often engage with governments in the countries where you are, operating or where you have supply chains.
Yes, absolutely, because there's only so many things that we can do on our own. We also depend on system level changes which needs to happen, whether it is in the form of renewable energy in the grids, whether it is in the form of recycling infrastructure, which are needed in many markets, charging infrastructure that are needed in many markets. And we need to work actively with governments and policymakers to show that there is a win-win, both for companies who want to transform their businesses, but also for governments, as there is an economic opportunity which is also involved.
And lastly, what's been the most important enabler inside IKEA for driving this scale of transformation?
For us, I would actually call out 3 key enablers. One is our values and vision and mission as a company, as in that for us is the core of everything that we do. And then for IKEA, we are also a privately held company, which allows us to think long term. So we are not actually chasing, every quarter. We don't have any compulsions, so we can take that long term view. And also for us, sustainability in general and climate in particular is not a good to do things on the side. We view it as a strategic enabler to our business. It's a competitive advantage. That's how we look at it. So that's also a key enabler in terms of, not looking at it as a side thing to do. It's actually integrated in the business. And we actually see that in the long run, it'll make us more resilient.
So you've got a system in place that even if the CEO changes and decides he wants to drill, baby, drill, the system of IKEA ensures that doesn't happen. In other words, you've embedded this within the system and it's independent of who's actually running the company in a sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Let's now turn to Lena. You're the Chief Sustainability Officer at Skanska. Can you share with us what leadership looks like in the construction sector and offer a concrete example of how Skanska has demonstrated exponential leadership? Please take it away.
Yes, thank you. So Skanska, we are one of the leading construction and project development companies in US and Europe. And of course, when we are focusing on driving our transition, we have set forth three main areas. And the first of them is design for efficiency, and then it's materials and energy. And the reason why we set design for efficiency is actually when you are doing construction. So think of the stuff that we get up there. It's large buildings, hospitals, schools, universities, but also it's railroads, bridges, and also real estate that investors invest in. So for us, if we can get an impact in the early stages in the design, that's where we can have a great impact also on reducing both carbon as well as costs. So that's also a lot when it comes to digital tools. And we have driven this journey the past 10 years. We've been able to reduce our own carbon emissions with 61%. And that in the meanwhile, where we have been a growing business, so our carbon intensity has gone down. And equally in our value chain, it has gone down 37%. But we are focusing a lot on how can we make sure to have the best kind of data to make enlightened and data-driven decisions. So if I may take one great example of how we get others involved, is we have actually put forth a tool, we call it EC3, Embodied Carbon in Construction Calculator. And that tool has today 200,000 environmental product declarations. When we started out some years ago, it had 10,000. We thought that was a lot. So we made it open source for everyone to use in our industry. So that means our competitors, architects, but also our customers and others. And of course, also the suppliers being able to showcase and their environmental product declarations. And by that, when we are doing the design, when we are taking enlightened decisions, we can actually setting forth the design, choosing one material and compare it to the choice of another material. And by that, we help our customers to do a good decision, both on cost and on carbon. And today, this has grown with 200,000 EPDs. So that's one example, I think, how it's important to also recognize the innovation and the possibilities with tech and data-driven decision-making for us to drive both cost and carbon transition.
Very interesting indeed. And I think that's a very brilliant idea, right? Because nobody can have any excuse that didn't know that there was a better way of actually building a bridge and the materials that you source. Hello, very nice to see you. Watch out that chair. It's a bit like jumping on top of the Eiffel Tower. It's quite high. Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you in a moment, Madame. Good. And what's your call to others in the private sector?
Well, our call, I think, is for, may I make that a larger call, not just the private sector? Because,
yeah, make it a really big, fat call, the biggest call you can make. It's all yours.
Thank you. Due to construction, quite a lot of construction is actually coming from public procurement. So that means that the very same policymakers that have set net zero targets for all of us to achieve, they're also being part of it when they are doing their public procurement. Because just like I mentioned, those roads, bridges, hospitals, universities, of course, it's public procurement that is being the client here. So in that way, we can build for a better society, also having the client being the society. And that's why we have actually showcased how we do see that in several countries and cities, there are quite a lot of sustainability and innovation demands being integrated into public procurement. And what that actually, and that we see it in many places. We see it in Stockholm. We have some great examples in Norway, as well as here in London, UK, as well in New York and the JFK airport that we are building. That is also setting demands on doing life cycle assessments. So yet again, being able to assess those kinds of data when you're setting the design, as well as to look for what is the embodied carbon and going into that kind of dialogue.
Okay, great.
So public procurement to set mandatory innovation and sustainability demands, driving both productivity as well as a sustainable impact.
Super. And that's the message to governments and cities when it comes to that. Could I just come to our lovely, wonderful guest who's just arrived? And if you could just introduce yourself and say who you're representing.
Yeah, hello. First of all, sorry for being late. My name is Nigar Arpadray. I'm the climate champion for COP29.
Right, which was held in wonderful Azerbaijan in Baku last year. maybe I can just ask you the couple of questions we had lined up beforehand. Is that all right? Do you mind? Okay, thank you. So obviously delighted to have you here with us today. I'm sure everybody's trying to book you all week at London Climate Action Week, so we're very lucky to have you here. You've been a powerful advocate for climate ambition on the global stage. Why do you see corporate climate leadership as such a critical part of the jigsaw puzzle right now?
Well, thanks a lot. First of all, just to explain what the role is, a COP process is quite a complicated process. So we work with the governments, but we also work with non-state actors. So my role was to work with private sector, with civil society, with subnationals, academia. So there's a big group of stakeholders that need to be involved to the climate actions, because climate movement is becoming bigger and bigger. Every COP is becoming bigger and bigger. And even, you know, sometimes people criticize that, why do we have such big COPs with private sector on board, with, you know, all those stakeholders on board? If you ask me, I think we need everyone there. We need private sector, we need corporates there. So I think that, you know, if you speak about the global climate action, how can you imagine it without private sector or corporates, without large companies and small and medium enterprises? There is no way. Climate action is not happening without private sector. If private sector doesn't believe in green transition, it's not happening. That's my strong belief, and that's what I see from all these months being closely working in a dialogue with the private sector. And what we need, okay, let me tell you, first of all, we need a proper ecosystem for the private sector, for corporates, for small and medium enterprises, and for the large companies. You know, private sector need to see the incentives. And many times I met, you know, these people from all the parts of the world, and they say the same thing, that we are ready to support the government in the NDC, in the climate action, but we want to have a bit better dialogue with them. So we want to be integrated into this process. So if we want private sector to play a big part in this, they need to have incentives. There should be an ecosystem for them to believe in green transition, to see the opportunities, because green transition is about opportunities. There are so many opportunities, and these people understand that. So these stakeholders understand that. If you ask me what we also need, we need technologies, we need solutions, we need AI, and we live in a world of digital transformation. We live in a world of AI. I've been invited to Google event just yesterday. It was AI for Planet, and I was amazed with, you know, possibilities and what is there. We are not embracing this enough. Yes, it comes with opportunities and with the risks, but we need to kind of embrace those opportunities. And yes, technologies should be affordable for the private sector, for small and medium enterprises, especially SMEs. I was putting so much effort into SMEs because it's the backbone of economy. It's the 90% of jobs on the market. It's about real economy. So that's why small and medium enterprises, support to SMEs was one of the main priorities of COP29 presidency. And I'm really happy to announce that we've done this climate proofing SME campaign, giving a platform and supporting so many SMEs globally. We have 46 collaborators reaching to 90 million SMEs in 100 countries. So what we do, we are trying to help with access to finance, with capacity building, and with large companies within supply chains. So basically, you asked me about what we need: technologies, ecosystem. That's what we need. And we also need to involve all the sectors. And that's, I think, the third lessons learned that I've heard, that I've kind of took for myself, that global climate movement is becoming bigger, but sometimes it tends to have this, you know, moralization and value signaling when you are not involving all the sectors. We need everyone on board. We need all the sectors involved, because it's about, you know, global climate action.
Yeah, right. Good. So we now got a big capacity of companies all around the world, even at the SME level. And what we now need is quality action supported by governments through policy and other kinds of incentives, and then we can fly high. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Good. Right. We're going to come back to you. Now I'm going to go to Shannon Jolly from CDP, formerly the Carbon Disclosure Project, but now, like everything, it's just an acronym. Before I just understood what it was, but now I see CDP, I'm thinking, Okay, like BT. Where's Gabriella? Anyway, you're Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at CDP. You've had a front row seat to the latest corporate health check. So that must be a report, I think. And what are the key learnings from this this corporate health check? Where are companies doing well, and where do they need to step up?
Thanks so much. So first of all, CDP, yes, 25 years ago decided to ask some questions because, you know, they weren't being asked and there was a lot of risk and uncertainty hiding in, you know, portfolios. And so it was really an investor commitment. And they went out and spoke to asset managers and said, I think that, you know, it might be good to ask these questions. Would you like CDP to do that on your behalf? So that's how CDP started 25 years ago. And now there's over 2/3 of the world's market cap disclosing environmental data to CDP. It's impressive. We have 25,000 companies as of last year disclosing not only carbon information, but also across environmental themes, forest, water, plastics, biodiversity. So quite pioneering in that space. And all of that is not just for reporting's sake. What we've really found, and the corporate health check reveals this, is that it enlightens, and this information starts to track a course towards not only identifying risk, but also opportunity. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we launched at the World Economic Forum annual meeting at Davos in January, the corporate health check. And the idea behind that was to provide a tool and kind of benchmarking against the risk backdrop. So we all saw that the annual risk report launched at Davos showed more and more not only long-term risk in terms of climate change, but short-term risk as well. So this report was supposed to identify across the disclosing companies who is leading and what are the metrics that we all need to track as business leaders. So it became a very tangible tool. And the main outcomes were that over the disclosing audience, there was only about 1% of that disclosing corporate audience that was on track, if not exceeding the targets they had set out. Now, it can sound a little bit, you know, depressing. And the thing about it is that the speed at which with which that acceleration is happening is so recent. So meaning 1% of these companies are doing 4 really critical things. Okay, they're pulling 4 levers, if you will. One of that is an internal carbon price. So all of these companies have priced carbon into their decision making, and it's not at $13. It's $60 is the minimum per ton of carbon emitted that these companies are pricing in. They're also engaging their supply chain, so the value chain. So they're doing an enormous amount of supplier engagement. They also have a 1.5 degree target and a transition plan. So it's not just the target, they have a transition plan aligned target. And then the last one is executive incentives. So their executives are all incentivized based on achieving those targets. So those are the 4 key levers or the outcomes that we're showing that these companies are on top.
That is what you might start saying is climate leadership.
So Jan and I were talking about this. I think that there's many lenses to be able to determine climate leadership. CDP has determined that these were the key kind of enablers and levers within a corporation that we're seeing, not just the data being disclosed for the data's sake. It was, what am I seeing out of this data that will start to illuminate a path? And a very interesting point from the corporate health check as well is that for the first time in 2024, we saw more opportunities disclosed through CDP than risks. And it was the first time that that balance shifted. So about 60% of opportunities versus 40% of risks were identified. And when we quantified the opportunity, it led to $16 trillion in opportunity sitting in the corporate disclosure through CDP.
Right.
It's incredible.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to our next guest. Just to say to everybody in the audience, try and keep it down. These microphones really do actually work by going to the broadcast rather than, but we're giving them the pleasure of hearing some volume as well. But yeah, just enjoy the show. Let's now go to our last guest here, Ioannis. Do I say that, Ioannis? Yannis. Okay. What
Greek names.
It's a Greek name. Okay, now we spotted it. You're Associate Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship at the London Business School. So from your research and experience, which leadership and governance practices do you believe are the most critical to drive meaningful progress and innovation?
So first, thanks to you for having me today. Very important discussion unfolding. If I may start answering that question with going back to the opening that you did, Nick, and mentioning this so-called backlash, retreat, and so on. I beg to differ. I think it's a very US-centric view of the world. There's an entire world outside of the US that is not facing that backlash. There's an entire world in Asia and Southeast Asia where development ought to be sustainable development. There's, of course, Europe, where 85% of responsible investment resides. There's the Nordics that are not facing an ESG backlash. So we need to be very careful not to almost sort of condemn ourselves to this gloomy view of the world, because if we're being honest, the US was never a climate leader, right?
You're absolutely right on that, by the way.
So we need to be very pragmatic. So if we're going to be talking about leadership and implementation, well, you know, it may or may not be in the US, it may or may not be after this regime rather than administration is done, but there is the rest of the world, and I do expect leadership to emerge, and it's already emerging, and the next COP will be very telling in that respect in terms of which countries and which leaders are going to step up and fill that so-called leadership vacuum. So against that background, it is, as you mentioned, is very important to ask, what does good leadership and governance looks like? Well, I'm going to reverse that question. Why is it that companies say so much and then we do not detect as much impact as we would expect? Well, because there are structural and cognitive inertia in terms of saying something and then implementing it. So how do we overcome that inertia? Well, there's lots of them. Structural. For a lot of companies, you have a chief sustainability officer, but you know what? They have accountability, but they do not have authority. So if you do not have authority, how are you going to implement? Right? So that's a structural type of separation. A lot of companies, you know what? They gather the best of data, from carbon to all sorts of ESG data. But then if you go to the so-called commercial side of the business, this data is not integrated. This data is gathered, is cleaned, is reported, and it's for external audiences. If I go down to the plant manager and ask them, you know, what are you incentivized on? They're going to say, well, the reduction of cost, even though I do report my carbon emissions. So first, we need that structural integration. So leading companies integrate at that level. It's then in the narrative of how we run the business. There's no separation between strategy and sustainability. They're one and the same. If we go down to more practical steps, in my experience, what leading companies do is a whole range of, it's not a one size fits all, and certainly not the silver bullet. So for instance, there's boards that have assumed sustainability as a formal board responsibility. There's board level subcommittees that oversee sustainability issues. To what Shannon was saying, there's also integration of ESG metrics, assuming they're gathering them and they're credible and so on and so forth, into the incentives and compensation structures. That's one pillar. Second pillar, stakeholder engagement. For decades, companies were treating anyone else apart from their shareholders as a contract, whether it's an employee or a supplier. Well, the best of companies actually invest the time, effort, investment, and commitment into the stakeholder management practices, into building a dialogue with their stakeholders, into understanding the opportunities as well as the risks in the entire stakeholder ecosystem. Those intangible assets are foundational, and they're not built overnight. Third pillar, the time horizon for decision-making. A lot of companies are still short-term. That's how they've learned to survive in the last 40, 50, 60 years. But think about it. Every decision that we take in organizations embeds a time horizon, whether it's capital allocation, project selection, even product launches. So the best of companies have a balance, a fair balance between short-term and long-term considerations, whereas many that are not sustainability leaders only have a short-term perspective. And finally, is the disclosure and accountability component, right? So even before we had CSRD in Europe, many companies were disclosing. Sustainability leaders were disclosing more high-quality disclosures. And here's the important part, and this is particularly true for large companies. Accountability need not stay within the walls of your own business. If you're a big company, you have clearly a large supply chain. So then the question is, For instance, do you require a climate policy, a biodiversity policy, a human rights policy, and so on and so forth in your selection of supply chain partners? Because if you do, then you disseminate accountability outside of the walls of your own business. So all of those elements, I think, constitute, in my view, what good leadership and good governance looks like. And I think we haven't yet seen companies do this, but what I would argue, what we ought to see companies doing going forward is a systems level perspective, because yes, there are opportunities, and I couldn't agree more, but we ought to realize that this system that we are in was not constructed, designed to recognize immediately these opportunities. In other words, there are companies that may be doing the right thing, something that, for instance, is aligned with planetary boundaries or the social realities, and the markets, either economic or financial markets, are not rewarding them. That's not a problem with the companies. That's a problem with the markets. This is a problem with the system. And the system should never, ever be taken for granted. Capitalism today is not the same as 10 years ago, and it's not the same as 20 or 30 years ago. How does it change? From within, from change agents, whether they're state actors, whether they're huge, large, influential corporates, or people and politicians, academic leaders, and so on and so forth. So I think what we ought to be looking at going forward, in my humble opinion, in terms of what is good strategy and good governance, is an eye towards changing, recalibrating the system so that the system becomes viable within planetary and social boundaries.
Okay, that was a good and sobering reality check. I think we need that too, because sometimes you see the headlines, 85% of the world's people want action on climate change. You think, oh, job done, right? But underneath it, there is a huge ecosystem of history and baggage and all kinds of things. We're running fast out of time, by the way. So if you could briefly say the point you're going to make, and then I'm going to go back to
just wanting to add on to that. So last week, Heidelberg actually launched the first carbon capture.
Cement company?
That's a cement company, and they launched the first carbon capture and storage facility out in Norway. So that meaning, cement, of course, being quite foundational for all construction being made, but also, unfortunately, quite a large footprint. So 8% approximately of the world carbon footprint comes from it. So having made carbon, that technical possible to carbon capture and storage and cement and getting net zero, then we need the system and we need the standards to be able to acknowledge and account for that zero also. Because us as buyers or whoever else as buyers need to be able for us to sell it going forward to our customers, as well as to know how to accredit for it.
Yeah.
So, and that's the system. And that's something, those standards need to be much more swifter about once you have the technical solution there and the innovation, it also has to be supported by the system and the standards. So just doing a shout out for the importance to innovations need to be supported by standards.
Absolutely, good. And next time, I had to say Heidelberg Cement because I know some viewers from Germany were going, what's happening in Heidelberg? So let me just quickly go back to, I'm sorry, guys, but we really are running. So it's a very interesting discussion, this. COP30 is coming. So following Azerbaijan in Belém in Brazil. This is a huge topic. If there's some way of just saying what's in your head as the COP29 champion on where some of this complexity could land in Belém in Brazil.
Well, first of all, you know the results and the decisions on COP29. So we had the biggest climate finance goal that was achieved. It was 300 billion, and we need to scale it up to 1.3 trillion. Yes, it's not enough, but that's the best that we have so far. So now we are working on Baku to Belém roadmap on how to scale it up to 1.3 trillion. And here we need parties and non-party stakeholders. Basically, we need private sector and we need MDBs. We need all the donors here to commit to what they have committed already, to implement what they've committed. And we are working closely with COP30 presidency. It's implementation COP, as they call it. And I work closely with Dan, with my co-champion, and we are trying to work on one unified action agenda because, you know, there are so many initiatives that have been done so far, at all COPs, and to put it on a frame, to give a floor to creativity, but also to kind of to see what worked and what can be improved. So basically, I think that the whole world, again, we hope that will be in Belém for the climate discussions. But for us, it's important that the commitments that have been done, they need to be implemented, you know.
But the private sector has a big role in this.
Absolutely,
yeah?
Absolutely.
Because what they do actually changes the emissions of the national governments in which they sit.
Yeah, well, for us, like as I said, for COP29, private sector was always the priority. We put them in a blue zone. We have done for the first time in the history of COPs, I think, we brought private sector people to blue zone, and we had more than 1,000 CEOs kind of discussing it. COP28 also did that, but also now COP30 is planning also to give a floor to many companies there, and we will be here to support.
Because at various moments in time, companies have played a very big role. Paris, 1997 in Kyoto, 1997, I go back that far, the insurance industry that actually stood up against those who didn't want action. So there are moments when the private sector is very important.
But when we speak about private sector, we should really also kind of support SMEs. And I always keep pushing this SME idea. Why? Because large companies, they have access to finance more, they have access to technology. When you speak to small and medium enterprises, you know, there was this SME Climate Hub survey, which says that 66% of SMEs have never been asked to make green transition.
Right.
And so we need to support them. They need access to finance. We have came up with this finance goal with 300 billion. We need to make sure that it reaches the vulnerable, it reaches private sector, and then we can ask them to join Race to Zero. And by the way, just to want to mention that global climate movement is big. We have climate solutions, we have a Race to Zero, which is now bringing together 16,000 non-state actors, you know, this campaign. So yes, we need to push, to promote, to support, and to call for solidarity. That's what we need to do, because we have one planet.
Good. I'm so sorry, everybody. I mean, this could go on for another 10 hours because it's so interesting, but we haven't got 10 hours. So we're coming to something called the rapid fire reflections, which sounds quite painful, but it won't be. Okay, a lot of great insights shared today. But before we close, I'd like you to give each of you to give maybe a few brief sentences, maybe reflecting on what's been discussed, but maybe what you think the next critical step is. That might be more interesting. Johan.
Well, it's all about implementation. You know, a couple of years ago, it was about setting targets. Targets are essential. We have an absolute focus on transition plans. We'll talk about that in the next session. But what we highlight in this Exponential leadership campaign is absolute results with high integrity. And I think it's so important to show that even when companies are going downstream, why is it? Well, upstream, basically, because we haven't bent the total economy curve yet. We can still deliver incredible results. That is really so essential to show for other companies, because it will become much easier when we bend the economy, when we bend the curve, because they will have the flow. So I think that narrative is incredibly important, and we need to show these examples in Belém and beyond Belém. It's about the value chain transformation, energy, material transformation, policy influencing, and also solution scaling, as we talked about previously.
Exactly. Briefly?
Briefly, it's not easy to make it briefly, but I think to what Johan has just said, ecosystem for private sector, ecosystem, technologies and implementation.
Yeah.
And commitments that have been done at COP29, they need to be implemented.
And the ones at COP28 and the ones at COP27 and the ones at okay,
absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, so I so agree on the ecosystem, and may I also just invite finance that can be a fantastic force for change, because they are all into data and long-term investments, wanting to make sure if they are investing in a real estate or in something, that they want to know that it is actually resilient for floodings or heat waves, etc. But they also want to know that it is efficient and future-proof and energy efficient. So finance asking for those kinds of data and performance. I do think that CDP being a fantastic force and the connectivity to finance, that's not a coincidence. And also, let's remember that finance is actually pushing all companies. So for us to be in tight dialogue with them and to make sure it is both a decarbonization and a cost and carbon and value creation.
Yeah, good. Shannon, thank you.
Don't give up. I'm sorry. Don't give up on the data. It is not only the enlightenment journey that asking these questions and answering these questions can provide to the private sector, but also we have city, states, and regions responding to CDP. So the whole of economy approach is very important. But it's because it's the lifeblood of decision-making outside of the disclosure process. The same information and data that is being reported at scale to the likes of CDP is in the hands of investors, asset managers, asset owners. It's the lifeblood of new financial products. So please continue on this journey is the call to action that I would say, because the answer is in the data.
Yeah.
And yes, we need to bring the burden down, and that's a big, focus area for the coming years. But it's vital. So
okay.
There you go.
And finally,
great. So to be honest, I don't think we have the luxury of choice. I think we are in a world where it is all of the above and hope for the best. So against that caveat, the one thing I would push for is ownership and accountability at all levels. Ownership and accountability at the level of individuals, consumption patterns, how we live our lives, lifestyles. Accountability and ownership at the level of the companies, at the level of institutions, at the level of governments. This is not someone else's problem. This is our problem. And unless we recognize that as citizens, as consumers, as politicians, there's no way we're going to solve this problem. Okay. So accountability and ownership personally and collectively and across all levels.
Okay. Thank you very much. Shriyam, I'm sorry, we've completely run out of time. We're sky over our time limit. But thank you so much for being with us. We've been on our shows before with our friends, the Exponential Roadmap. I'm sure we'll see you again. But thank you for your insights at the beginning. We're going to have to close this right now. Thank you very much indeed. Great to have you all here. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. When will you leave?
Everyone, back to this next session, hosted by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and We Don't Have Time, here from London Climate Action Week. In the past year, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative has worked with the European Climate Foundation and others to better understand the state of corporate transition planning. What's working? Where are the gaps? How can we move from incremental ambition to the exponential delivery the world needs? Today, we're going to be launching the new Transition Plan Gaps and Opportunities report. And I'm joined by a fantastic panel to walk us through the key insights and perspectives here. So Johan Falk again, great to see you, CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Anna Chiera, okay, Tosiano, okay. If it's terrible, you just say it again in a moment. Business Transformational Fellow for the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the head of ESG and communications at Schlato, and also co-author of this report. And we may well have online, yes, we do. Sharam, we've got you back again. I can't believe this. Raja Gopal, head of climate and air quality at the Inter-IKEA group. I shouldn't keep looking over my shoulder because I'm looking at you on the screen, actually, but if I should be looking there because that looks much more natural for you. Okay, Johan, start with the basics, please. What exactly is a corporate transition plan, and why is it becoming such a crucial part of the net zero journey?
You know, the climate movement from a business and corporate perspective, we had science-based targets, and that is still important, setting targets and the direction. But what is even more crucial is, of course, to have a plan, and we call that corporate transition plans, which is basically how you deliver on your targets. And there are a number of reasons why this is becoming so incredibly important. Well, first, it's coming into regulation. So it would be a requirement, like in Europe, to have transition plans. So that's one argument for companies. Mm-hmm. The second is that it's becoming a requirement from financial institutions and from other corporates, your customers, that you should have a viable transition plan. And even the most important argument would be to be able to be competitive when we're going through the transformation towards a net zero economy, the new modern economy. You would need to have a viable transition plan as part of your business plan.
Right.
So that's the reason.
I suppose some people might say, gosh, I can't believe they don't have transition plans because, you know, many set science-based targets and that sort of thing. So what's the risk if they don't have these transition plans? What's the risk to climate action?
Well, I would say it's well, I'll start with the business risk, because you need to have transition plans which basically enable investments and also the that your customers basically, because think about it, if your customers have a target to cut emissions, they're dependent on that you as a supplier also have a transition plan to be able to deliver as part of the scope 3. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge business risk as far as I see it. There's of course a compliance risk, but some companies might do just what we call a tick in a box transition plan, and that's maybe a starting point. It's just to fulfill regulations. That won't be sufficient to be competitive.
Right. So you've got this new report with support from the European Climate Foundation. Yeah. Why is this report needed, and is there a couple of key things it says?
Yeah, Anna Chiara will present the report, but the reason why we did this report is, since we're working with the leading companies in the world, we actually decided that we can communicate with these companies. We've been running a number of interviews with between 6 and 12 of these world-leading companies to see where they are in their transition plans and assessing their plans, but also then identifying the key gaps in these plans, because we see a really strong opportunity to develop the best practices together in Exponential Roadmap initiative and openly scale out these practices so other companies can go much, much faster.
Okay.
That was the idea.
Super. So Anna Chiara, can you just dive a little bit deeper into the findings here? And because you're one of the lead authors, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'd like to highlight 3 key insights from this work. And the work is based on analysis of 12 leading companies and dialogue with many of them. I can't name the companies, but I can give some examples. So the 3 insights I think are important for all companies with science-based climate targets and who want to be competitive for investors in the future. And the first insight is that transition planning, best in practice, should focus on the opportunities for your business. Because when you do that, you can uncover these opportunities. And opportunities are about costs down. So for example, when companies looked at what low carbon materials can we use now or in the future, some of them are more costly, but they can create cost efficiencies. You need less materials maybe. So look for cost down opportunities. There's also revenues up opportunities. So some of these companies found that, especially in the business to business space, that they can develop new products based, for example, on total cost of ownership. So the product can be more expensive, but the total cost for the customer decreases because they save energy, water, waste costs. So they really uncover these opportunities. Another best practice is to break down your targets in the transition plan to targets that business leaders in the company can own. So it really spurs a lot of thinking and innovation about cost down and revenues up. The second key insight is focus on the solutions that you will need to reach your science-aligned targets. And really look at what solutions are already cost-effective today and that can scale. What solutions are in the pipeline that are really transformative, but they're not mature enough, they're too expensive, but they're very important. And also what's holding up scale and how to overcome it. So this focus on solutions really make these companies scale up the solutions that are already cost effective. So for example, some of these companies realize that renewables in specific region in the supply chains are really, really important. So they partner up and invest it together to boost renewable supply for their suppliers. Some other companies realize that we have an innovation gap. We have not the transformative solutions for 2030. They're too immature. Okay, let's invest in that. So this focus on solutions is really, really key. Will open up innovation. And then the third key takeaway is 2030 and beyond, these leading companies don't have a lot of clarity about solutions. And that's not strange. It's a difficult transition. But think about what does the world need to look like for me to realize those targets? So what policies do we need? And what innovation do we need? And on the policy side, the realization across these companies is that, okay, an opportunity is to really even be more active on policy advocacy and be super concrete with policymakers, with details, so that policymakers can act on it. So this would be my 3 key insights.
That's really good. So it's asking them to actually really start thinking rather deeply about things rather than just ticking boxes, which is really good. Shahram, corporate perspective. Yeah, what are your thoughts about what you're hearing right now? And you have a transition plan, don't you?
Yeah, we call it climate roadmap, which is like a quasi-transition plan. And for us at IKEA, it was a precursor to our net zero goals as such. Some years ago, it was 2.5 years ago when we went to the management requesting for an approval of our new science-based targets, new net zero goals as such. And the requirement of the management was to have climate roadmaps. How are we even going to achieve what we tell the world that we will achieve? What actually makes up, what gives us confidence? So we actually went into each part of the value chain and requested each part of the value chain, stakeholders in each part of the value chain to build up this action plan in terms of what will be delivered in the road to 2030, what all opportunities could be unearthed, lift all the stones up to look at all opportunities and also to see what is the gap that we see from where we are today. And when we put together that plan from a bottoms-up approach, that gave confidence, that as in we had not cracked everything in terms of how we will get to minus 50% reduction, but that actually gave confidence to our management and board to give an approval that, okay, let's go ahead and make this external commitment that we will halve emissions by 2030. So for us, the climate roadmap which we published last year in our climate report, it is a high-level strategic plan in terms of how we will transform our business, what are the action tracks that we will take within each part of the value chain, and also to demonstrate what opportunities exist, what are challenges, what are dependencies that we have, and also call for collaboration as such, because there are a lot of dependencies that we also have in terms, and there is a lot of opportunities that we would like to join hands with like-minded companies, working with each other, and also working towards policymakers as well. So in that sense, we see it as a strategic tool for us in the business, which can guide the business and which has also instilled ownership within the business as well. It's not owned by the sustainability organization, it's owned in the business. And that actually, from a bottoms-up perspective, it feeds into how IKEA will achieve its plan to get to halving emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050.
Thanks very much. Do we know how many companies have transition plans, or is that something that we still need to discover?
We still need to discover, and also there's a lot of, all sustainability reports have some sort of picture about how we're going to reach the target. That's not what we're talking about. Here we're talking about much more detail and a strategic discussion inside the company as well. That's quite new.
Right. Okay, Johan, so let's look a little bit forward on this. You've started talking about a new generation of exponential transition plans. What do you mean by that? And what do you think we'll see from real business leaders in the months ahead?
I think it's a tremendous opportunity to see the transition plan as a way to actually transform or disrupt even business planning. I've been doing a lot of business planning and business plans, both in startups and large companies, and this can be game changer. And I think that is really exciting. The first point, I think, is what Sri also mentioned. It's not sufficient to look at your own company in the plan. You have to look at the value chain, the complete value chain. You have to put the value chain in the context of the value chain, which is within the planetary boundaries, basically working with backcasting from that scenario, because otherwise it's a risk that you invest in things which will be completely phased out. So I think that is crucial. Not too many companies do that, but I would give IKEA credit for working across the complete value chain and have a vision for that. So that is the first point as far as I see it. Focusing on how you can explore the value chain transformation to actually grow the company, grow profitability, and align that basically with cutting carbon and nature impact, but also how you impact global net zero, because there is a balance how a company should act. If it's not possible to break the curve, the best action might actually be to influence policy or to transform your supply chain to regen ag or close to nature forestry to actually influence the global tipping point. So that thinking we need, it's much more holistic, not just look at how you cut your own emissions. And finally, I would say there is an opportunity to make these plans visual and dynamic so you can continuously update them, because we see more and more political instability in the world. And that means I think you need to be able to run your plan, applying AI, of course, towards different type of scenarios and continuously work with your plan. So these are three things which I think is an opportunity actually to bring into business planning.
Okay. Very briefly, and Chiara, what would you say?
I say that it's absolutely essential to show what parts of this transition is already feasible today for my company with good profitability and growth, and what part I am uncertain about. And what am I going to do about it? It's absolutely essential for investors to put money in your company if you are in a business that needs to be transitioned everywhere. So that transparency, intellectual honesty about what is already possible today, a lot is possible, and what is not is really, really important. So many investors in the last 2-3 days, 2-3 weeks have told me, I'm in the investment community, that they want to invest in transition, but they need credible transition plans to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Shram, very briefly from your side, what's needed? What's needed just right now?
What's needed from a transition plan as such, or?
Yeah. What's your reflection on this?
Yeah, I totally echo what Anna Chiara and Johan mentioned, as in it is a strategic business enabler, and it should be viewed at that. It's not a side compliance deliverable that companies need to make. It needs to be viewed as a strategic business enabler. It can really, really help businesses in terms of how to manage their portfolio. You know, what should we invest more in? What should we divest? And also to prioritize, you know, how to sequence the prioritization in terms of the run up to 2030 and beyond as such. And also acknowledging the fact and embracing the fact that, you know, no one can be perfect from day one, even, and it's okay to be vulnerable. And going back to what Anna Chiara mentioned, that, you know, it's on the basis of what we see today. This is where we see an ideal path to get to. And by being vulnerable, we've seen that, you know, it has also opened up doors for collaboration, because like I said, it's not a challenge that each of the corporate is sitting uniquely with. It's a cross-system challenge, and by joining hands, we can really accelerate movement. So it also invites a lot more collaboration by putting our plans out there in the public domain.
Great, everybody. Sorry, we have to cut off it here. We're a bit behind schedule. But if you want to look at the new report, it's on the Exponential Roadmap Initiative website, and get involved. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. We're back for another fantastic show here from London Climate Action Week. We're going to be talking about super pollutants like methane, black carbon, or soot, unfluorinated gases, and others that are part of an emergence of an understanding how humanity might, if it acts quickly, be able to cool the planet by some important tenths of degrees, at least in the short term, and for some others, maybe longer. They could collectively even help the world and its people perhaps meet the interim science-based target of halving emissions by 2030, and hopefully buy more time, which is a plug for a We Don't Have Time campaign, for the broader decarbonized effort to catch up. These super pollutants are superheaters of the atmosphere. They're mainly short-lived. They could be the emergency brake, just as scientists warn that the 1.5 degree safety target of the Paris Climate Agreement could be lost in just 3 years. So the question is, where is the action? That's what we want to know. Is there any action? Is it happening? Let me first introduce Durward Zellick, who's the founder and president of the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Durward, you're a lawyer. It says on your website litigator, but I think that means lawyer, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. I got that right. And for a large slice of your distinguished career, but you've campaigned to cut these super pollutants, first, in a sense, through the lens of the ozone layer and protecting the ozone layer, but now latterly, and when I say latterly, it sounds like yesterday, doesn't it? But recently, a long time recently, to assist efforts to keep climate change in check. Durward, briefly, how did we get to understand that the super pollutants might be some kind of a silver set of bullets against climate change just when we need help most?
Thank you, Nick. It's great to be here. And I am a litigator, which means I would take you to court.
Right. Did I do anything wrong just now?
But I'm also often impersonating a scientist.
Okay.
Because I love digging into the science. So if you look backwards historically, you see that CO2 is about half of all warming, 55%. And the non-CO2, which includes the super climate pollutants, the other 45%. But when you look forward, which is the direction we really want to look, you see that cutting CO2 by decarbonizing the energy system is a slow marathon. Mm-hmm. It only avoids about 1/10 of a degree of warming at 2050. This is somewhat surprising to people because we have to do it. It's essential, but it's slow. That's partly because when you shut fossil fuel facilities, you shut down co-emitted cooling pollutants, the sulfates, that are highly reflective and that are nucleating reflective clouds. They are masking somewhere between 0.5 degree Celsius and a full degree of existing warming. So a marathon. Then you look at the super pollutants on the other side, and you see, because they're short-lived, they can avoid 4 times more warming at 2050. So they are the emergency brake.
Right. So they're not just the emergency brake, they're also several brakes that we can apply going forward.
Absolutely. And they're, you think of them as the sprint, because we can shut them down largely in the next decade. And you get 90% of the climate benefit within that decade. So speed becomes critical as we approach and lock in 1.5, as you just mentioned. And we face the first 5 tipping points that are between 1.5 and 2 degrees. Those are going to be irreversible, nonlinear, largely catastrophic. So speed becomes our key metric, the need for speed. And that leads us right to the super climate pollutants, as you mentioned, HFCs, the fluorinated gases that we use as refrigerants, methane, tropospheric ozone, and black carbon soot. We started with the fluorinated gases because we had the Montreal Protocol standing by to cut these pollutants. This is the best climate treaty we've ever created, as well as the treaty that's put stratospheric ozone on the path to recovery. I mean, this treaty has already avoided as much warming as CO2 is causing today. Let that sink in. As much as CO2 is causing today, on track to avoid 2.5 degrees future warming. And 0.5, 1/2 of that degree, is from taking out the HFC. So now it's the turn of methane. And we need to take inspiration from the Montreal Protocol. And we need to design an international binding methane agreement.
Okay, we're going to come back on that in our chat. It's a very important point. Let's quickly turn to Martina, because Martina Otto, she heads up the UN Environment's Secretariat for the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. This is kind of the UN instrument that's set up to actually deal with these super pollutants. It's been around for over a decade, and it's been really building a kind of consensus among governments that this is a problem, and also by other sectors of the economy, that this is an issue, that there's something we could do something about. And I think you've gotten a sense to a point at which there is now quite big buy-in on this. I feel personally slightly because we're so close to 2030 to halve emissions that suddenly everybody's going, holy shit, what do we do right now? But also because I think the science has led to a point at which everyone feels very comfortable with the fact that this is real and this can be done if we want to do it. I asked you the question, which is the tricky one, which is, you've set the table. Are there people round the table now actually starting the main course and maybe moving on to the dessert? Where's the action round the table? Yeah.
Well, thank you. And hopefully not creating any food waste, which would be a source of methane at the same time. So thanks for the question. And indeed, but we've spent the first decade pretty much to establish that this is the key lever for us to take action. And it's very much understood. And a real rallying point has become the Global Methane Pledge when that came into life, signed up by 159 countries. And you'll tell me, well, that's not yet action. But commitment is the first step to take in action. So the high level political will that has been put behind that. That has been broken down through roadmaps. So over 100 countries have or are still developing roadmaps to take the action to determine in which sectors and how to go about it. This is translating into the NDCs, the next round of the NDCs. You'll still tell me where's the action, but those are the sort of investment plans going forward. So it's critical that things are reflected there. And then we see a whole avalanche of policies coming in to actually provide the enabling frameworks for the other actors in the system to swing into action. And we have it in all relevant sectors. Fossil fuels, for example, Canada is looking at a cap and trade. China has put it out as an air pollution measure, but is really looking at coal-bed methane, for example. California is holding up the torch as well with strong regulation. Obviously, a European Union with CBAM using trade as a lever. So there's a whole number of things, and we've created the Fossil Fuel Regulatory Program. And when we started off, we announced it at the last COP. We didn't have quite the funding and we didn't know how it would be received. Now, well, it's pretty much funded, not quite, but pretty much. UK and Germany, thank you. And there is huge demand for it. So we actually may not even be able to supply all this. So that's swinging into action. On the waste side, we see a lot of emphasis on separation of organic waste with a new regulation on the European side, but also in Brazil, in Chile, in Peru. So there's a whole thing swinging into action there as well. Even on agriculture, where we always say it's a difficult sector, we see quite a few things. There's a lot of potential for productivity gains. There's in Brazil, the ABC plan, it's called, that connects to reducing land use change as well. So all of that is swinging into action. There's partnerships, Africa Clean Air Program, lowering organic waste, where the cities are coming in. So you see what I'm painting as a picture. We have technology advances with an accelerator, with accelerators funded by philanthropies on enteric methane. So new technologies looking at rice as well. We have the Technology and Economic Assessment Panel looking at how we can close a knowledge gap and the finance gap by putting out certain solutions. It's a train that is moving, for sure. It's still moving too slowly. We need to give it a further push. And we have all this data now with the satellites that have been shot into the sky, giving us a picture, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that, that tells us methane is not yet coming down, but we have all these steps. So I want to look at the glass half full, not half empty. And what we need for people to react on the available data is more capacity in countries. And that's where I come back to what Derwood started off with a little bit. Montreal Protocol has given us a real good blueprint of what works. And that's country programming, that's ozone units. So it's someone's job in the government. And we're mirroring that at the moment. The TEEP, and obviously a fund to tap into. And financing is increasing, but also not at the level of the opportunity. We're looking at 3% of climate finance at the moment, and methane is 30% of the reduction potential. And I leave you with that thought.
Okay, That's a good opening salvo on what's on the positive side there, Martina. You're right. We need all these structures in place. I mean, there has to be some kind of structure in place for things to actually grow. You know, you need soil for flowers to grow. The question is, how well fertilized is this ground right now, or how keen are the governments in terms of fertilizing this ground to actually make the flowers grow in terms of action on methane and the others? Which kind of brings us to you. Is it Deborah or Debbie? Which one do you prefer?
Debbie.
Debbie. All right. Debbie Gordon. She's a senior principal in the Rocky Mountain Institute's Climate Intelligence Program. She co-leads the Oil and Gas Solutions Initiative. Debbie, you've had a super academic career all over the place. I can't mention it. Yale, blah, 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 many, many places. You also are a chemical engineer by training, and you started a career at Chevron. So you know a bit about the oil and gas industry, but obviously some Damascus moment occurred in your life. I'm not too sure. Let me just tell us, I mean, we know that the oil and gas industry can, you know, harvest the methane from the leaks in the pipes and the other bits of kit that they've gotten, the flaring. And we've now got the satellites to monitor how successful they are or otherwise. Are you seeing any of the oil and gas majors or even the government-owned oil and gas companies actually starting to bite the bullet and do something on this?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't pretend to be an engineer, Durwood, by the way. So what's really interesting about this, and most people don't realize, oil and gas come out of the ground together. And methane is the main component of gas. And for really all of the 20th century, the main commodity was oil. So gas wasn't wanted. And what did you do with the gas unless you had a pipeline right there, a place to put it, was you basically vented and flared it. So the system was set up to throw gas away, largely, not totally, but largely. And so when Martina talks about, you know, speed and we're not seeing reductions yet, I'm very heartened by seeing less growth. You know, we're turning a corner on, with gas becoming a major commodity, which I don't think anyone that cares about climate change wants to happen. But the reality is, there's more energy demand, especially to fight climate change. You know, we're pumping more water, we're cooling more air, there's energy growth, hopefully more renewable, but gas is in the mix. And so as gas goes global, liquefied natural gas and LNG, you're turning it to more of a gas and oil company, not an oil and gas company. And that changes because gas becomes a commodity, not a waste. And that's what the industry is starting to rally around and understand. If they're going to be in the game, they want to keep it in the pipe and sell it. They really don't want to waste it. Methane is about half of the emissions from the oil and gas industry of all the greenhouse gases. So they do have a really big problem still. We have a model, RMI has the oil climate index plus gas, that you can actually look at assets around the world and see how much of their footprint is from methane. But the reality is that, and then of course the satellites, you know, we're starting to add super emitting events because a lot of these emissions are routine, but many of them are non-routine. In fact, many times when we find a leak with the satellites, the operator doesn't know they have a leak, which is really a problem, you know, but that's what changes this all around. So IEA has these cost curves that say anywhere, depending on the price of gas, between 50 and 75% of the gas is abatable, you know, not leaked at no net cost, which is huge. There are barriers to make that happen quickly. You have to deploy capital, you have to change equipment, you have to shut things down when you're changing them. Not easy, but the reality is that there's both a will because of the commodity, there's a way because there's some price incentive here. There's the global methane pledge, there are regulations like the EU methane regulations that are coming. There's more push for this industry to do something now. And I think that with that and the fact that the international oil companies through the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, together with many of the national oil companies through the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter in the last few years, have really signed up to and put their, you know, kind of their pen to paper to say, we're going to limit our leakage to, you know, like 0.2%, below 0.2%, whereas the leakage today averages between 1% and 2%, 10 times that. And there are facilities that are 100 times that. So there's a lot of progress to be made, but I'm very heartened by the fact that gas will remain much more in the pipe than it has in the past. And that's a hopeful thing.
So perhaps then, good. There are things, I mean, you're quite right. I mean, for many people, perhaps watching the show, care about climate change, the fact that we're actually patting, we might be patting the gas and oil companies now a bit on the back for doing something will feel a little uncomfortable. But at the same time, this is a reality check because we need to get the methane not going into the atmosphere. We need it to stay in the pipes. And as part of the general decarbonization of planet Earth over time, hopefully less and less fossil fuels will be used and sold. But right at this moment, the main challenge is stop that methane coming out of the pipes. Please do it, right? So, okay, some action. We'll come back to this. I'm going to flip to Zerin. Can you hear us, Zerin? How's the magic of Zoom doing right now? It looks like it's frozen in a glass somewhere. You can hear us. Okay,
yes,
great.
I can.
That's fantastic. I'm now going to look at the camera properly rather than that screen because that's where you're seeing me addressing you. You're the director of the Indian program for the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. You're a lawyer by training, Zerin. You've had senior roles with the UN Environment and the International Solar Alliance. You've worked a lot with the government of India. Now you're doing a really interesting project. You're working in several states in India with a collective population, I was told, of maybe 800 million people to actually address the methane emissions in these states. Tell us how it's going. Is there action happening? Over to you.
Thank you for that, Nick, and thank you for having all of us here. Such a pleasure. I wish I was there in person. But that's right, Nick. Based on the estimates of population from 2011, we are working across roughly 10 states in India that represent about anywhere between 800 million to 1 billion people, depending on the census numbers you take. And India is a very important country in the larger climate puzzle, as you can imagine. India is the third largest emitter of methane. And if I take the other non-CO2 pollutants, super pollutants, gases and pollutants like black carbon, soot, India would rank amongst the top 3, broadly speaking. And if I were to give you a general picture of what this looks like, of all of India's GHG emissions and pollutants, non-carbon dioxide emissions and pollutants, so everything apart from carbon dioxide, is going to be roughly 19% of India's total emissions portfolio. So we're talking huge numbers, right? And when we look at what the work has been, what the reaction of the government has been, I'm very pleased to report that it's been a positive response. Across the last 10 states that we have worked with, we are now able to inventory non-CO2 hotspots, which allows us to present to the state government essentially the locations, geophysical locations of assets that need to be invested in, which then allow for 90% of reduction in any given state. So that's what we have been able to achieve. Simultaneously, there was an article in The Economist a couple of weeks ago that talks about how if India cools, it'll fry. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Oh, sorry, there's a lag. So I was saying there's an Economist article that talks about if India cleans up air, then we could potentially fry. Now, that's a really good case of, understanding the implications of non-CO2 for India. India has one of the most polluted cities in the world, and that is where the integration or the need for integration between air quality and climate policies come to fore. So we have something called as the National Clean Air Program, which aims to reduce air pollution, which is aerosol pollution, broadly speaking, by about 40%. And what we need to do is to also start thinking about what happens when you clean up India's air pollution, because the minute you clean up India's air, we are also at the risk of rising temperatures from unmasking, and the variability of that could be anywhere between 0.2 degrees centigrade to half a degree centigrade. And I'm already talking about 50 degrees plus in the national capital. So integration of air quality and climate is currently the strategy that IJSV has adopted for India. and is also, thankfully, aligned with what the government of India wants to do. As a result of which, we have now seen that the National Clean Air Program, for instance, talks about the integration of non-CO2 greenhouse gases. Along with that, we've been successful in facilitating the conversion of 200,000 hectares of land from the more traditional way of growing paddy to something called as direct seeded rice and alternate wetting and drying. And the impact of this is multifold on multiple aspects. And along with this, we're also in the process of working with the national government of India to question and challenge the ways that we account for carbon dioxide and all other gases, benchmarking it to CO2, for instance, which is the concept of GWP 100, which is global warming potential over 100 years. When you have a gas which is shorter lived, like methane, on a 20-year scale, it is about 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. So when you talk about carbon budgeting, you talk about putting a price on carbon, you talk about we don't have time. All of those scientific calculations need to be rethought, keeping in mind the different timelines of life lengths of different gases. And that is what the government of India is wanting to champion. So I'm going to stop there and come back for other questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you much indeed. That's very, very helpful. So it does appear there's action in India. India, there's certainly inventorying of the emissions now, which is absolutely the first step towards really getting it out of the system. Yeah. So let's come to Nusa. How do I pronounce your last name?
Nusa Urbancic.
Urbancic.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a ch at the end. Okay, super. And where are you from originally?
Slovenia.
Slovenia. Okay, nice country. So Nusa, you're the CEO of Changing Markets Foundation in London, and before joining Changing Markets, you worked for over 6 years at the Brussels-based NGO Transport and Environment. Are you also with Greenpeace before that, and you worked on renewable energy campaigning? So you've been around. Fantastic. Nusa, briefly, what is the goal of Changing Markets?
So Changing Markets is mostly a campaigning organization, but we do quite a lot of research and analysis, shining a light on corporate irresponsibility, so the lack of action of big companies when it comes to climate or pollution. So in the case of methane, ever since the global methane pledge was announced, we have been showing that quite a lot of methane emissions is not down to farmers, but to big meat and dairy companies. For example, I don't know if you heard about JBS. It's the biggest meat company in the world from Brazil with headquarters there. And their total emissions are as high as annual emissions of Spain. And we estimated that around 40% of that could be methane. But we just don't know because companies are actually not reporting. They show a complete lack of action when it comes to this potent gas.
Good point on that, because actually there's also quite a lot of governments that haven't been reporting as well properly. I mean, even nice countries like Germany, nice because Martina's from Germany and I live in Berlin, but even nice countries like Germany, their landfill emissions were all based on what the companies who were installing the methane capture said they could probably collect. But in fact, they actually collect sort of 30% less than what they actually estimated they would be collect. So the official German numbers going into the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change are actually much more ambitious than the reality. And I think that's a very good point you make. You have been looking at dairy, right? And I thought that was very interesting because at COP28 in Dubai 2 years ago, I didn't even know this, right? Because I must have missed that one. But there's always tons of announcements at COPs, aren't there? The companies launched the Dairy Methane Action Alliance. Anybody heard that one before?
Yeah.
Martina's nodding, so she gets a gold star. You have been assessing how this is going. And can you give some headline findings from your report?
Yeah, sure. So we have this report called Running Latte or Running Late.
Running later. Is it latte?
Yeah, because it's actually looking at dairy companies, but also big coffee chains like Starbucks and Tim Hortons. They're actually huge users of dairy, of milk. And Starbucks also signed up to Dairy Methane Action Alliance, which when this was launched, we said this is a good first step. It followed Danone, one of the big dairy companies, earlier announcement, they are still the only company with a methane reduction target. So they're going for 30% by 2030, focused on fresh milk only, so not dairy ingredients, which is what you get into baby formulas, etc. But yeah, the action is still there. Danone is the only company with the target. And DEMA companies have to report their emissions and also have some kind of action plan. Those action plans were due by the end of 2024. Now we're in 2025, and you know, it's kind of half, we're not there yet. We kind of like to call it a snail's race. We need urgency, but companies are moving slowly. They're putting some commitments out there. But yeah, the real investments are not yet happening. On the positive end, we had Danone and Nestle report Danone 25% reductions and Nestle 20% reductions. So that shows if you really put your mind to it, you could do it, right?
Right.
But what we really need is government regulation. So we need, in Europe, we have this interesting air quality directive, which is up for review. It's called National Emission Ceilings Directive. When we looked at how the industry, big meat and dairy industry is lobbying, we saw that they're actually lobbying against methane being included. We found an internal document from European Dairy Association saying, while ammonia emissions are there, methane was thankfully ejected from the deal. We should make sure that it stays like that. Actually, NEC directive is up for review, and we really want to see methane in there because this is not just about climate, it's also about air quality. Methane is a precursor of ozone, and farming is actually, especially in Europe, it's responsible for 55% of methane emissions, and it's also becoming an increasing source of bad air.
Yeah. Good, so we'll leave it there. So, but there are a few, there's literally just like, you can almost count them on one hand, maybe less than one hand, of the dairy industry and coffee companies that are actually, you know, kind of at least starting to do something respectable with this agenda, but many lobbying against action in the European Union to include it. So what we need to say is that the governments in the European Union need to be waking up to the fact that probably the trade organizations in general are doing this kind of behind the scenes operation. We're in the beautiful United Kingdom with some of the best internet and mobile phone connectivity in the world. Bye, Martina. Thanks for being with us. It's a shame you have to go.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Just say sorry.
Exactly. Just to say sorry. No, I would have loved staying on, but there's another panel coming up, and I have to cross London a little bit. But maybe, if I may, one comment on the dairy farming, where we are now, and in the oil and gas sector. During the Paris COP, we actually started the oil and gas methane partnership with the oil and gas companies, and it was all about reporting. And it started with like 6 or 7 companies, not more than that. And it was really hard for them. They didn't want to commit immediately because they said, well, once it's out there, then we have to do something. And that was the whole purpose, obviously, of having this methodology put together. But it has grown. There are now 140 companies. And that's not yet where we need to be, but it's a really good step to see where it can go. And now we talk about using a functional regulatory program to make sure that wherever we advise and support countries on their regulation, that it becomes something that they ask for. And maybe that's a parallel that we can draw. And I'll leave you with that. But thank you.
Maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Martina, for being here. So So, Liam, let's get to the UK right now, because we're here in the UK. You're Liam Hardy. You're leading the policy work on methane at the UK-based Green Alliance. And Liam, the UK has a big leadership role to play in reducing emissions at home and abroad. It's the new co-chair, along with Brazil, of the UN body that, well, in a sense, Martina supervises. And we know that Ed Miliband in the last UN climate conference, Ed Miliband, being the UK Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, said the UK's ambitious target, NDC, its new one, can't be met if there's not aggressive action on methane. And I've seen from loads of reports that the UK government talks a very good talk about what the last 20 years in terms of methane. So I suppose the question is, Liam, are they right? Are they actually doing stuff in the UK, or are they talking a good talk and there's quite a lot of skeletons in the methane cupboard? I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the question that we're working on, Nick. And yeah, absolutely critical that the UK shows leadership on this, both internationally and of course at home as well. But it's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment. So quite right, and the government will very clearly tell you that the UK did reasonably well over the last 30 years on methane reduction. So from the 1990s onwards, we had some of the fastest declines in methane emissions in the world. You know, we phased out coal power, we closed down our coal mines. We've got, at least on paper, some of the most relatively low emission intensity oil and gas operations. Similarly for agriculture, we've been phasing out biodegradable waste going into landfills, and we've been actually pretty good at capturing that landfill gas that comes off, the methane that comes off landfills. But since about the 2010s, things have really plateaued in the UK, and there are, across all the different sectors, a few different skeletons in the closet. So just a couple of examples. In energy and oil and gas, just study after study is showing that the official statistics that are reported by North Sea oil and gas companies are underestimating the methane emissions, sometimes vastly underestimating those emissions. In waste, you know, I said we've done pretty well at capturing methane from landfills over the last 2 decades, but the subsidy that drives that and that encourages companies to capture the gas and generate electricity from it is coming to an end from 2027, and there's no policy follow-up on that. So there's a real risk that our landfill methane emissions will go up in the next couple of years. And then on agriculture, to be honest, there's not really a plan for agriculture in the UK, agricultural emissions. The only major policy offer from government on this has been around methane suppressing feed additives that we can give to cows, which, you know, is one tool in the toolbox and a good thing, but it's got relatively limited impact and it's been very slow to be rolled out. So overall, we're really missing an action plan on methane in the UK and sort of dedicated targets. Our analysis at Green Alliance, we reckon that if in the UK, the government does everything that it said it would do already on methane, so the current actions and the promised actions, we could see a 19% reduction in methane emissions from 2020 to 2030, which is a start, but it's nowhere near what we need to see under the Global Methane Pledge. Our report, which folks can find on our website, recently we looked at all the other options that we could be doing in the UK, all the interventions across the sectors. And if you add all of those up, we think we could get to 37% reduction by 2030, which is obviously would be a kind of world-leading target. Sadly, the government keeps saying, no, we're not going to produce a methane action plan. We're not going to set ourselves specific methane reduction targets, which is a real problem. They have, though, said that when they publish their next revision of their net zero strategy, which is coming in October, they will pull out a section on methane and list what they're up to there. So we'll be looking out for more ambition in that plan, so more of those additional interventions. And then I really hope that they'll take that section and wave it around at COP30 in Brazil and say, look, this is our plan. How can we support other countries to do more as well?
Because it doesn't matter where you look, does it? I mean, there are solutions to all these problems. I mean, animal feed additives is one. And I know there's been lots of people saying, oh, it's all going to poison us, which of course is rubbish. But I mean, there are other options. I remember when I was in Brazil, I think at the last UNEP Climate and Clean Air and Coalition meeting, one person told me, actually, you can go to a farm and the same species of cow, you can have 2 cows, exactly the same, it appears, genetics, but one is a big burper and one's not a big burper. And you could actually, as a farmer, just select the one that is not the big burper, and that would be your next, you know, future livestock, as it were. You don't even have to do any genetic modification like they've done in Scotland with cattle, right? You can just select a better burping, a not so burping cow. It sounds really complicated, doesn't it? But anyway, even to say it sounds hard. So, I mean, Derwood, you've been working on this for a long time. I mean, Debbie's made her points. We heard Martina, we heard Noosa, we heard Liam. Do you despair when you hear all this? Do you think, actually, no, there actually is positive, and Zerin, of course, in India, there is positive stuff going on. Where are we going to go from here?
Well, it's fantastic to hear all the positive stuff. I mean, it's reassuring, it's motivating, and it shows how close we are to being able to knit the pieces together in an international agreement that locks in the progress and accelerates it with binding mandatory measures. Wonderful to have oil and gas companies pledging, 56 of them did at COP28, to stop flaring, chain flaring by 2030 and to reduce their methane emissions to near zero, defined as the 0.2% Debbie mentioned as well. That's a great pledge. It now needs to be locked in because people sometimes don't keep their promises. And we are
really
too close. I don't know about you, Nick, but I mean, we're too close to the edge of these tipping points to rely on promises. We must lock this in right now. And you've got the EU methane regulation, the most important one in the world right now. The discipline is the biggest buyer of natural gas, the European Union. And they're saying our regulation is going to require sellers to meet these same standards. So you've got the sellers over here promising, you've got the biggest buyer saying, we're going to make you do it. And now you could put these together into the international agreement, lock it in, as we did with the Montreal Protocol. You know, Montreal Protocol started with citizen boycotts, then some national measures. And finally, the world panicked when we had evidence of the Antarctic ozone hole.
The thinning of the ozone hole, yeah.
And that was 40 years ago that Joseph Farmer mentioned this, Farman. And they said, we're going to negotiate the Montreal Protocol, which they did in 18 months.
Right.
So it can be done.
So are you saying, Derwood, that you think, I know a colleague of mine, we don't have time, Ingvar Renshaug, also thinks that there may be a strong argument for would it be a standalone treaty to address methane?
Yeah.
And the other super pollutants?
Yes, it would be an agreement inspired by the Montreal Protocol.
Right.
That starts with the oil and gas sector, because that's ripe today. Debbie says it could be the treaty to stop the waste of natural gas.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a great beginning. Waste would be next, the waste sector. Agricultural sector, politically very sensitive. Farmers have a tough time feeding the world in a warming climate. We need to be very careful how we approach helping them reduce their methane emissions. But yes, it would be standalone. It would be a sister agreement like the Montreal Protocol is. Then you'd plug it into the Paris Agreement and say, you guys are the scorecard. You're the ones who are going to do the accounting and tell us how we're doing in our contribution to the total mitigation that we need for the world. But yes, outside, so that it can go fast.
Okay. So finance is obviously a big story here, right? And if we start talking about, I mean, we can talk about rich countries and we talk about developing countries, but particularly in the less rich parts of the world, finance is very important for some of these things. A lot of oil and gas is being leaked out in Africa, for example, the Middle East, which isn't so short on money in most places, but there are huge opportunities as well in Asia, I see. North America stands very big on the, I don't think they need any money. They can either do it or not do it. But it's not the money that's holding them back, right? But there are some places in the world where they need that finance. Now, some kind of an agreement that had a multilateral fund like the Ozone Treaty, the Montreal Protocol would help in that sense. Or are there other mechanisms too? Because, there is low-hanging fruit. I mean, it's good that the UK is acting, but the UK on its own is not a massive emitter of methane. It's important that they do it, right? I'm not saying that, but there's some huge blocks out there in like Africa, Asia that needs support.
So I don't know exactly how much money the oil and gas industry needs, especially national oil companies. I mean, these are financial instruments for state-owned enterprises around the world. But I think what you said before really resonated with me about the cows and the burps. It's the same with oil. There's no standard oil. So it's a matter of figuring out which are the most intensive barrels and then driving down that intensity to be much less intensive. So you have countries like Russia that, on the oil and gas side, leak so much methane, but they have barrels that are pretty low intensity. And then they have some assets. There's one just east of Ukraine where obviously the pipeline is not running right now. And so all they're doing is venting all of their gas. So it's a matter of really better operational first, build better at the start. So Africa is an opportunity. If they get into this oil and gas space, they better do it 21st century, like a whole different way. Will they need some money to do that? Probably. But the reality is it pays back to them because it's a commodity. So I think that the oil and gas industry, and what Durwood said, is a little bit self-reinforcing on this. And they're the quickest to like flywheel because they sell the product that they would have otherwise leaked.
And when you're looking at the other things like landfill gas and things like that, where you've got a lot of poor people in a lot of developing countries, waste pickers, right, trying to separate the organic from the non-organic. In fact, they don't really separate the organic very often because there's no incentive for them to do it, the waste pickers. I met some in Brasilia, actually, when I was there a few weeks ago. And they're keen to be part of the solution because, I mean, waste tips are like maybe 20% of Latin America's methane emissions. I don't know, maybe I'm just guessing. But I hate to bring this up because some people go, whoa, and other people go, wow. What about a carbon market with methane credits and things like that? Could that be something that could work for some of the developing countries? Anna Toni, the CEO of COP30 in Brazil, I talked to her last week, and she was talking a lot about carbon markets in Brazil. I'll come in a second. Yeah, that one. No, Joe, fire away on that, and then we'll go to Liam.
Google, for example, just announced $100 million that they're going to invest in methane and other super pollutant credits. So that is moving forward. There are other groups like Patch doing this. And, credits are useful way to draw in finance in the beginning to get to scale. But then at some point, you have to switch to regulatory measures because the credits are offsets. Okay, so you're not getting a net reduction. And so we have to be careful. It's great to start, but then you need to switch to mandatory measures.
Okay, Liam?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo the point about caution on credits and the risks that come with that, I think that'll be a good conversation to have separately. But just on the note on kind of best practice in waste management, I think that's one of the things, yes, the UK and some of the other developed nations maybe have less methane emissions than other countries, although we're about 1% of the world's methane emissions and 1% of the world's population. Right, so we're kind of fair in that sense. But what we could do and what we should be doing, and I think it's incumbent on those nations, particularly around the EU and the UK, is to really support those other countries around the world with best practice, both that technological expertise, but the policy expertise as well. How are we driving down methane emissions in landfill and waste management through our policies and through our technologies? That's a great kind of climate policy export opportunity for the UK.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is absolutely incumbent upon the richer countries, even if they have been cutting their aid budgets. Some countries cutting very big amounts off their aid budgets, but the UK has also reduced theirs to actually step up to the game, right? Yeah. Nusa.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say same for the European Union. Farming is over 54% of domestic emissions, and without any measures of farming, EU is on track for 23% reduction. So they're not aligned with the pledge. And we did some of our own calculations that actually showed there's a win-win there if we promote healthier diets and actually implement them, because most Europeans overconsume meat and dairy products, which is also a burden for health budgets. We could actually slash methane more than 30%. We could slash it what the science says is needed, like 45%. And that would also be a huge benefit for Europeans. And we actually have some hopes because the Danish presidency that is coming in July, they want to put on the agenda EU plant-based action plan, which is what they already have domestically. So promote more healthier, more plant-based diets. And reducing the number of animals and shifting people to healthier diets is actually a huge opportunity also to reduce methane.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot the Danes. They keep their nerve on these things, don't they? When all the world is crashing around anybody else that tries it, like the Dutch, the Danes keep their nerve. I better go to Zerin because it's so easy, Zerin, just to forget about you out there in the ether of Zoom. Are you picking up anything here? So what's the next step in India? You're basically finding out where the methane links are coming from, or assessments. The government's interested. There needs to now be a next step to actually dealing with that. Is it landfill waste that's the big one? I mean, what's the number one emitter in the Indian states?
It's the ag. It's the ag sector broadly.
Ag.
And yeah, and Nick, just quickly going back to the question you were asking about innovative finance and climate finance, India, generally broadly speaking, along with China, is one of the largest suppliers of credit in the market. And, as I said earlier, one of the things that we've been able to successfully do is to convert and help facilitate the conversion of 200 hectares of land, 200,000 hectares of land from traditional paddy, which is the largest source of methane in India, to now alternative methodologies like DSR and AWD. That change is not regulatory in nature yet, because we're still testing out the technologies. In fact, IGSD, we in-house working with the government are now testing bacteria like methanotrophs, and then doing permutation combinations of that with AWD and to understand what is the best permutation combination that provides the maximum output. This in India's case particularly is not regulatory in nature yet. So sort of building it up to become a regulatory process. In the meantime, which is currently, we need to depend a lot on carbon financing, especially through voluntary carbon markets, which is one of the largest sources of financing for Indian ag-based projects. And what we have realized is, if you change the way you account, which we call as the multi-basket approach, where you are looking at methane at a shorter timeline compared to a carbon dioxide, you are able to create a better accounting system, and you're able to put the right value to methane mitigation. You're able to mitigate methane at the correct dollar value. So one of the things that we're doing is to look at radiative forcing-based approaches of pricing methane and other short-lived climate pollution. And what we've realized in our calculations in-house for Indian carbon markets of credits that have already been traded in the voluntary carbon market have shown is that India produces high quality credits when you go to a multi-basket approach. What does that mean? It means that ordinarily what would be sold at say $4 or $5 a ton of CO2 equivalents done on GWP 100 would suddenly be sold at $50 a ton of CO2 equivalent. So you are suddenly increasing the quality of the credit, and then that allows you to finance the interim before the regulatory part comes in. So between now and the facilitation and adoption of technology and practice, you in the Global South can actually rely on innovative financing through carbon offsets and carbon markets. And then I also have the other side of the coin, which is the state of Punjab. The state of Punjab is the agrarian backbone of India. We are considered, I'm actually from the state of Punjab, and the state is considered to be the food bowl of India. We not only help produce and feed food for India, but also supply food to the Middle East and Africa. So, suddenly telling the state of Punjab, stop growing rice doesn't work necessarily, because you can then suddenly start causing issues of, say, malnutrition and food security. So what did the government do? The government first inventorized all of its paddy emission with us. And then we were able to identify the hotspots. So the parts of the state that are naturally flooded are able to grow paddy without having to utilize too much water resource and deplete the ground level water table. And then simultaneously, Punjab has also done is it announced that in order for Punjabi farmers to move away from growing methane intensive rice, they need to They need to go into crop diversification and start growing other crops. And
I'll have to hurry you, Darren, a little bit. Just hurry you a little bit towards the end of this conclusion.
Yes. So what I was saying is the part that they did understand was the fact that you have to move away from methane. And right after the report was launched, the inventory report was launched, the government announced a multi-million-dollar subsidy package for the farmers in the state to move away from paddy. I'll stop with that.
Thank you. And when you say paddy, you mean rice production?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. We need to wrap up here because we're actually rocketing through the time. And but maybe just maybe one simple brief thing. What do you want to see from COP30, Debbie?
if we can really address methane and CO2, we will most likely be below 0.2. These two things, methane immediately, CO2 don't, you can walk and chew gum. We need to do both, but methane is essential. And I really hope Durwood is right and we can get a methane agreement out of COP30. That's my hope.
Yeah, I guess from the UK, I want to see UK leadership, and I want the call really to be more countries in the global methane pledge and more, more offers on the table. What are we going to do about it from everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to move from commitment to action. So a great opportunity are NDCs. What are countries going to be putting in their NDCs when it comes to methane and when it comes to better agricultural practices and healthier, more plant-based diets?
Yes, and a bit more pressure on the EU not to keep watering things down.
Yeah, exactly. Farm lobby is very strong in the EU, and they managed to exclude themselves from the Green Deal.
Let's remember that agriculture is probably the biggest lobby now, maybe even bigger than oil and gas. So we need to bear that one in mind. And David, what do you want to see? You want to see a treaty?
Well, I want to see a head of state group that comes together. We might call it the head of state methane emergency alliance that could be led by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, who's been a great advocate for a methane agreement. Could be President Lula, could be President Macron. And they could say, we are going to be the alliance that motivates the world to do a mandatory methane agreement, starting with oil and gas. We're going to pledge ourselves to do national mitigation 2026. And then in 2027, we're going to have a global methane agreement.
Good. Zeren, I'm going to leave it with you there because we need to wrap up. But thank you so much for coming in by the magic of Zoom. Well, this is such a good topic. This is not the end. This is not the only conversation we know. You've got an event later today as well. Best of luck with that. And we hope to bring you more on the super pollutants. We just need to keep repeating this story and with new elements to it as we go forward, because you cannot hear enough about what we need to do to get rid of methane. Okay, thanks a lot very much.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Right. So, Robert, it's lovely to see you again. Could you give me your full title and who you represent?
Hi, Nick. Hello, London. Hello, everyone watching. This is Robert Sabelström. I'm the founder of Climate Hero, an impact startup that is tackling climate change mainly from the consumption and behavioral perspective.
That's great. And so welcome to London Climate Action Week, and welcome to the live show of We Don't Have Time. Climate Hero started with a very clear vision to mobilize households in the fight against climate change. Can you walk through the journey since you launched back in 2018 and give us some idea of the impact that you've had?
Sure, thanks for asking. So we launched the first version of Climate Hero Carbon Calculator for households back in spring 2018. And looking back, I would say it was kind of an instant success. We got really good feedback from our users. They liked the tonality, the friendly English in eye tonality we used instead of alarmism. They really liked how quickly and simple it was to calculate and reflect on their carbon footprint. And they really liked how forward-looking we were, asking for feedback and giving, nudging them to do pledges on how you can reduce your carbon footprint. Back then, 2018, it was just launched in my home market here in Sweden, calling in from Stockholm right now. And it took around a year to see if this could be something bigger than just, a side project to do an impact as a father. But thanks to all the great feedback we got from our users, we did more than 1,000 tweaks, changing it. And then eventually we started like a really exponential growth journey. So since 2018, we've been more or less doubling our user base every year. It took us 3 years to reach 100,000 households, another 3 years to pass 1 million, and of course expanding into different markets and languages. So as this is being broadcasted, we just passed 1.8 million households that have used Climate Hero.
Wow.
And we are available in English, Spanish, German, Italian, French, and Portuguese.
That's amazing, Robert. And it's so cool that you've got Portuguese because, of course, the next climate conference is taking place in Brazil. And yeah, maybe we can, Climate Hero is going to be something that's going to engage the public there increasingly as a legacy of that COP. So let's go to this issue of social tipping points, Robert. I mean, how can we mobilize a global population to drive change? Can you explain how this works?
Yeah. So, you need to consider how many people do we need to mobilize to actually move the needle. And I can say, yeah, I'm really proud that we have mobilized 1.8 million households. But of course, that's a very small share of the global population still. But if you dwell down on the data, you can also look at where does the emissions come from. And there are different perspectives of this, of course. What you discussed at the COP, you will look at the territorial emissions that different countries, so to say, are accountable for. But you can also consider emissions from a consumption perspective, meaning if I buy something today, if I buy a hamburger or a new iPhone, even if I buy it in Sweden, the emission might have occurred in a different country. It's been imported. So if you look at emissions from that perspective, you can actually see that the emissions are extremely unevenly distributed. In fact, just 50% of all emissions originate from just 10% of the global population. And that's, of course, the richest, so to say, 10%. But don't think of millionaires and so. That's not only the case. In fact, everybody who lives in Europe, North America, what we like to call the global north, that has a job, a home, and can afford a vacation, actually belongs to this group of this 10%. And that's only like 800 million people. But you don't need to affect all these 800 million people to move the needle, because that is what the behavioral science shows around social tipping points. It's about norm shift. Mm-hmm. It's meaning that if you can affect around a quarter of a population, so around 25%, that becomes a new norm. And that's what you see happening, for instance, to vegetarian food, or that you can commute to work via bike or e-bike and so. It doesn't need to be everybody at your work that starts to become, full-fledged plant-based vegetarians. But instead, if enough people do it, it shifts the norm. So it becomes more like of course there's going to be vegetarian options on the menu. Of course you can have a company event with vegetarian as the first option, kind of. And if you look at those 25% out of 800 million, we're down to 200 million people. And then in this group, most people live in families. It's an average of 2.1 people per family. So then we're down to 100 million households. And that is can kind of be in reach. I mean, we've helped to mobilize 1.8 million, and we're not the only one. I mean, this is an ecosystem. This is something we can do together. And that gives me hope.
Yeah, good. So you've recently launched something called Educate for Impact as the next phase of your work. What is that, and how can companies play a role in this?
So far, the focus of companies have mainly been to consider their own emissions. There has been regulatory demands, for instance, to report on your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And there are lots of companies that take efforts beyond that and help with the climate transition. But one thing that is often forgotten is the HR perspective. Because, I mean, each company has lots of employees, and they are individuals that can be part of this movement as well. So the Educate for Impact initiative is that we are trying to cooperate more with the large organizations to look at their communities where they have an effect. So number one community can be their employees. Number two community can be around if you're a B2C company, for instance, that you have customers or other stakeholders which you can engage. So this is really a call to action. Don't forget that you have this influence if you are a large company or organization.
Got you. So let's just have a few little more points on this. Are there certain companies that you want to be in the Educate for Impact, or is it open to all, or are there certain key areas that you're looking at?
Everybody is welcome, because I mean, we all need to chip in. So this initiative is really how can you educate your employees or your customers to take these climate steps. Then, of course, if you look at what can make most impact, if you are a company which have large communities, either a lot of employees or a lot of households as your customers, then yes, with a little nudge and inspiration to make them to also calculate and reflect on their carbon footprint and get these friendly nudges as we as Climate Hero can provide, that can make a huge impact. And that will make us come closer to this social tipping point of 100 million. And on top of that, it will synergize. Because if you get your workforce, for instance, you can have a local social tipping point at your workforce. It will be much easier to get the buy-in on the carbon reduction journey of the company if you have similar reduction targets, if your whole workforce is mobilized and have reflected not only on their commuting to work, but also on their lifestyle emissions.
Yeah, good. So if people want to know about Educate for Impact, they can go to your website, Robert.
Yes, please reach out. climatehero.org is our website. And if you want to test the concept, you can do that. If you're watching this via the We Don't Have Time app, you can go to your profile picture in the We Don't Have Time, and below you will either see a little link saying calculate your carbon footprint. Once it's done, the result gets reconnected to your profile page. If you already done the calculation, you can see it there. So that's a way. This is the We Don't Have Time example, but it could be any company doing a similar way. And on top of that, it's not only the reflection on what you as an individual contributed. We can look at what the total community following that link has been doing.
Okay, good. And I've got here in my outro, I've got this phrase, power up to empower your community and beyond, catalyze sustainable habits, shape the norm. Is that a kind of message that you would like to share too?
Yes, I mean, we can measure direct impact, saying we have helped 1.8 million households to calculate their carbon footprint. And the collective pledge of those 1.8 million households is to reduce carbon emissions with 3.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents per year. That's the same as if we would instantly remove over 2 million diesel cars from our roads. But of course, that is just the direct impact. The real thing is to drive this shift of consumption, the norm shift. And if we together in an ecosystem can influence 100 million households, this can be the tipping point that actually helps us do this first halving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Well, great work, Robert. You're doing great work at Climate Hero, and best of luck with this new initiative. And let's hit that 100 million very soon.
Thank you.
Bye. So at the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan last year, We Don't Have Time launched the Buy More Time initiative. And I'm with Ingmar Rentzhog here, who's the CEO of We Don't Have Time. And we've just had a show about super pollutants, so this is very appropriate. Why is Buy More Time initiative so important, Ingmar?
It's so important because we don't have time. We really need, I mean, the green transition are happening. We are moving forward, but not fast enough. And the current geopolitics are also sometimes in some areas we're starting to move in the wrong direction. So it's not just about that it's going too slow, it's also going in the wrong direction. And the thing that most people are still denying, not many people are denying the climate crisis anymore, but many people, even in sustainability people, are actually denying the fact that if we transition too slow, we will, with very high confidence, hit tipping points. And if we hit the tipping points, we can't do so much about fixing the problem anymore. And this is not just some scenario playing out thousands of years. It can actually play out in our own lifetime. In fact, it's the most, what the science says is going to happen in our own lifetime, not in our children's lifetime, in old people like you and me lifetime, that can start playing out. I mean, here now we're in UK, I live in Stockholm. It's a big chance that the amok, the current in the sea are going to be disrupted.
The one that keeps us warm.
And if that happens, we will be very hard. Will it even be possible to live here? Or are you and me becoming a climate refugee? I mean, that can happen in our lifetime. So Buy More Time is very important because that's a way forward that will give us more time and that can help us avoid the tipping points.
And this comes, of course, the buying more time comes from the fact that science has demonstrated that these group of pollutants, but let's just talk about methane because there's many of them, are half of climate change, and yet they're very short-lived, right?
Yes. So because they are short-lived, global policy haven't focused so much about them. So everything, I think, with the carbon credits and everything, it was started in the 90s, the Kyoto Protocol, etc. And policymakers, they love to make things simple. So what they have done is that they have recalculated all greenhouse gas emissions into carbon dioxide equivalent. So you have one gas, And what you have done is that how strong is that gas? You have multiplied it and you have translated that to carbon dioxide. So the only currency we need to use is carbon dioxide. That will be a great model if it wouldn't been a very big problem with it. And that is the difference between different climate gases, greenhouse gases, is that it's not only some are strong, some are weak. I mean, carbon, for example, are 80 times stronger, but the difference is the time frame. So carbon dioxide will be up in the air for more than 1,000 years. Methane, on the other hand, will be only there for 7 to 12 years. And here, the math has been totally wrong because for some reason, it's been simplified in the kind of UN carbon credit system. So when you do the translation, the kind of exchange between the currencies, between the gases, you calculate with 100 years on average. That's just, I mean, absurd, because carbon dioxide stay up in the atmosphere for more than 1,000 years. So why 100 years? It's just a number. And methane, that is the second largest contributor to global warming, is only 7 to 12 years. That means that if you calculate it 100 years, you don't get 80 times more as powerful if you convert methane to carbon dioxide. You get only about 20 years, 20 times stronger. So that means that we have been saying that all the other climate gases with shorter life length is not worth as much as they are. And in the 90s, I can understand this because the climate crisis were not an acute problem. But now we are in a severe acute climate crisis. So the time is everything. And to just ignore the time scale of different climate gases is basically the most thing you can do wrong, and that will take us that will not take us forward.
So it was quite interesting with the previous show we had on super pollutants. There was a lady from India, and if I get it right from what she was saying, the kind of sort of methane sort of credits were valued at, say, $4 or $5 maybe dollars a ton. But now the Indian government has actually worked out, because of this, you know, short-lived in the atmosphere thing and not 100 years, that now they're 50 or plus a ton. So some governments are starting to maybe think about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and that's why it's so important with platforms as ours to advocate that. So that's part of the Buy More Time campaign. We are educating policymakers, leaders, that methane is a quick fix to not only dampen the global warming, but we can actually cool the planet. If we remove all the short-lived climate gases, we can actually lower the temperature on Earth with about 0.5 degrees. Now, if we're hitting dangerous tipping points at 1.5, it's a really good idea if we can get it down to 1 degree, right? So we can be on safe levels. So that's why this is so important. And I absolutely agree with the panelists we had here before, that the only way to do this is by legislation. We can't do this voluntarily. We need to have a rule-based system, exactly like we did with the Montreal Protocol. And at COP29, we were there advocating for this campaign, where we have a page on We Know Time where people can sign. So we send that to the UN ambassadors to get it on the agenda of the UN system. I still believe that is possible, but right now it doesn't seem possible in near time because we have the geopolitics. And what has happened since Baku, where we had this positive news that US, China were starting to focus on methane, and European Union were in the game, etc. It's actually that US and the anti-science movement coming out from US, they're not only targeting carbon dioxide legislation, they're also saying that methane is not important anymore. So they are decreasing, they are delaying penalties to fossil fuel subsidies, they're weakening the rules when we need them more. So US are actually giving the fossil fuel industry a free card for methane. And the worst part, they are trying to force European Union to do the same, because otherwise they will increase the tariffs and they will not trade with Europe. So now we don't know where this goes, but it can be that European Union needs to abandon our methane emission
regulation for the fossil fuel industry.
It's a border regulation, isn't it? So if we get American gas coming into Europe, we have to know it's actually the companies are reducing their methane emissions, or we won't let it in. But they want to get that destroyed after the American.
So that's it's not good at all. So what to do about this? I think we can't just complain around stupid leaders. Well, I mean, we will replace them sooner or later. They will soon be old enough to not be on this planet anyway. But we need to start action, and therefore, we at We Don't Have Time, we are starting. We're going to launch Buy More Time methane credits, so that anyone believes in this, that this is a great solution to buy more time, so we have more time to do the transition. So instead of offsetting and do it only carbon dioxide, we don't focus on the carbon dioxide, we focus on the methane. But of course, we can recalculate it to carbon dioxide to see what it is, and we do it with multiplied 80 because that's the time frame that it counts. And the thing we are doing with the methanes, it's actually very interesting because we are now talking with suppliers, and the price for it is many times actually comparable or lower to carbon credits. But the effect of it, I will say, is something similar to carbon removal. And carbon removal is about 10 to 100 times more expensive than carbon credits. And here you have methane credits that are more efficient than carbon credits to the same price as carbon credits. And what we are doing is that if you are buying methane credits, Buy More Time methane credits from We Don't Have Time that we're soon going to launch, we are going to use that money to source so that we reduce methane, but half of the money we're going to use in communication to keep pushing for a legislation. So half is doing the action on the ground, reducing methane. The other half is doing the policy influence so that we get rid of this gas exactly like a Montreal protocol.
And when are we launching this new initiative?
It will be, we have actually soft launched this. So we have already clients that have bought this, and we're going to, it's a little bit, we need to secure the supply. So I will say directly after the summer, we have this product. And if you're watching this or interested in how your company, organization, or even if you're an individual, if you want to contribute to cooling the planet, by reducing methane and influence the global regulation system, contact us and let's create change together, because this is the insurance we have. We don't have anything else. I mean, some people are talking about that we should install mirrors in space, or that we should release some geoengineering, very dangerous, that is very, very expensive, and we don't even have the technology for it on scale, that can damage everything. Yeah, maybe we can do that. I don't really believe that is the way forward right now, but this is.
And if anybody's looking for a decent Christmas present at the end of this year, I think methane credits have to be it, right?
Not only methane credits, Buy More Time methane
Buy
credits.
More Time methane credits. Okay, let's get the branding exactly right. Okay, thanks, Me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ingmar. Bye. So that's the end of the show so far. We'll be coming back later with something that's called Making Science Great Again. Just I hope you tune in for that and any of our other exciting programs that are coming up, of course, tomorrow and the day afterwards, and right into the future. So thanks for staying with us on London Climate Action Week here in the wonderful capital of the United Kingdom. Data. I don't have them with me. Okay. So I've got another wonderful guest here in Bonn at the United Nations UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Climate Change Treaty meeting, known as SBs, but we don't need to go into that. But it's Anna Tony. Could you give me your full title?
So I'm Anna Tony, the CEO of COP30.
I think everybody is really excited about COP30, and I think the eyes of the world are genuinely on Brazil this year in the 10th anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement. Are you confident that Belém this year can deliver a transformational outcome, one that really gets the world back on track with the Paris Agreement? I think for many people since Paris at COPs there have been baby steps and a lot of cheering at the end, but when people have come home and digested the outcome, they felt a bit, maybe we didn't get very far. So do you think this could be a big year?
No, first, I think if we look at the Paris Agreement, every year has been a big year, because when we started the Paris Agreement, we were aiming at, 4.5 degrees until the end of the century. Now we are around 2.7, 2.5 degrees. So I think we have gone a long way, and 10 years is not that long. And I think the world, every country has done a big part. The problem is we are far from our goals. Our goal is to get to 1.5. So it's obviously that we need to accelerate. And as we pointed, I think, yes, COP30 can be a COP that inaugurates a new decade of acceleration of implementation for two reasons. First, because we ended the rule book in COP29. So most of the negotiations obviously have now being done. And secondly, because I think the world is more prepared for the acceleration. I think in the first 10 years, many countries did their first NDCs. They didn't even know what that was. Private sector wasn't really involved. Subnational government, mayors was also learning about what their role was. I think now we have the bulk of people understanding that they can play a very positive role in terms of acceleration of the action. So what I think COP30 can do is create this global multidome to show that everybody will need to put their sleeves up and do the implementation of the global stocktake. And we are counting with that for COP30.
And yes, you're right. I mean, renewable energy is doubling every 2.5 years. It's gone on the S curve all the way up, and it seems to be happening with battery storage and other areas of the economy. Who would have thought that solar and wind could one day be cheaper than fossil fuels? This is remarkable.
Absolutely. Remarkable, very, very fast. And in other areas as well, the way we are starting valuing nature, and obviously now stopping deforestation. Who would we think 10 years ago that we would get an agreement on stopping deforestation, on starting strong reforestation at accelerated level? So yes, you can see how we have done as a half empty glass or a half full glass. I tend to look at as a half full glass, but we needed to do our homework now. We needed to focus on implementation. We need to understand from private sector, from subnational governments that are in the front line of implementation together with federal governments, what is stopping them to go at scale? What is stopping them to accelerate? Is things that we need to change in the regulation, is the type of finance and quantity of finance that we have, what's the role of each of the players, and without looking at the concrete challenges, we are not going to be able to accelerate. And I think at COP30 we have the chance to look at all the goals that we achieved, especially on the global stocktake, and look what can we do to implement each of them.
We do just have, though, 5 years to halve emissions by 2030. That's what the science indicates that we need to do. And some people, I know we talked about this earlier, and you said not too much on this question, but I need to raise it. Some people are finding a lot of hope in the science and in the action of cutting emissions of those pollutants that maybe have been a bit under the radar. So methane, oil and gas leaks, waste, landfill tips, agriculture, of course, as well, And there are some others like black carbon soot, gets in your lungs, not very nice.
Sure.
And there is some good science now indicating that if there was vigorous action on these pollutants, because they only live in the atmosphere for a very short time, that perhaps we could shave maybe a few tenths of a degree off the current warming.
Yeah.
And maybe have a chance of halving emissions. Now, I know that Brazil is now the co-chair of the UN initiative on this, along with the United Kingdom. And do you see that this could be a possible topic in Belém as bringing everything together, not just the carbon dioxide, but all these other gases that, cause harm?
No, absolutely, absolutely. There are some, as we call, the low-hanging fruits.
Yes.
And I think definitely methane and obviously the hot gases and pollutions are low-hanging fruits. Mm-hmm. They also help with health issues. Yes. So it's a huge co-benefits there. Mm-hmm. There are many new technologies in terms of methane. Mm-hmm. Also linking to waste management is really, really important. So I think that's one of the topics that I think we can give a big push in COP30. There are many players now involved. You have private sector from waste management, oil and gas, and as you said, agriculture, some more advanced than others. Cooling is another topic that we can definitely, UN together with us is going to be launching a big campaign also related to cooling, because unfortunately it's getting warmer and many people are using air conditioning, and so that we need to tackle that. Reforestation is also another low-hanging fruit that can save us time.
And is cooling as well.
And is cooling as well. So how we can make our cities greener so that we can diminish the need of cooling. There are so many now methodologies and innovations that cities are bringing. So I think methane, cooling, obviously the whole issue of reforestation and green cities, some of those are win-win. Some of those, they bring huge social core benefits as well. It's something that the cities are really concerned that we can bring them as a partner. So I think those will help us to accelerate implementation, and therefore in COP30, we hope they're going to be some of the STARS action agendas that we can bring in.
Finance is always a massive topic. I don't think I've ever been to a UN climate conference where there hasn't been a row over finance, and that's a very difficult topic. It seems a lot of the richer countries now feeling, rightly or wrongly, that they don't have much money, and so they're a bit reluctant to maybe step up. Obviously, there are other sources of finance, the private sector, the banks, lots of these areas. I wanted to just ask you briefly how you were thinking you might deal with the finance story, because it will be, again, a big topic. And a supplementary question was, I think it was 2-3 years ago that Brazil was floating the idea of new forms of raising finance, not just for climate, but for social causes. I think one was they called it a wealth tax. A lot of people called it a wealth tax on the very rich. And then there was this idea floating around, I think France was involved, in Kenya and others, Bahamas, on the idea of some kind of small charge on aviation flights. Are there any areas here that chime with what you're thinking in terms of finance?
So on the finance issue, as you said, every COP has a very strong debate about finance. This is good because finance is part of the implementation, is a key topic, obviously, when we're talking about implementation. And in terms of what COP30 can deliver, first, we have to deliver a report on the 1.3 trillion that was decided in COP29. How are we going to mobilize financing of that amount, 1.3 trillion, to developing countries? We know that this amount of money for climate is already there, but is concentrated in the US, Europe, and China. So how can now we make sure that this money can flow to developing countries? And there are many studies, and we start this debate in the G20 for Brazil. As you said, we brought some innovation there of first bringing finance ministers and climate ministers together, because this is not something that only climate ministers can decide. We need the finance ministers at the table, and some of the ideas that came there will then be hopefully also presented as the 1.3. For example, solidarity taxes, as you mentioned, not the wealth taxes, the aviation taxes. Now we have the taxes on ships that has just came around. The reform of the World Bank, the Bridgetown Initiative has been talking about that a lot. The whole topic of debt swap or debt swap for climate or for adaptation, country platforms. So there are so many ideas there, some reforms about rating mechanisms, guarantees, insurance, the Eco-Invest. So there are many instruments. So I think that's one deliverable for COP30 that we are looking for. The second one, when we talk about climate finance, we always think energy. It's a really, really important topic, and it's obviously we need to talk about how we're going to secure resources for the transition on energy. But we wanted to also put financial mechanisms for nature, because we know that if we're not able to preserve our forests, our oceans, we are not going to deal also with the climate change. So we are hoping to bring a lot of innovation on debating finance for nature. For example, Brazil has put forward the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which is a facility, so it's not aid, but it's a facility for us to reward people that are preserving forests. Obviously, we already have REDD+. We need to look at reforestation projects through carbon markets, perhaps. So we can bring a basket of economic instruments for both ocean and forest, and we are hoping that after COP30, we will talk about, when we talk about climate finance, we will think about both energy but also nature. And the final topic that I think we can bring to COP30 is the involvement of private sector also on the adaptation challenges. Private sector is a key player not only in the mitigation area but also on the adaptation, and they have not spent a lot of time thinking about possible consequences of climate change to the private sector and also opportunities for them, and we are hoping to stimulate that debate as well for COP30.
So I think you've hit on a very important point, which is the resilience point, because I think in the past the richer countries thought it was a problem for the developing countries, and they didn't really take it as seriously as they could have done. But now you're seeing in Europe, you're seeing in the UK, you're seeing in many places.
In Los Angeles, we just saw that.
I mean, I talked to a man that grows the most cabbages in Britain recently, and he said it used to be that maybe we had a bit of drought, but now we get drought and floods in the same growing season for the cabbages, and the amount of loss is now on staggering levels. And then it's very hot, and then the supermarkets don't want the cabbages, they want lettuces, and suddenly they lose their entire income. And this is happening in the richer countries too, so I think resilience is actually now in everybody's interest, and I think that could be a big game changer.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Climate change, as we always discuss, is not just an environmental issue. This is at the heart, is an economic issue. It's changing the economics, and will change not only on new economic instruments for resilience as well for mitigation, but also how we value nature. And I think that's really important with, for example, mangroves. That we just look at mangroves, they smell, they're not very beautiful, but they have, both for resilience as well as mitigation, an absolutely key role. So can we have bonds of mangroves? How can we do that? So I think now, as we discussed at the beginning, we are much more mature to debate some of those economic mechanisms. So I think the issue of finance will be key in COP30, but I hope is discussing climate finance in not just the numbers, the big numbers, but which type of instrument is good for what. Some economic instruments are good for example, for reforestations. Other economic instruments are very good for solar panels. They are not the same economic instruments, and we need to go to a bigger details now, in the smaller details, because this is how we're going to involve financial sector.
Yes. Let me ask you, I suppose, a tough question, because I think many of our viewers and readers asked us if we'd ask this question, which is that, I mean, Brazil is a renewable energy powerhouse. I think 90% of your electricity is from, you know, renewables, a lot of hydro, for example, but others, wind and solar and things. And then just recently, obviously, the president announced 172 sites, some near or in the Amazon water systems, to be auctioned off for oil and gas. And of course, at many COPs recently, a lot of countries have been calling for a phase out of fossil fuels or a phase down of fossil fuels. The International Energy Agency says to meet net zero, there should be no new oil and gas after 2021, so that's gone by. How do you communicate to the world what you are doing when you're hosting a climate COP? I'm sure I'm not the first person to ask this question, and I won't be the last, but how do you articulate this?
No, that's a very important question for us as well, because I think the topic of how we're going to transition in the world from COP28 in an oil country, the Emirates, obviously, they decided, we were all able to decide transitioning away from fossil fuel. And that was in the Emirates. That obviously is an oil country. So first, I don't think there is a relationship between if it's an oil country or not in terms of how the COP will be. But I think the question is really important, because when we decided to agree on transitioning away from fossil fuel, which is a global goal, we also said in an orderly, just and actable manner. And I think we really need to have that very important discussion. How are we going to do? At the moment, the demand for oil, unfortunately, is growing rather than going down. Obviously, countries producing oil have a lot of responsibility, but also all the consumer countries also have a lot of responsibilities because they're still demanding. So how can we have a debate and face the challenge that all of us have? Every country, if you're not a producer country, you are a consumer country. And most of the countries are that way. Look at Norway, producing country, they are also France, or Canada, the US. All the countries are producing oil or consuming oil. What we need is sit around the table and discuss how we're going to do that in an orderly way. Debating the transitioning way cannot be a taboo. It's a big responsibility for all the societies. And what I think we're doing in Brazil is facing that challenge. We have first, obviously, debating that nationally, as we did with Stop Deforestation. Brazil is not afraid of facing the challenges that we have. Our biggest emission is deforestation. We talked to private sector. President Lula has made the call, we will stop deforestation. Now we need to sit at the table, because we also cannot do a transition that will impact negatively, obviously, the most vulnerable. So it's a challenge for every country. It's a challenge for Brazil. It's a challenge, I'm sure, in the UK. I know the decisions that the UK have taken and how you're going around that. So that's what we need to do also collectively, and hopefully COP30 will be a place that we can sit with data in a mature way to see how we can do that in an orderly manner.
And do you think at some moment these oil and gas operations might get an environmental assessment?
Oh, we don't know. I mean, this is up to the non-technical people from IBAMA, our licensing agency. This is a very detailed technical work, and we're looking forward to see their reports, and I'm sure whatever their report will do, the Brazilian government will apply what has been suggested.
All right. Anything else you want to say?
No.
No? We've covered everything.
I know, mutirão.
Ah, yeah, mutirão. Tell us what mutirão is. Give us an An elevator pitch, as they say in the US, of what Mutirão is.
You almost got the word right.
Okay,
It's mutirão, but
mutirão.
Yes, I'm sure you have another no.
I can say obrigado, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Caipirinha gelada.
That's even better than mutirão. But mutirão is a very simple word of having a shared goal and a collective action. We have that collective action to do something that we all wanted and is good for all of us. And I think bringing that spirit of mutirão, what we really wanted to say is that we need everybody to help in the combating climate change. Not only government officials or delegates that are in meetings like these, but we need the private sector, we need the mayors, we need the teachers, the journalists, we need the voters, we need the consumers. Everybody can do their bit, they can contribute with their own capacity, and by asking a global mutirão on climate change, we are giving the chance for everybody to join in this fight for climate change, to accelerate the action. And I think it's a way to empower people rather than finger pointing to each other who could do more. Is let us do, each of us, the bit that we feel we can do, and by doing that, perhaps we will have a better chance to be under 1.5.
So, Anatoni, CEO of COP30 in Belém, Brazil, this year, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
So we're here in Bonn, in Germany, at the June meetings of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in a very important year. It's the 10th anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement, but also many people are looking forward to the next climate COP, as they're called, COP30, in Belém, in Brazil. And at this moment, many governments are starting to put down their new revised national climate plans, known as NDCs. And we're going to see how the private sector, in a sense, and these NDCs can align better to get a better result, higher impact in terms of climate change and all the other things associated with that topic. So I'd like to introduce our wonderful guests. Could you say who you are and where you're from?
I'm Alexander. I'm an independent advisor and supporting the Exponential Roadmap Initiative with this important project.
Right, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative being a very important partner for We Don't Have Time TV, and a long-standing partner, so that's great, thank you. Our next wonderful guest, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Ana Veloso, and I am from Inter-IKEA Group.
Hi, I'm Tessa Vincent, and I work for E3G, a policy think tank with the International Climate Councils Network.
So I'm going to ask Alexander first to actually set the scene for us. So over to you, Alexander.
Thank you so much. So you already brilliantly introduced the whole context here. So this year we see a real NDC moment. So countries have to resubmit. Hopefully all of them are going to do it in time. Well, not in time, but at least in time for COP30. Their new NDCs, their new ambitious, hopefully, targets. Now, the thing is, however, with just setting NDCs, same as with your own corporate targets, they're honestly meaningless if they're not followed through with an implementation plan, with action that stands behind it. So while we need ambitious NDCs, we also need something like following through on ambitious NDCs. And this is where this project here comes in, because the private sector plays a crucial role. Countries can only do so much to action or to take actually the NDCs to implementation, because they need the private sector to decarbonize, to scale up climate solutions at the same time. So we want to bring this focus on what can the private sector do to support, how can we create these win-win outcomes for the public and the private sector by scaling climate solutions, by making NDCs investable, and really leading from NDCs to a successful implementation. So we're building up these cases country by country and sector by sector with leading businesses and, of course, our ecosystem environment of partners who can help us to make a compelling case for countries to say, yes, here's an opportunity. We want to really build beyond this NDC moment.
Okay, very interesting indeed. IKEA has always been, I think, one of the companies that's in a sense somewhat of a poster child for action on sustainability generally and climate change in particular. You've got a new transition plan yourself as a company. How does this fit into this jigsaw puzzle?
So we look at our transition plans and we can identify each action that we need to reach 2030 and 2050. So the idea is that having this transition plan can help governments also looking at what are the key activities that companies are doing and needing, and maybe help strengthen and support them creating more ambitious NDCs.
Well, the International Climate Councils Network is a network of 25 expert bodies in different countries advising them on climate policy. So we've got members from Chile, from South Africa, New Zealand, where I'm from, the UK, and they've all been working really hard on providing expert advice to inform NDCs, national climate plans, to make sure that they're ambitious and that they're grounded in science. How does this interact with the private sector? Well, a number of our climate councils have actually been engaging the private sector in stakeholder engagement sessions, particularly in South Africa, so that these national climate plans aren't just empty documents. So while at Bonn, a lot of the focus is on let's get more countries to release NDCs by September, the UN Secretary General's office I met with today is really emphasizing September is the key moment. We also need to be thinking about how are they going to be implemented afterwards. And that's where the private sector, experts, civil society come in to actually implement these ambitious national plans.
I mean, we have some existing initiatives. We have things like science-based targets and there's B corporations. And I mean, there's a lot of initiatives out there. It's not like the world has been silent on that. So how would you say this might differ to what we've actually seen before, Alexander?
So the important piece here for us, for me, really is we need to create more synergies because, just as you said, it's a fragmented space out there of well-intentioned initiatives, of organizations, of projects that are loosely at best connected. So in our project, we are so lucky that we can work with people from E3G or the ICCN, with people from WBCSD. We just have been talking to World Economic Forum and other people. So really opening up this ecosystem and saying, this is a team sport. So we need to do this. We only can do this all together. So how can we pull different actors together and make a really compelling, comprehensive offer? So it is not just about, to your point, you talked about the NDCs just becoming an empty, document or kind of targets without implementation, as I said. And for us, it's also not about just writing a report and saying, oh, we need to have these policy things fixed, and then nothing happens. It's having this ecosystem pulled together to not just say, here's a lag because, IKEA can't move on their own in this certain sector. If the value chain is not enabled through solutions, through policies in that space, putting this together, but then also following through with, and here's how we can all together achieve this through SBTI and others who might already be halfway in this. And we're inviting everyone from the B Corps onwards to really help us and make it even more compelling by having a united business voice coming in. And really, it's not about teaching, educating them, the governments. It's about reaching a helping hand. And with a compelling offer.
It seems to me that in the past they always said, we need NDCs that are investable, that they are an investment plan as well, presumably talking about finance on one level, but also talking about the private sector too. And I wonder whether, that has been something of a gulf in some countries. I imagine within some countries, maybe some of the richer developed countries, some of the plans might have been more aligned, say, with what IKEA wanted, but maybe in some of the developing countries which you're also in, maybe they weren't. So just from your point of view, from IKEA, if a government has an ambitious target, it makes, your life easier to raise your ambition? Is that the crucial thing here?
Well, yes, in a certain sense. When we look at sectorial NDCs, and when we go even down into the country level, is how we enable our suppliers to be able to transition. So if we're looking at renewable energy, we need to ensure that, first of all, the market has enough renewable energy. We can't set targets for our suppliers without them being able to achieve them. So I think that is where the role of the government come into place. Like if we can demonstrate that we have aggregated demand in certain areas, that will for sure enable, our suppliers suppliers to be able to achieve the target more easily. And that happens in all markets. I mean, we know that we need to triple renewables. We know that we need to work on energy efficiency, but, you know, we need also the mechanisms to be able to do so.
Tessa, I wanted to ask you, I mean, so you've been working, or your organization has been working with others to assist certain countries with their NDCs, correct? And to set hopefully higher targets. Do you feel that the ones you've been working with understand this relationship with the private sector, that they have incorporated this kind of relationship into the ambition that they put down for the NDCs that you've either put down now or you're waiting for them to put them down?
It's a really good question, and I think it differs country by country. As I mentioned before, the South African Presidential Climate Commission has been deliberately engaging the private sector to ensure that their roadmap to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change is implemented by the private sector. Our group are experts, so sometimes there's a business expert on a council, for example, Nigel Topping in the UK Climate Change Committee. So the voice of business is sometimes incorporated, but at the same time, our council members are experts, and they're scientists, they're economists, so we need to make sure that there is enough rigor and that perhaps negative lobbying from certain trade associations doesn't dilute their evidence-based advice as well. So it's a difficult balance that they have, both engaging but also making sure that it's embedded in science and that NDCs are ambitious and scientific as well.
I suppose it's true to say that the Paris Agreement itself would not have happened if there hadn't been a lot of companies at the level of CEOs in many cases who came to Paris and gave the governments cover to make the decisions they needed to make to bring together a universal agreement of nations. And it does seem that sometimes in private sector, sometimes they're quite vocal and, you know, really stand up for what they believe in. And then when there's some ill winds blowing across continents, maybe from certain places, they tend to go into their burrows and hide a little bit and see what's going to happen next. But what you might be outlining here, if you can pull it off, is a way of actually embedding the private sector into the ambitions of nations in a way that means they can stand up and say, I'm sorry, but you're not doing what we wanted you to do. You need to raise your game. It might be a way of locking in the private sector, and I mean that in a positive way, to push governments harder in a more formal way. Is that possibly one outcome?
I feel like we're often in the climate space, we're trapped in this typical like prisoner's dilemma. Like we would all be better off if we could agree to collaborate more and to all put a step forward. So policymakers might be hesitant because they feel they might be lacking the backing from businesses to be more ambitious. But if they get now signals from big companies like IKEA, like Unilever, who are part of this project, who are saying, no, we're here to invest also. You know, we want to go there. You just have to give us the right enabling policy. With more ambitious policies then that are all backed in science or backed by science as well, would really, really get this flywheel into motion to create, as I said, like not only locking them in, that sounds a bit negative.
Yeah, I didn't mean it to be negative. Locking in, it's more English is locking in, I suppose.
No, but it is creating these like these yes, we want to do this, these like optimism of we can do this actually together, through the alignment, and we need to send the right signal in this project saying we are ready, like the private sector, civil society, we are here and we support you. We need to do this as a team sport, as we already said.
And I suppose from the point of view of a company like IKEA, which has ambitious targets and in this case a new transition plan, if countries don't actually recognize what you need to achieve that, there is a possibility you could go to another country not so far away from that country that have plans that support what you need. So actually the governments have an interest in listening to what you need as well, right? I think that might be an important point.
For sure, we will in the future look for the enabling conditions to be able to scale and continue to grow. So I think that there is an opportunity, a business opportunity also into, you know, like matching the NDCs with companies' transition plans.
No, just to echo Alex's point that I think when you have the business community alongside experts, alongside civil society groups, kind of knocking on government's door to say, yes, we're ready to implement ambitious NDCs. That those are the ingredients we need, and hopefully we'll get there out of Bonn, but let's see.
Good. Well, thank you everybody for being here. It was short, but it was sweet. And I think that illuminated a new initiative, in a sense, that's going on in the world. And we wish you all the best of luck on this work. Yeah. So we're here in Bonn, the former capital of West Germany, actually, all those years ago, where we have the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and they're holding their June meetings here. They're looking towards the next UN Climate Conference, which will take place in Belém in Brazil towards the end of the year. Two wonderful guests with us here today to talk about a very important topic, which is the nationally determined contributions, or what lay people call national climate action plans, and the role of the private sector in all this. Can I introduce the first guest, or could he introduce himself? Hello, who are you?
Thank you very much for having us today. So my name is Alex. I'm an independent advisor in this capacity today, supporting Exponential Roadmap Initiative with this wonderful NDC project, which I'm going to talk to a bit more in a second.
And our next guest, if you could introduce yourself, say who you are and where you're from.
My name is Alexis McGivern. I'm the head of stakeholder engagement at Oxford Net Zero, which is an interdisciplinary research initiative at the University of Oxford.
Alexandra, let me ask you to frame this session.
We're witnessing right now this real NDC moment leading up to COP. You just mentioned a big moment right now for the leading up to COP30 in Belém, where countries are expected to have resubmitted their revised and updated targets. Now, the problem, of course, is besides countries not having done it yet, many of them at least, what happens with NDCs? So first of all, how ambitious are NDCs? We see a lot about NDC reports around NDC gaps existing. So meaning where we actually need to get from a scientific point of view, we won't get there with the existing NDCs and also not with the projected NDCs. But even if we put that aside, what happens when we have ambitious NDCs, how we see through from NDCs, which are just targets, to real implementation. And that's where we want to open up the dialogue with the business community, because the private sector ultimately has to be the one who help implementing and realizing NDCs. We can't really reduce emissions without also scaling solutions, and businesses have pretty much to do both sides, reducing and scaling. So how can we signal to the public sector that the business community is ready here and is willing and honestly would benefit from more ambitious NDCs and transition plans? So a real win-win outcome for aligning national and corporate transition plans.
So, I mean, it's clear we've had NDCs just before Paris in 2015. I think we had another iteration of NDCs. We're on, I think, the third iteration of these, and it was always envisaged that they needed to ratchet up over time. But the role of the private sector, very, very important indeed. How do you perceive the private sector, in a sense, engaging in the NDCs? What's in it for them, but also what's in it for governments, and what's in it for our precious climate?
That's a great question. So Alex has just spoken to the country landscape with the NDCs, and we work a lot on the non-state landscape. So the sort of rules and voluntary guidance that guide corporate, but also other non-state actors like financial institutions or educational institutions like my own. And they play a really clear role in reinforcing each other's ambition. So if there's a very clear NDC, that is a very clear role for the private sector in making sure that there are clear sectoral pathways that they need to follow, that there's clear expectations on what a good net zero target looks like, then we see the corporate sector responding to that. And similarly, we understand from the private sector that they depend on peer-to-peer sharing of information and rules and regulation that might come from other jurisdictions. So we might see some other jurisdictions that are slightly more ambitious or coming from more ambitious NDC environments that then can encourage them, especially if they're a multinational corporation. So we specifically focus on the rules and best practices given through net zero standards. So these are the standards against which companies are assessed for their net zero transition plans. And this year in particular, it's interesting that the NDCs are being revised this year because 3 of the major standards for net zero are also being revised between this summer and next summer. So we've just had one with the Science Based Targets Initiative, which is the largest validator of corporate climate targets in the world. We have one upcoming in January of next year, so after the COP, the International Standards Organization's first net zero standard, and then next summer with the Greenhouse Gas Protocol on measuring and reporting emissions, which is next summer. So a moment to kind of look at the rules of the game on both sides, state and non-state actors.
I mean, it's a complex moment that we're living through, right? We've got, one of the big actors on climate change reigning back right now. But that's no reason why other jurisdictions around the world can't push forward even harder. Do you think there's still an appetite for these net zero type of commitments by the private sector? I mean, I was quite interested just the other week in Cambridge so another university in England, that it was 150 plus, I can't remember, CEOs who basically called on the EU to ensure that they hit a 90% emission reduction target in 2040. So there still seems to be a lot of appetite despite what's happening in the world right now.
Yeah, we run an initiative called the Net Zero Tracker where we track non-state commitments to net zero. And we, for example, look at the 2,000 largest publicly listed companies in the world. And what we see year on year is more companies committing to net zero. The question then is, what does it mean to contribute to global net zero? Because there can be quite different interpretations of what a high integrity commitment would look like. So while we're really enthused to see this massive trend growing of commitments, as Alex has said, it's really now the implementation phase where the rubber meets the road on how we deal with sort of the tricky bits of net zero, including whether and how to use offsets, how we should be preparing for carbon removals, how we should be measuring and reporting emissions that have somewhat fallen outside of the purview of normal standards. For example, law firms, consulting firms, ad agencies, the work that they're doing to enable fossil fuel extraction is not very well captured within the net zero standards landscape. So trying to close as many loopholes as we can. But we are, to answer your question, very much seeing the trend of net zero commitments growing.
I think there's some work by, is it Influence Map in London, where they've been looking at sometimes what companies commit to, but then what their CEOs go and say at conferences, which is sometimes a little bit different to what they seem to have down on paper. So, as you say, there are ways of looking at this at many, many different angles to see how maybe honest these commitments are by the private sector. What do you want to do with this initiative, Alexander? Where do you want to take it from here?
So, I mean, we've been talking right now a lot about the standards environment, target setting, and the importance of following through with targets. I think what I also see a lot in this space is, given the regulatory rollback right now, or like, I wouldn't say pushback from many sides, but we see a watering down of climate regulation. So, kind of like the sticks are getting a bit weaker or a bit smaller as to what companies have to do. So I think now it's really turning it from, this never has been the end in itself, like getting companies to just disclose or set ambitious targets. We have to really evoke this realization of this is in their own interest. If they still want to have a business, a valid, a thriving business, they have to make sure that supply chains are more resilient. So then, supply chain resiliency goes over the entire globe. Companies won't get resilient supply chains without the enabling policy environment in the given jurisdiction. So if my factories in Vietnam or in Bangladesh or in Mexico are under threat of climate-related physical risk, I have to do something about it, but I won't get if the kind of infrastructure policy-wise or like physical infrastructure in the country is not fit for purpose. So it's in all of our interests, society, economy, businesses, to really come together and say, this is not even about the climate, it's about us, it's about our future of society, of businesses, of economies. So realizing this makes suddenly setting ambitious targets, NDCs or corporate level, a no-brainer, and collaborating on seeing this through to completion very, very much straightforward in our own interest. So we want to really evoke this realization, and then working actually on the solutions, actually on scaling our climate solutions, reducing the emissions along the way, and getting this momentum really going.
Just out of curiosity, is there a place where business meets governments and has this kind of dialogue about high ambition targets, what we need as companies, and then the government saying, well, if we set these, are you really going to back us up? Or is there a place where they meet? Or is it dispersed across many places?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit more attention to the regional climate weeks and encouragement of those regional climate weeks, particularly as last year's COP and this year's COP are expected to be much smaller just in size. So I think there's sort of a encouragement of having those more regional discussions. So for example, we have London Climate Action Week coming up and New York Climate Week, which is still going ahead. And so I think they're trying to do it more on a smaller level. I guess the other wing where business and government really come together is on public procurement. Public procurement making up to 15% of spending for a government, and it's a really important tool that governments can flex to say, if you want us to spend money on your services, you need to have a certain level of climate commitment, and it's a really good way for governments to basically flex their spending power in order to align companies to targets as well. So we're seeing sort of in the bilateral spaces of procurement negotiations some places like that as well.
And final question to either of you. Is this initiative or this direction, I don't know quite how to frame it, campaign, you could even call, I mean, is it going to have some expression in Belém? Are you all hoping that business, or you can catalyze business sitting down with governments much more to say, well, we've seen your NDCs right now, we think that's quite good, but you can maybe do a little bit better, or, because an NDC is not carved in stone, is it? You can change it anytime you want, although there are certain moments when people feel they have to be done. But yeah, what's the future?
Yeah, so hard to answer the question, what's the future? That's a big one. But I think especially for this project, the context we talk about from Exponential Roadmap, our key stakeholders with IKEA, with Unilever, with our partner framework network of Oxford and others, we really want to see, yes, dialogues with government, so between government, business sector, civil society, academia, but it needs to move, of course, beyond these dialogues, right? It needs to move to a call to action like, yes, we want to do this. We will do this beyond COP30. Not just about this one press moment on stage at COP30, which we want to have, don't get me wrong. We want to have that moment on stage in dialogue, but then also the buy-in and the willingness to collaborate beyond it, to really say, okay, how in this country, in this sector, can we now create or reap those synergies that we outline? Here's a gap maybe that we can address. Here's economic opportunity. Here's business opportunity. Win-win-win on all sides. Let's come together and see this throughout 2026 and beyond.
I'll answer this as I always do, which is talking about standards, which is that the International Standards Organization, their standard on net zero, presents a really interesting opportunity to have that discussion at the government level, because the way that ISO works is that it is there are national standards bodies in almost every country in the world that are basically going to be agreeing to this text, saying this is what we want companies to do when it comes to getting to net zero. So it's a really interesting interplay between those two pieces, and that will be launched around COP this year. So I think this will provide a real galvanizing moment to discuss what is good net zero for corporates and how does that integrate with the NDC commitments that have been made. So.
Well, thank you both very much indeed. That was very interesting. And best of luck over the next few months, right up to Belém. And we hope to be able to talk to you about this again and see how it's going. Okay, thank you. So we have two wonderful guests here with us at the International Energy Agency conference here in Brussels, where leaders and experts and ministers are all talking about energy efficiency and how we can actually improve performance there to actually meet climate targets, affordability of energy, and other crucial issues. My two wonderful guests are from SKF, a very interesting company which we're going to learn more of. I've got Vanja Winblad here, who's Director of Sustainability. And I've also got Ellis-Jan van der Hout, who is an industry leader with SKF. Thank you very much for being here. Ellis-Jan, SKF has a slogan, less friction, more progress. Can you tell us what that means? And in a sense would bridge a little bit to actually your primary product, which is going to be a surprise for a lot of viewers, unless they watched the Change Now show from Paris a few weeks ago, but many will not have done. So fill us in.
Yeah, that's correct. Less friction, more progress, and it connects to our main product. And we heard today a lot about energy efficiency and sustainability and energy transition. And if you dig a little bit deeper, there's always hardware behind. So equipment, rotating equipment. And then you touch on SKF, because we are a global supplier of components for rotating equipment, bearings, seals, lubrication, all kind of connected services.
Right.
And then less friction, more progress is the heart of our company. It's in our DNA. We are fighting friction every day.
Interesting.
You may be surprised that 20% of the global energy is used to overcome friction.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine if we can improve the performance of our components, what an enormous impact and an opportunity we can have. And it's not about reduction of friction. Our components are also in the heart of all kinds of equipment. Wind turbines, compressors, heat pumps, electrical motors. So it's not only about reducing friction, also about contributing to the energy transition. So the equipment is in the heart of the energy transition.
Right.
So it's some kind of double effect.
Yep.
We reduce energy consumption, but also contribute to the development of, I would say, new sustainable and renewable energy sources.
Right.
So it's great that we have so much direct impact on energy efficiency. So if we improve our components or we are able to offer new technologies, we have immediately a big impact on energy efficiency.
Right. So you're absolutely right. Most people would not even think about that, right? They would just look at the wind turbine going round and round and round. Sometimes they complain that they don't go around when it's too windy and they go, what are they doing? But, you know, they don't really think, this is actually a system with various components, which not only are you making or enabling that possibility of this XYZ company doing that, but and therefore reducing friction, but you're also ensuring that they don't wear out as fast or as quickly, right? So that's another contribution, because that means there would be more waste of the materials, not just, you know, the heat story, but the materials themselves, right? So this is why it's absolutely fascinating.
Correctly.
And there's new, I mean, so, okay, if you're a kid, you ride a bicycle, you got ball bearings often in the wheels, right? That's what most people's relationship with ball bearings are. But ball bearings are advancing, is this right? They're no longer just the little metal things you get in your bike, right?
It's a high innovative, high technology type of product. It looks like a piece of steel, but it's high technology inside the bearing. So very often it's overlooked by people. Okay, they see a wind turbine, but you will find them everywhere around in your daily work, or daily operations, or at home. Then you realize, hey, they are everywhere around. When you are, I would say, living around in your house and do your work. So the impact then also can be very enormous to energy efficiency. And for instance, like an example, if we are able to reduce friction in bearings which are mounted into an electrical motor with 30%, we will reduce the energy consumption with 1%. Imagine, and there are 300 million drive systems in Europe with an electrical motor. So the potential for energy efficiency and improvements are enormous if we are and we will deliver the right, let's say, future components to it as well. So imagine the opportunity.
And you're dealing with new materials as well, aren't you? You're doing with ceramics.
Yeah, ceramics. There's one of
magnetic bearings.
Yeah. There's one of the, I would say, things I can highlight. The recent developments to really contribute to energy efficiency. Hybrid ceramic bearings, so bearings made of steel rings, industrial ceramic rolling elements. They will lower the friction with 10 to 20% depending on the application.
Right.
And then also higher speeds, less lubrication. So the potential is there, again, enormous for the industrial applications. There's been a niche product from automotive and also from aerospace. But now it's also going to industrial applications like electrical motors for industrial applications. So we are again developing these products to become more mainstream products to be used in industrial applications.
Right.
That's one of the recent developments, but also magnetic bearings you touched on. Also breakthrough technology.
Yeah.
No friction, no mechanical contact, no wear, no lubrication. Imagine
what
it can bring.
Ultimate goal? Is that the ultimate goal, or is it happening now? Is that the ultimate? You know, is that the North Star?
North Star, no friction is something like, I would say almost impossible, but a magnetic bearing system has no mechanical
like
friction.
Cars running on water and this kind of thing.
No, but like a maglev train. It's also had almost no
the maglev
friction,
train,
so that's a good example of it as well. So you also see it now in rotating equipment with magnetic bearings, the same principle.
Right.
Interesting development for instance, for building, heating and cooling, where there's a lot of energy usage we heard today. This solution will reduce energy consumption with around 30%. Again, the potential to improve and replace existing systems with magnetic systems is great.
Okay. Let's go to you, Vanya, because I mean, in your view, my understanding is that SKF has been around for a long time. It's a company that's been with us over 100 years, and you've been doing what you do, and yeah, I don't know, world leader, but in many parts of the world you're operating and an unbelievably successful company. But suddenly you're here at the International Energy Agency with people from all around the world, and I think I understand from talking earlier you will also be attending the next UN Climate Conference in Belém in Brazil later in the year, COP30. Why is it important for a company like yours to, in a sense, attend these events? What is motivating you to put your head over the parapet, dip your toe into the international arena? Well, what purpose does it serve?
No, I mean, just like Elisian explained here, I mean, we are producing a critical but hidden component and solutions into so many industries, but we're also quite a hidden company. So up till now, a lot of people don't know who we are, and I think we are quite unknown to the masses. And I must say, we must have had quite an humble appearance publicly up till now. And that is somewhat changing a bit, because we truly believe, I mean, with fighting friction as the core of what we do, and a purpose that reads, together we reimagine rotation for a better tomorrow. We certainly believe that we should, have a role to play in contributing to a more sustainable and energy efficient industry. So we have, as you said, I mean, we have more than 100 years experience with so many industries, but also have made sustainability something at the heart of what we do. So it's really in our DNA, and a lot of companies say that, but I just want to give some examples to prove our point. More than 25 years ago, we put our own first climate targets. That was far before the climate, the Paris Agreement, and let's say the SBTi targets, which we obviously also have today. And since then, SKF has relentlessly and systematically worked to decouple our revenue growth from our own emissions, which since then has, revenue has doubled and our own emissions has basically reduced with 60%. So we are, let's say, systematically working on these matters, and we have experiences, vast experiences from our own operations that we kind of feel it's time to share with the world. So it's to give you some examples of what we do in our own operations. Then, I mean, first of all, energy efficiency. I mean, we are talking energy efficiency. We are here at the IEA. We put a hard KPI on our operations on a 5% yearly energy improvement. So basically a reduction of energy volume adjusted year over year.
Within your own...
Exactly. We don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And we deliver on that. So maybe not 5% every year, but we are hovering around globally in a 3.5% reduction, which is, I think, quite impressive when we talk to peers and industries. And that is making us more resilient, right? It's reducing our cost, and it's, as we heard today, also very much contributing to, let's say, our own reduced emissions. We are also, because there are also very tough technologies that, they simply need to be replaced to kind of be decarbonized and more energy efficient. And here we put the money where our mouth is, so to say. So we have put aside a so-called EDIF frame, so Energy Efficiency and Decarbonization Investment Frame, which is basically earmarked money to help our factory managers and our operational leaders to make these tough investments that sometimes wouldn't maybe pay off according to our normal financial return of investment rules, but we do it anyways.
Yeah.
So this is, I think, examples where we really we walk our talk, and we have some...
I understand that exactly, and I think that's a good point, because you've, in a sense, hidden your light a little bit under a bushel, and now, shedding light on what you achieve, which can inspire others as well, which is good. But also, it's absolutely critical what happens to the companies that you support when providing your bearings and bearing assemblies, right? What happens to them?
Exactly.
So, I mean, if something stupid happened, let's say the COP30 Belém, where all the leaders said, we don't want any more wind turbines in the world, you know, then that would be like a disaster in one segment of your industry that you supply, right? I mean, they're not going to do that, of course. But in other words, it's worth being in these higher levels because the laws or the rules of the game agreed in a UN conference eventually percolate down to national governments and they have to work out how to implement them, yeah? So it's also about partnership, and it's about partnership with your customers, your friends or whatever, to make sure that the right decisions are taken on behalf of a group of companies that are within an ecosystem, mutually interacting, right?
Exactly.
So I think you're going with Business Sweden, aren't you, to
exactly. So we are joining several other Swedish-based companies. We're Swedish funded, we're Swedish, we're born in Sweden, but we're very much a global company. But to COP, we're going together with some other Swedish large companies to really raise our voice that we stand firmly as a company behind, let's say, sustainable development, decarbonization, and let's say more renewable.
The Paris Agreement.
Totally, we are totally behind that. But we are a company, operating together with many of our customers and partners in an ecosystem. So we can't, let's say, as a single company in that ecosystem, let's say, move faster or have more ambitious, let's say, targets or let's say operations than what the market somehow is willing to pay. So this is really, and this is where the policy come into play. This is where regulations and good rules that are the same for everyone is so important. And this is the voice, and this is the, let's say, message that we want to bring together with many of the other large industries that we're going with. So basically, it needs to. I mean, of course, we want to be. We are committed to the Paris Agreement. We want to be a sustainable and responsible company, and we are. But it also should pay off, huh?
Yeah.
It also has to be competitive to be clean.
You're not a charity, right? So
exactly,
and this is profitable.
And this goes for all of our customers, and very still few in B2B are willing to, let's say, voluntarily pay a green premium or a higher price for something that is sustainable. But I think that whole discussion is a bit problematic. I think what is not green should instead be more expensive.
Yes, of course.
So
yes.
this is, let's
there
say,
should be a higher cost on the things that are causing more damage.
The polluter pay principle, right? So this whole, let's say, rules of the game, and that the policy and the regulations is supporting responsible companies like ourselves. That is basically what we want to lift.
Okay. We're going to have to just wrap up here because we've run out of time, but because it goes very quickly, right? It's amazing. But I want to thank you both for being on the show, and I think this is an ongoing story. Yes. Very fascinating to hear about some of these new developments as well. I want to ask one simple question to you both, in a very simple answer. When you're here at the IEA and you talk to people, when you say what you make, what do they say? Are they like, I never thought about that? I mean, what's the response when you...
Many people say, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not aware. If you then start explaining, then suddenly they start to realize.
The penny drops,
Yeah, like, you're really an essential component for, I would say, everything.
So then they get it.
Then they get it.
But the first second, you're like, okay, and this person's going, oh, what's happening here?
Yeah,
okay.
It's funny, and some people have never even heard the word bearing. They're like, bearing what?
Bearing gifts.
Depends on who you talk to, of course. Others that I've met here are like, oh, you're from SGIF, nice. So it's depends.
Well, it'd be like if a bicycle without a rubber tire would be a bit of a disaster, right? So, I mean, people don't think about rubber tires, but in fact, they're important too. So, anyway, so many things in our lives that we don't know are integral parts of how we actually live and hopefully how we prosper into the future in a sustainable way. Thank you very much for being on We Don't Have Time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you,
Lovely
Nick.
to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you in the flesh. So we have another wonderful guest with us here at the International Energy Agency in Brussels, where people are attending from all over the world to talk about energy efficiency and how we can lead to more energy efficient lifestyles, products and economies. Please say who you are and where you're from.
Yes, Claes Forsström, CEO and President of Munters Group.
Okay, very nice to meet you. Maybe for those who are not familiar with the Munters Group, you could perhaps, Claes, enlighten us. Exactly what do you do?
Let me start like this. We are a fast-growing company that provides climate solutions to industrial critical systems. And you may say, what is that then? It is, frankly, it's about dehumidifying, it is about cooling, it is about purifying air, and then provide a perfect climate for many industrial critical applications.
Right. So what you're saying is that and many people might not realize this, that a lot of industries need to reduce the amount of moisture in the air, for example, with dehumidifiers.
Absolutely.
They need different temperatures, sometimes at different times, so you need to cool quite quickly. And you mentioned, I mean, does dust come into this, and dust and other elements, or?
But let me start to talk a little bit about where do you need those solutions.
That would be helpful.
And as an example, from producing baby milk powder to chocolate powder to how to create the perfect climate when you produce batteries, from very small batteries to very large batteries for the EV industry, or when it comes to purifying a clean room in a semiconductor setup, etc. So in many different, very, very critical and transformative industries, we are a very important part of the solution. And I can tell you, I mean, before I joined Munters 6 years ago, I didn't know that we are so integrated in a lot of transformations going on.
Right. So I suppose the question would be, if Munters didn't produce these kinds of systems to, say, dehumidify, reduce the moisture in a room, or to purify the air and this sort of thing, what would happen to all these sensitive products?
In simple words, they would either not be as efficient, generate as much energy savings, or they will degrade much faster. So having this, as an example, when you produce a battery, you need to have an ultra-dry environment. If you don't have that, the battery will not be as efficient, and actually it can also stop working. And I go back to the baby milk powder, you know, when you prepare this, if you do it in the wrong way, it clogs and it becomes cement close to.
Right, yeah.
So when you produce this, if this is not at the right dryness, I mean, it will not generate the efficiency that is needed for the industry.
And you're operating obviously in Sweden, in Europe?
We operate globally, and simply put, about 50% of what we sell and also what we produce is in North America. About 1/3 is in Europe, and the remaining, call it residual, is in Asia then.
Right. So you just announced, actually I Googled this the other day, I think it was April maybe, that you announced that you'd been approved for a science-based target. And that really is a great and courageous step. Obviously, there are quite a few companies that have done this, but there are quite a few companies that haven't done it. And I think it's often mainly companies in Europe, some in North America, and then it sort of patters out a little bit around the world. So tell us a little bit about why you wanted to do this, because this is a quite ambitious move for you to take on.
Yeah, but absolutely, and when we sort of grind down to what would we like to achieve, and I will come into the scientific-based targets within soon then, that is, we have an ambition to double our size and in parallel half our carbon footprint. So by then applying for scientific-based targets, I mean, then you really have to commit. You have to prove that this is possible. And if I summarize our scientific-based target setup, that is, I mean, in our own operations, we would like to reduce it with a little bit more than 40%. And that is then done when we double the output.
Right.
And to our customers, we say like this, our best way to deliver customer value, that is to deliver energy efficiency and thereby them to reduce their carbon footprint. And here we aim to reduce it with about 50%, because more than 99% of our carbon footprint is generated when the customers are using our products.
Right. So, Klaus, tell me a little bit just at the production level where you're making these things. How are you going about that? Is it renewable energy that you're using for the manufacturing, this kind of thing?
If you go into how can we then reduce our own footprint when it comes to production, we have taken many steps now to use green energy. So we have one target then that we already have achieved. That is 80% of our energy consumption should come from green energy. We have invested substantially into solar panels, etc. in North America, and using quality geothermal energy in where you can use that, so to speak. So it is this combination that, and for me, if I sort of summarize it, we talk about energy efficiency, and this is a great opportunity here. That is about that we can learn from other industrials, we can collaborate, but at the end, for me, energy efficiency is another, call it, facet of the successful formula that has been in the industry for many years. Productivity, always drive productivity. And if you drive productivity, you produce more.
More for less.
Yes.
exactly.
And it's the same in energy efficiency.
But basically, you're potentially delivering a double benefit in your supply chain, aren't you? Because you are not only in... So we talked about, obviously, what you do at your factories, but on the supply chain, you're providing energy efficient systems, the dehumidifying systems for example. But also, there would be more emissions from these companies that you support, that you sell to, if they had a poor quality product, because they'd lose more product themselves, right? Because some would be damaged, or the batteries might not work, and people would send them back, right?
And I think we have...
And waste, that's emissions as well, right?
And absolutely. So waste is an emission, circularity, and therefore we are also driving what we call then a higher content of service. A dilemma, and I think it's a positive challenge, that is some of our energy changes or industrial changes when it comes to providing green solutions are also short-term in need of a lot of energy. So here comes the double effect. If we can support them creating this, and at the same time also deliver more energy efficient ways of producing, we can benefit in two ways, so to speak.
Yeah, I've got it. So I think we've covered pretty much everything here, Klaus. Do you think that there is a role, and this is my final question briefly, for innovative companies like yourselves who have committed to an ambitious target, so you can stand up in front of anybody, so actually we walk the talk, to actually, in a sense, help governments do the right thing in terms of policy, because you need policy to set the right kind of framework, a certainty of direction, blah, 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 blah. So, and in a sense, you're, as a company, coming forward, in a sense, to say, hey, we're here at a big event like the IEA.
No, but the short answer is yes. At the end, I mean, success is very, very often driven by collaboration. It is about collaborating in industries across. It is collaborating or educating policymakers, etc. And put it like this: regulations are very good because they set the standard. At the same time, if that can also have, if I may say so, a little bit more a pragmatic approach, where it comes also how can we speed this up? And do this, the strategy of the many steps. Instead of taking a giant leap and put all the demands and now you need to do this in 1 year. Say, this is a long term and let's do it in many, many different steps. Here I think policymakers can learn from industry and industry can learn from policymakers and by having a dialogue, then we have a long-term success.
Exactly. Okay, a great pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on your science-based target. I think that's really cool. And best of luck with your work.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. we've got another wonderful guest with us here today. He's called Bill Kent. He's Executive Director of the Association of Energy Engineers. And, well, Bill, welcome. Nice to see you here.
Thanks, Nick. It's great to be here with you today at this 10th Global Conference on Energy Efficiency. We've been to many of these, and we're certainly proud to participate again today.
Right, okay. So you represent many people in the energy engineering industry, in a sense. And I suppose many people might wonder, okay, I never really thought about that. Maybe somebody pops around to my house occasionally to adjust the temperature here and there. But, you know, tell us a little bit more. Who are these people that you represent?
Okay, great. Well, it's a great question, and we don't really pop around to houses, but you know, we just had the grand opening here, and one of the session immediately after the welcome was, you know, awareness to ambition to action. So when I think about action, we need people, and the people that do that action are energy engineers in many cases. So we're a nonprofit, and we have members, and our members are energy engineers, and what an energy engineer does is they really manage all of the energy at a commercial building, at a manufacturing facility, at a hospital, at a campus. So they really evaluate and optimize all of the energy performance at a facility. So what does that mean? Look at everything from the usage of energy, where it comes from, what type of energy, whether it's gas, whether it's electric, whether it's generating your own heat. Look at that and look at everything, lighting all the way through, do an economic analysis on cost savings, on climate action, on greenhouse gas reduction, carbon reduction, and make recommendations, and then actually manage and implement the projects. So the energy engineers are the doers who implement the energy efficiency projects. We had former Vice President Al Gore speak to our members a year ago, and one of the things he said is, you know, I've trained over 3 million people in climate advocacy, and he said they're passionate. But he said, really, we need more people, the engineers who are the doers, those who actually go out and do the work that makes the impact. So that's what our members do.
And I imagine it's, in many cases, it's a highly skilled job, right? Because so much has evolved in recent years. Managing distributed energy systems, wind power here, maybe battery storage there, all coming together in systems with digitalization, obviously a lot of monitoring, computers, things like that, checking that everything's functioning. It must be from both, you know, a nuts and bolts job, presumably, I don't know, putting up a wind turbine is an engineering job as well, but the actual managing in a hospital or a building or a complex, you know, it's a skilled job, right?
It is a skilled job. It's usually a degreed engineer or someone who's had many years experience with specialized training, and then years of experience in specifically in the energy space.
Right.
So it is highly skilled.
Right. So you're here at the IEA, and it's a big conference. They produce these marvelous reports telling us exactly where we are going in the right direction, where we're not going in the right direction. In your view, is the energy efficiency side very, very important to you? Is it both supply and energy efficiency, or are you more on the energy efficiency side, or is it both?
Well, I think it's more on the energy efficiency side.
Okay.
We're about to celebrate our 50th anniversary. So when we were founded in 1977, it was energy management, all on the energy management, the demand side,
right.
And it still is the main focus. But also when we're looking at that, we also have to look at how are you producing your energy? Should you generate your own? Should you, have cogeneration? Should you have wind, solar? What do you do for backups, et cetera? Yeah. So it's primarily on the demand side, on the energy efficiency side, but we also have to evaluate the supply as a part of that.
Yeah. Okay, got you. So I see from one of the IEA reports that came out, it was either last night or this morning, that we sort of, in the past, were doing okay on energy intensity, on energy efficiency, but there seems to be globally a bit of a stalling in the last few years. At the UN Climate Conference in Dubai, COP28, there was this target. I was never quite sure whether it was an old target that was refreshed or whether it was a really new target, but anyway, there was a target set. Tripling of renewables and doubling of energy efficiency.
Right.
Do you feel that we're on track to meet this goal? Do you feel there are some ways that we could unlock more ambition in this area? What are your thoughts about these targets and how it's going?
Well, I think the first thing is I think it's fantastic that at COP28 in the Emirates that we had this UAE consensus where 200 countries signed to triple renewable energy and to double the rate of energy efficiency progress. The data, it's not what I think. The data shows that we are not doing very well. I think the plan was to double from 2% to 4% improvement in energy efficiency, and last year, 2024, it was a 1%. So we're really going in the wrong direction. So, I think what we need is more of the same, with actually action tied to that. So certainly policy, we're having more and more policy, they talked about that. We certainly need more and more funding, and there is more and more funding for that. And so then we just need to turn that into the action that they talked about this morning, is the action. There's so many proven solutions, both in technology and just in implementation. There's so many solutions, and we just need to implement and do more of those. We need corporations and governments, both public and private, to embrace that and to move forward with these solutions if we're going to really meet this doubling of energy efficiency. And as I said, most of it is proven solutions that have a great payback. We talked about the economic payback, they increase competitiveness, they certainly, have climate impact, and they also have security impact. So all of these proven solutions, we just need more implementation of those.
I saw that, I think it's the energy efficiency movement also had something out yesterday. Talked about the higher upfront costs of quite a few energy efficiency, but the payback's great after that, but there's a slightly higher upfront cost. Shortage of skilled labor, that's engineers, of course, and others. But I know in Europe it's been a problem with heat pumps, for example. And that some companies get a bit bewildered by the IT that's surrounding some of this new creativity in managing energy. Do those chime with you? I mean, are those some of the areas that we need to beef up a bit? More people trained, more bigger labor force, skilled in these areas. Something to deal with the slightly more expensive upfront costs, maybe, to encourage more industries to adopt or businesses to adopt. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, I would say a couple of things. Certainly there's new technologies and AI and things coming around, but there are so many proven technologies, whether it be replacing motors, adding heat pumps, et cetera. But something that we see on a major basis is there's approximately now about 10 million people in the energy efficiency space, and that's expected to grow by 5 million by 2030, which is good. But we survey our members in the energy industry, and currently over 75% of our members in the industry around the world say there's currently a shortage of competent energy professionals. And when you add with that a retiring workforce that have been traditionally male dominated in this area, about 40% of the workforce is expected in energy engineers expected to retire in the next 10 years. So we are facing a workforce shortage. So both with retirement, growth in the industry, we see that as a major issue, and that we need to start really engaging the youth so that we get more young people. This is a career path, energy engineer, that really makes a difference. Really, it has tremendous climate impact, and it can be a highly successful and profitable career as well. So we see a massive shortage coming of the workforce, and we're working to mentor, to give scholarships, to bring more people into this, to address this shortage, so that we have these experts, the doers, who can actually implement and take action on all of these projects.
Interesting. So I think we probably need to come towards the end here. I think you probably covered some of these issues, but maybe, if you had any additional messages for governments and their commitments to this energy transition. We could cover many things, but I mean, we've got 5 years target global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, you'd have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero. We could delve into that. I mean, it's an urgent moment, right? So what do we say to governments? And also, I think, you know, these jobs, these good jobs, some people would call them green jobs. Yeah, this is about social impacts, but also environmental and affordability impacts. It's a big time, yeah.
Sure, I would say it's kind of a final comment and summary for me is that, you know, we're having more policy, we're having more funding, and I think, you know, I have the opportunity to address many groups around the world, and I always like to ask a question, when you think about your energy, what is most important to you personally? And I'll ask you this, is it that your energy be clean energy, green energy?
Yes.
Is it that it's affordable and equitable?
Yeah, I don't mind paying a small premium, but not too much.
Okay. Or the third one is reliability the most important?
Yeah, I never thought about that because it always seems to be quite reliable, so I've never had a problem.
Okay.
But yeah, if it didn't switch on the lights, I'd go, what the heck's going on? Yeah.
Right. So overwhelmingly, the vast majority say reliability.
Right.
So I think we all want a clean energy future and a transition to clean energy, but I think a key part of that is a reliable transition. We want the power to stay on, we need a base load, we certainly need to transition and decarbonize for clean energy, but I think reliability is key. And I think energy engineers can play a key role in working with those setting policy and funding to ensure that, you know, that we're both setting policy and funding something that can be achievable in an amount of time and maintain reliability through that. So that's a key thing we think is maintaining reliability throughout this transition.
And they're actually at the cutting edge of all this. They're out there in the field. They hear what businesses and other companies tell them about things, which is sometimes very far from what the policymakers hear. And so I think bringing that voice into these kinds of big conferences and big debates is really crucial, all right? So,
yes.
Thank you so much for being with us with We Don't Have Time here in Brussels at the International Energy Agency.
Thank Nick, it's been my pleasure. It's a great event and proud to share my climate love.
Exactly, you can share your climate love wherever you like, as long as it's legal.
Yes, good point. Thank you, Nick.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, bye. So, we're at the International Energy Agency in Brussels with another wonderful guest. He is Mario Giordano. Okay, thank you, Mario. My Italian is sometimes a little bit challenged, yeah. Global Head of Public and Government Affairs at Signify. And I think many viewers will have heard of Signify, but just in case they haven't, Mario, can you tell us who Signify is and what products and narratives you're working on in terms of energy efficiency?
Yeah, thank you very much. So Signify is the new name of Philips Lighting. We are the world leader in lighting. We provide professional customers and consumer with efficient lighting and connected lighting. And I mean, connected lighting is also the way in which we bring light, of course, but we also collect data that we connect with people, with devices, and with places, because lighting is everywhere. I mean, here in this place in which we are in, lighting is really everywhere. So I mean, we can really take advantage of lighting. It's also a way to communicate. Yeah. And there is also, thanks to this, I think we can look at lighting in a different way, the way we use it, the way we take advantage of it. But I would say the most important, also in this context, role of lighting is as a tool of energy efficiency. We have seen in the last decades, I would say, the big advantage that LED lighting gave in terms of energy efficiency. Currently, you can say that lighting can help you save up to 90% compared to conventional or non-efficient lighting. Imagine like an LED bulb. An energy-efficient LED bulb today consumes 60% less compared to another LED bulb, so less efficient, first generation, let's call it first generation. So we think that the lighting has, a great role to play, still a great role to play in energy efficiency. That's also why we have, exactly 1 year ago, in June last year, we were just talking about, the climate commitment. We launched our climate transition plan in June 2024. It was the 18th of June 2024, and which is our objective and our way to really declare our commitment to reach the 90% emission reduction by 2040.
Yeah.
And simply because if you look at lighting and really based on IEA data, we are here today, the IEA Global Conference on Energy Efficiency, lighting represents 2% of the global emission, which is equivalent to the aviation.
Aviation and shipping, yeah.
Yeah, so try to imagine that you have the tool available, ready in terms of technology to cut immediately by half this one. So you can cut 1% of the emission simply by upgrading or retrofitting existing non-efficient lighting all around the world.
Yeah. Tell me, I mean, one of the challenges, I mean, I know this has been a long journey for what was Philips and now Signify over many, many years, and you were one of the real pioneers on energy efficient lighting. At that time, you were partnering actually with a German company, which I can't remember the name now, but you've been really in this for a long time. And I suppose one of the challenges that you found, in a sense, is a bit like what everybody else has found in other sectors of the economy, which is that they thought if they made these advances that there would be massive gains, and there were, but at the same time, the global demand for energy just keeps going up, doesn't it? So you're racing against a clock. I mean, you're winning. But it's a real challenge, isn't it? I don't know what time we get in the world, I don't know what point in the future we get to where the world's demand for more and more energy stops. But that is a challenge, is it not, for all companies trying to cut emissions with their products? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is pretty much connected with something that has been agreed at COP in 28, to double the rate of energy efficiency, and together with renewables. So we have those two objectives, those two commitments. Now, I think that those are really going hand in hand, I would say, because the renewable can provide a lot of energy, but as we used to say, energy efficiency is the first fuel. So what we really think is that if we can save energy, this energy can be used for other purposes. Now, imagine for a second that we can switch all the non-efficient light points in the world. We would have saved annually the electricity consumption of India. So I think this is the contribution of lighting, not just Signify, the lighting industry can contribute to immediately reduce the electricity consumption. And this electricity can be used for other purposes, vehicles, heat pumps. We can avoid, the building other plants, other energy plants. We can reduce the emission.
And the stress on the grid as well, because the grid is a bit stressed by how much green energy we have to connect so fast. So you can help with that too.
Yeah, indeed, you can reduce that. And thanks to the connectivity that I was mentioning before, you can also increase the responsiveness of the infrastructure, because you can dim down, you can even gather data and understand the occupancy of buildings. Like, let's look at the building, for example. We are in Brussels, we are in Europe. Europe is on its way to transpose in each single country the European the APBD, the Energy Performance of Building Directive. Thanks to this, we will be able to upgrade the worst performing building. Now, try to imagine again for a second that we are able to retrofit, to upgrade and to reduce the energy consumption thanks to LED. And on top of this, we are able to connect all those buildings, gathering data. And with data, and there was a discussion also today in the plenary room that we need all those data, because otherwise the artificial intelligence does not have enough data to come with a solution. So I think that the way of connected lighting with a building management system, with infrastructure, is also a way to provide data that we can use to make the use of energy more efficient in general. And it's about also the system efficiency, so connected with other devices, for example, with HVAC, with others, with other uses of the buildings, but also in the city environment.
I see that Signify, along with, it was like about 150 companies, wasn't it, meeting in Cambridge at the what was it called? The Institute of Sustainable. can't remember actually now, but it was a week or so ago, wasn't it? And made a declaration. EU, we want a 90% emission reduction target for 2040.
Yeah.
Which you mentioned earlier. And I thought that was so cool because I don't know, having been involved in this whole area of climate change, one thinks of the Paris Agreement, whose anniversary it is this year, as you know, that, you know, it was CEOs from major companies coming to Paris and saying, no, we want you to do this. We want a global treaty of all nations. And I think it gave a lot of governments, kind of covered their backs, gave them a chance to make the right kind of decision. But sometimes in the past, and I'm not saying Signify, but some other companies that have been very vocal when things were going well, sometimes sort of disappear off the public scene a little bit in talking about climate change. And of course, this is exactly the moment when we need the voice of the private sector to stand up and say, no, we have ambitions ourselves to hit high targets with our products and things like that. And so I thought it was very significant that Signify was among that group of companies. Tell us about it. Why was this convened, in a sense? Why did you feel as a company you wanted to do this? Yeah.
I think this is pretty much in line with the purpose of each company. You know, the purpose of Signify is core to whatever we do, is to unlock the extraordinary potential of life for brighter life and better world. So once you have clear that this is our purpose, then all the initiatives are pretty much, you know, they make sense because they're aligned with our purpose. So whatever we do, we are really purpose driven into this. So we think that lighting has a role into this. We are the biggest lighting company. We are the leader. So we have the feeling that we have the right and the duty to advocate for our industry, of course, together with the association and other companies. It is not the case that today here we have like 35 CEOs. There are many CEOs on the stage, CEOs in the room, because what is needed is that there is a bit of collaboration between the public, European institution, global institution, and the CEO. We should not just, you know, agree an objective. They should meet in order to make it happen. Whatever happens, you know, we have the agreements. We have even look at the Green Deal. I mean, the Green Deal has been announced in 2019. Then in 2020 has been published. Then we had COVID. Then we had the energy crisis, which is the cause of the the war in Ukraine. Now, what happened is that, I mean, the objective remained the same. We need to adjust. We need just to rethink how to make it happen. I'm really optimistic, I would say, because here I see a lot of CEO. All the CEO are delivering the same message. Everybody is committed. Everybody is ready to do his parts into this. And the other reason why I'm really positive is that all the technology that I've seen, not just lighting, all the technology which I've seen are ready.
Yeah.
So Europe is considered the powerhouse of energy efficiency. So we're not talking about something which will be developed in ages, in the next decade. It's about things that are available in Europe or available in the world. We do have the production capacity. So it's not about the how. We know really which is the technology. It's really about how to make it happen in terms of policy, in terms of timing, in terms of financing. And I think that this kind of forum are the right place to sit together and evaluate what we need as a business sector and what we need as a government to really implement policies to speed up, and also to make sure that we match that ambitious target that we had at COP, which is the 4% in energy efficiency, while we see from IEA data that we are stuck more or less at 1%.
Yeah. It's certainly true that in the European Union, led by the Commission, we just had a lady from the Commission on just before, and I mean, it's still there, the Green New Deal, or the New Green Deal is still there, isn't it? Now you've got the Clean Industrial Deal, and you've got an innovation fund, and yes, they're announcing shortly this thing on buildings. So they're really pumping out quite a lot of legislation, and I don't see any other part of the world taking this so seriously as the Commission and the member states of the EU. And in a sense, it's probably needed. Hopefully, it will pull everybody else along. It will attract other nations to want to to be part of what we're doing. And then we have a global solution to many problems if everybody else is on board. Mario, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, but I think you've covered quite a lot of the issues. Is there any innovation coming on at Signify that we should know about? I think it's only 2% now, isn't it, when you're with the LEDs? In other words, that's the performance, the efficiency. Could you get it to 99%, 99.5%? I don't know. Is it possible?
Yeah, I think that's the sky is the limit in terms of technology, because really you can improve. But where you can improve is also in the way we design.
Yes.
And it's not about the technology itself, it's the way we design also the application.
Right, so you're talking about eco-design?
No, I'm not talking when we design the project. I mean, because it's really about, the lighting for offices or for industry or for the retail. They are pretty different. So we think that what's very important also in the retrofitting of existing installation is to redesign. It's not simply, to change the light bulb, but you can really redesign the lighting infrastructure. Yes. And so we really advocate also for the importance of lighting design.
Right.
Which is like in every other industry, it's very important to have.
So it's how you design the building if you're retrofitting, so there's more chance for the light to spread, or something as simple as that.
There is even the contribution of natural lighting thanks to sensor, for example. You can take advantage of the natural light. You can take advantage of the different occupancy of different area. You can take advantage of different needs. There are many things that can be designed based on the application, or which can be driven by the technology thanks to sensor as well. So yes, it's really in the way we design rather than in how the technology is able to reach this or that.
That's a very good point. So it's a systems approach.
It's a system approach, indeed. Thank you very much.
Good, Mario. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome to the studios of We Don't Have Time here in Brussels at the 10th Annual Global Conference on Energy Efficiency, which of course is hosted by the International Energy Agency. Governments are here to share ideas, to learn from experts how to raise ambition on energy efficiency and develop innovative solutions and finance. And this is critical, of course, to the lives of citizens, sustainable and affordable economic development, and last but not least, for dealing with climate change at speed and on time in the 10th anniversary year of the landmark Paris Agreement. In a moment, we're going to hear from 4 excellent guests about what will be a game changer for Europe and perhaps beyond, especially for the urgency of decarbonizing industry by providing a way to exit from fossil fuel boilers used to generate heat across so many key processes in European industry, and by also saving, not wasting heat. We're talking about sectors like the pharmaceutical companies, paper production, food processing, textiles, metals, you name it. All of European industry requires colossal amounts of heat to run different processes and then temperatures. This breakthrough we're talking about, this new opportunity, is called SUSHEAT. And SUSHEAT has emerged from the European Commission's Horizon Science Programme, and it has involved 15 partners, including academics and private companies in 11 countries, mainly in the European Union, but also involving Norway and that small island developing state off the west coast of Europe, the United Kingdom. I can say that because I'm British. SUSHEAT is about new high-temperature industrial heat pumps. It's about a novel waste heat storage system, and it's about solar power. It's about artificial intelligence, and it's about much, much more. I don't want to dwell too much on this intro, but we know from the International Energy Agency and also from the World Energy Outlook that basically benefits of energy efficiency have been stalling in recent years, not just in Europe, but also worldwide. So how do we get things back on track? Maybe Susheat might have a few answers, and some of our guests here might some other answers, including from the Commission with things like the Clean Industrial Deal and many other initiatives underway. So let's finally thank RTDS, who are based in Vienna, Austria, who are coordinating the outreach for Susheat, for their support and involvement. And okay, let's meet our first speaker. So Arne Høeg is the CEO of Edarin. It's an industrial heat pump company based in Oslo, Norway, and it's part of the Susheat project. He is a mechanical engineer, an entrepreneur with 10 patents and designs in the market, including industrial heat pumps, water turbines, and subsea drones, which is extremely interesting. I never heard about that before, Arne, but we can't go into those right now. Okay. Arne, can you briefly explain to the audience the current situation in European industry in terms of how they generate heat and how much of this is wasted, and why we need to go further and faster and higher in terms of how we manage this? We're going to talk about heat pumps, basically.
Yeah. So everything we use, everything we eat and drink is typically made in factories that use industrial heat. They use it typically in the form of steam or high temperature water. Some use also, let's say, other ways to transfer the heat. But the thing is that in total, industry uses about 1/5 of the world's energy consumption. But all that heat is not going really into the product. It's used in the processes and then it's wasted. Almost all of that heat is wasted to the environment through chimneys and to river water or whatever. And it would be very nice if we could recycle that heat, reuse it at high temperatures through a heat pump. And today, let's say 3/4 of all that heat is generated by fossil fuels like gas boilers or similar. And if we start looking into industrial heat pumps, well, there are a few on the market. They can deliver like 100 degrees Celsius, 120. But the industries don't need just 120. They need like 180 degrees for drying processes, maybe for distillation, and for chemical reactions in the pharmaceutical industry that needs to take place at a certain temperature in order to make the product. And that has led to heat pumps being quite expensive because they have to be designed to each individual customer, integrated in big projects, very costly. And that is why we started this Susheat project to be able to industrialize a heat pump that can go into the really high temperatures like 250 degrees and recycle heat at any temperature going into these processes at a low cost.
Okay, Arne, that's very good for setting that up. So we do have industrial heat pumps in Europe, but they're at lower temperatures or they achieve lower temperatures. And with the Susheat, you can get to 250 degrees centigrade, which is starting to open up the possibility of industrial heat pumps to more and more industries in the European Union. Do you think the widespread deployment of a heat pump that can hit that temperature, plus the other things we're going to hear about in a second from Sylvia, could reduce what, 10%, 20% of European industry emissions? Is there a number in your head?
Yeah, I think we'll be at around 3%, 3 to maybe 5% of European emissions from deployment of high temperature heat pumps in the industry alone. And then obviously they can be used for other applications as well. So increasing that.
Okay. Thanks, Arne. Stay with us. That's really good. So we've now explored a part of the Susheat story, which is the new heat pump with this amazing performance. And by the way, I understand it can recycle heat as low as, say, minus 30 degrees or around that, right up to 250 in seconds. And I know you don't like this, Anya, but some people call it the rocket. Maybe NASA will take an interest. Okay, let's now go to another part of the jigsaw puzzle in the Susseat story and bring in another member of the Susseat team to perhaps expand on this picture that we're building. Sylvia Treverson is an assistant professor in thermal technologies for industrial decarbonisation, and she's based at KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. Sylvia, Susseat's not just about an industrial heat pump, it's also about a system of remarkable inventions. Can you tell the audience, for example, about this novel heat storage system that forms part of it, and any other aspects that we should be aware of that help all these moving parts, I know they're not really moving parts, but that's shorthand, to actually all kind of work together to deliver a very special technological breakthrough?
Sure. Thank you, Nick, for the nice question and introduction, first of all. Yes, well, Susseat, as you said, it's not just about the heat pump. Of course, the heat pump is the central core of it, but then we do have a number of things around it. To start with, as you said, the storage. It's basically a novel thermal energy storage. So you can think of it as a battery, but instead of storing electricity, we are actually storing heat. So it's heat that we are storing. We are doing it in basically a material that it's called a phase change material or latent storage, which basically means that we are actually melting and freezing a material so that we have good control on the temperature that we can deliver. And this goes back to the requirement of the industry. And the whole point of doing that, it's basically that we can be as flexible as we can. So we want to electrify the industry, for example, but we want to do that whenever the prices, for example, for the electricity are actually low, whenever we have abundance of renewable in the grid. We don't want to do it at any given time. But then it's a lot of other things that we are considering in Susseat. For example, we are looking into integration of solar, and that's a key component into that. Solar thermal that can support the decarbonization. And here it's a lot about understanding where it makes more sense to have heat pumps, where it makes more sense to have solars, but also when the two things can go together and help each other, basically. And then we are also looking into AI, as you said at the beginning. I mean, basically, these systems are becoming more and more complex from a technology perspective, and there are different things coming in all together. So basically, in that sense, intelligence or smart, let's say, control systems can actually help us in managing all of these different technologies in the best way. So I think these are the key additional aspects that we are bringing in the context of Susseat and helping the heat pump, basically.
Now, just coming back, it's not a theoretical product or project that we're talking about here. This has actually had real life testing. I know you've been testing at KTH, but it's been taken out with Arnie and the team, and I think yourself, Sylvia, to Pelagia, which is a very large fish processing factory in Norway, one of the bigger, if not the biggest in Norway. And they have a lot of demand for heat because they have to do things like literally sort of like boil and cook the remains of fish in a watery substance to boil it down rather quickly into animal feed, I understand. So it has been used. This is the circular economy in action, by the way. We just have to point out when you start talking about fish processing. So Sylvia, maybe you could just quickly comment on what those findings have shown from the real life testing in Norway.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think Arne could actually give much more details about that, but in principle...
I'm going to come to Arne in a second.
Sure, perfect. Then, yeah, I can just comment that as far as I know, that works pretty good. And of course, in the scope of the project that you were saying before, we are actually going to test this. We are currently building up basically all of the facility to test the whole integrated system. So not just the heat pump as it is in the fish facility that you mentioned before. And there, the scope of the testing, it's of course not just to test the heat pump in itself, but basically to gather as much insight as possible on the integrated system. So validate the key component, but also understanding how they can interact to each other, how they can work together, and how basically all of the transients that could happen, all of the different difficulties that you might have, and how to react to those. So that's what is going to happen actually, primarily in 2026. That's when we plan to do all of this testing. But yeah, for what I know, when it comes to the Pelagia case, that's actually going on pretty smooth and working in the context of the requirements that they have in there.
Yeah, Arnie, just briefly then, the heat pump Pelagia, it did what it says on the tin, yeah?
Yeah.
It hit those temperatures in rapid time. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so what we see is that that when you process the leftovers from what you want to eat from the fish, then everything is changing all the time. So we see that the available waste heat can, one moment it's 90 degrees, the next it's like 40 degrees, and maybe tomorrow it's like cold seawater, Arctic seawater as the heat source. And then they also need varying steam pressure. So sometimes very high steam pressure, sometimes they can do with a little bit lower. And what we see in real life operation of the heat pump is that, well, the heat pump adapts. It's very robust to those fluctuating situations and can adapt to whatever temperatures they need and whatever source temperature they have.
Okay. That's good. I forgot, yeah, because heat pumps are also not just about the temperature, they're about pressures. The pressures when you're processing all kinds of things in industry also change all the time. I mean, that's why the fossil fuel boiler is unbelievably good, except it just causes climate change. So that's why we have to change it. Super. All right, let's just stay with us because now we're going to go to our other wonderful guests. So let me first... Paul, turn to you, if that's all right. And this is nothing to do with gender balance, Rosalinda. This is because I have a narrative in my head. And Paul is the Director General of the European Heat Pump Association, based in Brussels, here where we are, and represents the voice of this sector, including both domestic and industrial heat pump manufacturers. So, Paul, can you tell us a little bit more about this industrial heat pump story in Europe? When I try to Google all this, I often see a lot about domestic heat pumps, but I don't see a lot about industrial. It kind of touches on it here and there. They sometimes come in the same package. There's a heat pump accelerator, isn't a platform, which I know you're involved in. And it seems to be a lot about domestic, and sort of industrial heat pumps are sort of mentioned, but I'm not sure. But what's going on? And also, we clearly need them. So what's going on, and what kind of barriers do you think are up there in terms of the wider deployment of these technologies? And what are you doing as an organization to try and address these?
Very good. Couple of questions there. I'll try and hit them all one by one. So first of all, I think what's really useful about the industrial heat pump, or what's quite current about it, is it addresses a couple of the challenges we have in Europe. So the competitiveness. So Europe, as an energy importing continent, or as an energy importing society, effectively, needs to understand how it can be competitive. And there is no real competitive journey by saying, well, we're going to use expensive imported fossil fuels. So then you think, well, how do we take advantage of what we have? We have an abundant amount of renewable electricity, and we need to convert that to heat. And one of the things that the industrial heat pump now does that maybe wasn't quite so current 10 years ago is it allows industrial factories that have waste heat. So where you have a process, it might be a cooling. So most food production will end up cooling at some point of that. And that traditionally was just wasted at the back of a factory. Their services would have a large industrial chiller, which would dump all of that heat into the atmosphere. And now what we see is all of the previous chiller manufacturers now have an extra set of pipes coming out the side of their chillers, which recover hot water or steam. And what that allows them to do is effectively discount the need to put a boiler in, or to have a boiler plant beside their chilling plant. So it recovers the heat from freezing and from cooling, and uses that, particularly in the food industry, for providing heat and hot water and cooking and so on. So things like breweries, where you have to cool and heat the beer at different parts of the process, instead of cooling it with electricity-driven chillers and then heating it with boilers, you just recover that, stick it in a warm water tank, and then use it when you need it. So it allows effectively a huge increase in efficiency, but it also allows you to switch from imported fossil fuels for your energy use. Now you can use an indigenous renewable electricity, and you can do it in such a way that's quite flexible. So that's maybe the first thing. In terms of the opportunity, so Europe uses, I think, in the region of 2,000 terawatt hours, which is a very large amount of energy for heat and industry.
How many football pitches is that?
I have no idea. It's a very large number of oil tankers. If you were to picture that, a fleet of them. And about a third, between a third and 40% of that is below 200 degrees. So even before we talk about 250 degrees, and that's in pharma and food processing and fibers and anything under that temperature. And all of that can be decarbonized made more energy efficient, more cheaper, more competitive with recovering the waste energy. Yeah. And if you just think very simply about a factory, you put a dome over the factory and you have a pipe of energy going in, it has to come out some way. And it's currently coming out in the very vast majority of European industry as waste heat.
Yep.
So what the industrial heat pump allows you to do is capture that waste heat and put it back in at the beginning of the process, and therefore you get the circular economy. So the opportunity is, I don't know, in the region of 700 terawatt hours by 2050, which is 300 megawatts a month. These are a lot of numbers. From now to 2050. So it's a huge industry. And when we think about technology adoption, we have this thing called the S curve, which, you have the early adopters and the majority and the late bloomers. And we think about that, we're at the very early stage at the bottom of the S right now.
Right.
So a lot of our manufacturers in the industrial heat pump sector are deploying technology in the first of a kind factory. So the first dairy, the first sugar factory, the first pasta factory, the first paper factory and fiber factory and so on. And what needs to happen now is they need to do more and more, standardize. It becomes a production process and modular and small, and becomes even cheaper to install. And that makes it even more competitive than it is currently. But what we do also see is places like Norway, France, where, the Iberian Peninsula, where electricity is relatively cheap to gas, we're seeing a booming market. And I think that's really good, because that allows those early adopters to deliver that. And there's a lot of innovation funding from the Commission, which Rosalind is going to talk about, that allows manufacturers and customers get together, learn that little bit of a journey that needs to go from the appliance works, the factory works, and put the little bit in between to deploy it in different technology areas. And to your third question, what are we doing about it? The thing we're most focused on right now is to try and ensure we widen the understanding of industrial heat pumps, because no one even heard of these 5 years ago, in terms of everyone had a chiller, which was an industrial heat pump in a different way. So we're trying to widen the understanding by doing a lot of events and by communicating the opportunity of industrial heat pumps. But we're also trying to partner with all of these industries. So we last year we did a piece of work with the engineers in the paper industry, with the engineers from the heat pump industry, and they got together and said, well, here's our challenges. This is what our industry looks like. Here's how we use heat. Here's our temperatures. And the engineers from the heat pump industry were able to say, okay, well, we've got solutions for these, and they work together. And now they're in deployment phase. And what we're doing this year is we're working on food and beverage. We're working on the with the drinks industry through that. And also with the Man-Made Fibers Association, so that we can start to work with kind of European level associations to really get into the detail of the different industries and the different potential. Because the scale of this potential is massive. The scale of the opportunity is massive, and the scale of the benefits for European competitiveness, for European energy security, and really importantly for European climate goals is huge. And we need to get into the space now where we solve the little problems that are there, make sure everyone knows about them, and then get on and deliver.
Right. And something like SUSHEAT is that next step, in a sense, not just a heat pump, but something that also brings in, capturing heat that can be used whenever you need it. And so a kind of ecosystem, again, with the AI and the condensing solar linking in, you're creating an ecosystem that is perhaps more flexible than just a heat pump on its own, no matter what temperatures it hits, right? So
Correct.
is this a kind of, I mean, would the association welcome this kind of development
Yeah,
and the
so
investment of the Commission in the Horizon project?
Yeah, it's really important, and it's really important to have this sort of early level funding to solve some of those problems, but also solve the next problem, which is flexibility and thermal storage. One of the real advantages of industrial heat pumps, and a lot of them go in with large water tanks, is so that they can heat and cool together when energy prices are cheap or when they're available with the sun. And you know that goes from industrial right down to commercial and even domestic. That this technology is a technology that enables electrification because it's flexible.
But there's a reality check, isn't there? Which is the upfront costs of industrial heat pumps and even new ones with funky systems, right, to be more flexible and hit higher temperatures. There's an upfront cost. Are there enough trained people to manage them? I was reading something from the energy efficiency movement that they brought out yesterday, saying there were like 4 areas of challenges, which were higher upfront costs, not enough skilled labor. Some businesses are a bit confused about, oh, it's got an IT component and it's got this component. Oh gosh, it's all a bit confusing. You know, I don't know if that's paranoia or whether it just need to hire somebody to do it, but
yeah,
there are some challenges.
There's kind of 4 key challenges. One is the cost of electricity versus gas. Not in every market. So particularly where there's large amounts of hydro or large amounts of solar and wind together, you get relatively cheap electricity. So we see it active in those markets, but it's not active in other markets. And the reason it's not active in those markets is even being 3 times more efficient, if your electricity price is 5 times more expensive than gas, it kills the business case. Right. So that's probably the largest barrier, we'll say. The second one is it's a young industry, so the knowledge is not there. And that's why we're working really hard to try and widen the scope of knowledge.
Right.
As part of that, I think there is a skills-based requirement that needs to develop. The industry needs to standardize. It's got, the technology works. It's not complicated technology, but it's complicated in how it integrates with different industries. So I think that's important. And finally, when it comes to the high up cost, it's still very competitive. And you know, when businesses look at an investment, whether it's a boiler plant, a chiller plant, an industrial heat pump, whatever it is, they need a service out of this device. And they look at, well, what are the options and what's the least cost to deliver me a reliable service over the lifetime? So they often see OPEX and CAPEX as part of the same equation. They look at it over 5 or 10 years and make a decision on the basis of the return on that investment.
Right. But there are ways, if the return is not as fast as they'd like it, there are things that can be done by national governments or by, you know, the EC or whatever to smooth that journey for the early adopters, right? And then you get, you know, mass production and mass acceptance, and then everybody's happy and the lambs are dancing and the soft music's playing and the petals are falling. Everything's fine, right? So it can be done, right?
So one of the things we looked at last year is we looked at the ecosystem of investment supports for industrial heat pumps across Europe. Most countries have some form of supports. And that really helps that early adopter phase, that new industry that's not really comfortable with it. Well, it's a very good business case because we've got this extra support. So let's really go after it.
Right. Okay, let's turn to our last wonderful guest, Rosalinda van der. Now, I always have a problem with this last name because it's Vlies.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, not bad, right? Good. Okay, get a little gold star there from Sussy for getting that one right. But she's with the director at DG Energy. Responsible for, there's a whole list of things here. I don't know how you do it. Transition, consumers, that's just a few people, isn't it? Energy efficiency and innovation at the European Commission. That's a hell of a portfolio. But everyone's got them now, haven't they? I see this, the guy called McGrath from Ireland. He's got this, justice, consumers, and something. I mean, it's a whole another list as well. It's incredible.
Yeah, actually, I come from the Clean Planet Directorate.
I know.
So I need to adapt a bit to the title. But there's a certain logic to it there, Nick.
So, Rosa, you're in a new role at the Commission. Just very, very briefly, how's it going and what's the aim? Because for people that don't know.
No, I mean, it's amazing, I have to say, even though the name is not very catchy. But basically what we are doing is to make sure that we have a citizen-centered energy transition. because we believe that we will not be successful with our clean energy transition if we don't have the people on board. So that is one of the aims. The second aim is that we want the energy transition to be fair. You said we want a just transition, so we want to make sure that we support not only the people but also the regions. For instance, there are coal regions in transition. There are islands in the EU that also need to have a fair energy transition. And then we are, of course, focusing on energy efficiency, because it's very clear that energy efficiency is a key pillar of the energy transition to be successful there. And lastly, we focus on innovation, because we believe that Europe needs to be a front runner in terms of innovation. We already are when it comes to energy efficient solutions, but we still need innovation to make sure that when you have existing technologies, it becomes cheaper and more affordable. So that's in a nutshell what we are aiming to do at this long name director.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Now, the Commission and the Member States of the EU have various initiatives aimed at decarbonising industrial emissions, including the Clean Industrial Deal. There's lots of others. There's an innovation fund. I think I tracked about 5 different projects that somehow fed into this. I was going to mention them earlier, but my intro was way too long. But tell me, having heard about Susheat, do you think this is a development that could play a role in the Clean Industrial Deal? And if so, how can the Commission help transform these kinds of innovations into commercially impactful reality? I think this is a key question, because I think many countries struggle. This is always a complaint in the UK. Oh, we invented penicillin, but who got the benefits? I think it was the Americans, actually. Yeah. So there are always these stories. How can the Commission do that? Because it's bridging that gap, isn't it? Yeah. Between the idea, the innovation, and then the reality.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, first of all, we are really, really proud still that in Europe we have the largest publicly funded program for research and innovation. So the Success project also is a Horizon Europe project. And I think we can be really proud of that in the EU, that also from the public side, we invest so much in maintaining European leadership in innovation. And in the second mandate, our president of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she basically said we need to place research and innovation at the heart of our European economy for our European competitiveness. At the same time, it's very clear that we are very good in doing science. We are a scientific powerhouse, but we're not good into translating this into the commercial successes for our European companies. And this is why this is now a big focus of the current European Commission College of Commissioners. We still have our Green Deal, and we will stay the course, even though we may call it a clean deal now. But there's this huge focus now to make sure that we link the decarbonization of our European economy with strengthening the competitiveness of our European industry. So it's basically 2 sides of the same coin.
Right.
And there, I think we can do several things at a European level to support this moving from research and development into scaling up and actual deployment of the solutions inside the European Union. I think the first strength that we have is that we provide regulatory stability inside the European Union. So we have, for instance, on energy efficiency, we have very clear long-term targets, collective targets of what we want to achieve as a European Union. And these longer-term targets also provide kind of like a regulatory stability for companies to invest, for instance, in heat pumps, including the industrial heat pumps. And I think that is really a strength of the European Union. Then we also, apart from this regulatory certainty and giving a longer-term perspective of where we want the European Union to go, we also, of course, have our European Union investment programs, not only in research and innovation, but also in deployment. So we have, for instance, the LIFE program, Innovation Fund you mentioned, we have Invest EU. So we have a lot of opportunities, at the EU level already to accelerate the deployment. But at the same time, we also feel that we need to work much more closely together also with the private sector. So that's why, we have public-private partnerships established where we are putting together, EU money together with, companies that co-invest into the solutions. And I think that is really a way forward. And we are also continuing to look into how we can bridge the so-called valley of death. We recently published a startup and scale-up strategy for the European Union, where we really want to support, in particular, the young innovative companies to stay inside the European Union. So I think there's a lot going on, but obviously we need to continue on the same path. So to provide the regulatory stability, supporting also the industry with clear rules, and at the same time continue to invest, not only at the EU level, but also then at the national level, and bring in the private investments. And maybe just to as a last point, point out that we have some new policy measures also in the pipeline on the energy field. We are working on a heating and cooling strategy precisely to address some of the barriers that Paul just mentioned. We are working on an electrification strategy for the European Union, again, to address the barriers that are there and to provide still this longer term stability for our European companies. So I think these are really, great things in the pipeline as well.
Yes, cooling being absolutely critical right now because everything's getting warmer.
Including here in your studio.
The studio here is quite warm too. We have to blame the International Energy Agency for that. So, yeah. Okay, look, thank you very much indeed. It is quite, it's quite, I think, hard for an ordinary person to actually keep up with the amount of legislation that's pouring out of the Commission. And I don't mean pouring in a derogatory way. It literally is a sign of intent to achieve something quite special, especially the complicated world that we have with some former partners rolling back on so many things. And yeah, the EU standing firm and with a strong spine is a critical moment, I think, for the world. So
if I may say something about that, Nick, because I mean, I think, you can say, oh, so many rules in Europe, but actually, the European industry is asking to provide this certainty. And the advantage of having a European rule is that it creates a level playing field for the entire, European Union territory. So, I mean,
it's norms and standards, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean, it's exactly what, everybody needs to know. There's a basement point at which you cannot go below. You can do better if you want to.
Exactly.
But there needs to be some basic floor, right, upon which we can all stand and jump as high as possible from it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me, we've got a little bit more time left. I think we've got about 12 minutes or something. I mean, we could talk for hours. I could talk for hours about Susseat because I think it's so absolutely fascinating. And I love the creativity involved in this and the potential. But let's just try and, we can all join in here. I know it's a little bit hard here. Some of our people from the very north of Europe, but I can. So if there's any problem, I can just pass that on. But let's talk about, well, one thing, Arnie, maybe you can just come in on this. So 250 is where you're at as a ceiling with the current project, but you're already looking at a higher heat pump, aren't you? Underway?
So together with Sylvia and KTH and a few other companies like Kyoto Group, we are also investigating combining our high temperature heat pumps with even higher temperature storage, up to 400 degrees Celsius. And even though a smaller share of industry uses temperatures as high as 400 degrees, that means a very high ceiling for energy storage. So that means that we can actually fill up the buffer of thermal energy storage with the heat pump when the renewable electricity is abundant, and then we can use the heat whenever the customer needs the heat. So it avoids the need for peaker boilers and so on, so that we can use the heat pump for a larger share of the energy use and be even more flexible in terms of grid stabilization. And we need less grid build out, less transformers, less of everything.
Interesting. So the idea there would be that you could actually, even with the existing heat pump, work on a thermal storage system that could store heat at 450 degrees centigrade, which again opens up to more companies, maybe not a hugely more massive market, but a significant market. And that's the key, yeah? Okay. Sylvia, let's just come back to you just a little bit on this. I mean, it's hard to explain the importance of AI because I think for a lot of people are still coming to grips with what it means. But from your perspective, this is a positive use of this technology because it's the ability to manage multiple systems at the same time?
Yes, that's exactly the case. So, while AI per se, it can be controversial and it's not always the best solution in that sense, but particularly when it comes to system like the ones we are trying to go for in the context of SASHIT, that's something that can definitely help in well, supporting us basically in understanding how these different technologies could actually play together and try to optimize them in different ways and trying to, you know, as you said, it's a very complex and multi-layered issue when it comes to actually addressing it in considering different contexts from an industrial perspective, from the location perspective, from taxes and legislation perspective. So different things that you have to layer upon to understand what is the best fit in each of these cases. Yeah, these smart technologies could definitely help us in doing that, and playing together or working together, that's something that we are aiming for. When it comes to the practicality side, well, what we are actually doing in the context of the project is to use AI system, let's say, primarily on the control part of the system. So when to operate different things and how to coordinate that, how to do that in the best way whenever, for example, electricity is not only cheap, but renewable. That's actually a critical point, making sure that we use renewable electricity in doing all of this transition in electrification. It's not just about using electricity for the sake of it. But yeah, that's I do believe it has a potential positive impact in all of this.
One thing that Arnie has said to me several times is this issue, and he alluded to it just slightly there, was how heat pumps and industrial heat pumps could help balance the grid. Because, you know, I mean, it was like a couple of years ago, wasn't it, when there were articles in newspapers in Europe, the USA, and the UK, that some new wind farms and solar farms and things like that were waiting up to 10 years. I think in the UK it was 15, in America it was like 12. I don't remember what it was, but it was a long time just to plug in, right, to the grid, which seemed absolutely absurd. And I think Arnie has mentioned before, certainly when we were chatting some weeks ago, that you have the possibility of storing, say, surplus wind as storage to be used in factories and things like that. And that instead of, you know, we need to go for renewables, right? But the demand for energy is so high that if we just try and go for renewables, the time it will take to connect them in means that a substantial amount of emissions have been emitted, whereas with the heat pump, working with all these different systems, could actually allow you to manage the grid much better. Arnie, I'm paraphrasing you a little bit, but I thought I'd ask these two experts here what they think.
So Paul? One of the things, you might talk about the grids package a little bit, but one of the things that's unique about this, particularly in industry. So if you've got a constrained grid and the grid says, well, we can't give you all of that power all of the time because for these 200 hours a year, there isn't quite enough available power. You could leave it, you put your heat pump in and it runs for 96% of the time, and you just rely on your backup gas for a couple of years until you build out that grid. And that flexibility of kind of a flexible demand connection, I think is the term they call it, gives an opportunity to add a significant more amount of flexible demand onto the system, which allows you then build out that local supply chain of renewables where there isn't as much transmission required because the local solar farm or wind farm connects into the local heat pump. And if it's not sunny and not windy and there isn't enough connection from somewhere else, you can say, well, we'll rely on the gas boiler for another 5 years or 7 years or 10 years. And particularly when we talk about industrial sites, that is, you know, that's a unique thing that they have. They already have a boiler plant and it's probably end of life and it's probably, you could leave it there in standby mode for a few years. So that's an opportunity for kind of this idea of flexible demand. But the second part of the flexible demand is, you know, if you add storage like in a SASHIT project, it allows you to think about, well, let's say we take an industrial heat pump and we run it really hard for the cheapest 4 or 6 or 8 hours of the day. We run it a little bit for the next, and then we don't run it for the most expensive 8 hours of the day. That brings down the cost of energy for everyone. And that allows the grid function more cohesively. It allows more electrons pass through the same wires, which means it's a lower cost per unit for every single citizen, industry, and otherwise. And as we add demand that's flexible, what it does is it fills up the troughs in available capacity, and it means you really use the asset much more comprehensively.
I think these are complex things, but policymakers need to know that it's not just a heat pump, it's not just storage, it's a system that can also go beyond just simply heating and cooling a factory's production system, right? It's a bit like the dream of using electric car batteries as to power your house. You know, it's offering that alternative vision of a kind of different kinds of sustainability in society. And I think that's quite fascinating. Somebody wanted me to ask about fossil fuel subsidies. I don't know whether I should be asking about them, but I see that they're at record levels. 16 years after the G7 said that they would phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. We never had them so high as they are right now. We know why they're there, but we also know that they do kind of have a habit of not leveling the playing field, if I can put it that way, between renewables and fossil fuels. Is it more complex than that? Because you just said to me, in those countries where they got cheap electricity, they can run away with heat pumps, but those with higher costs in gas can't. So if you took away the subsidy, the gas would be more expensive and even less likely to go for heat pumps. Sorry. So is fossil fuel subsidies a good or a bad thing in this context?
Well, I might paraphrase Mario Draghi when he said, everyone knows what needs to be done. They just don't know how to get elected thereafter. That is the
That's
challenge.
a good line, yeah.
You know, that you've got, particularly when we talk about lower income households, they get a lot of these fossil fuel subsidies. And the reason they get them is because we want this transition to be just.
Yeah.
And what we need to do is make sure that things like the new Social Climate Fund allows those lower income homes transition. Now, that's not just, it's not like fossil fuel subsidies don't just go to low income households, and there needs to be reform. And, you know, how
they tend to go to the rich people because they use more of them, right? The more of those fuels, like the big SUV drivers.
They do tend to, but I suppose we do need to be cognizant of everyone in this, just in this transition. But it is a real challenge, and I think most policymakers would like to phase them out. I would say, but it's not as easy as just.
No, I realize that. Rosalinda?
I can quickly jump in here. Maybe just also on the grid. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a lot of attention, you know, on more investments in the grids, you know, big interconnectors, a lot of copper. We actually know that if we focus more on the demand side and the demand flexibility, storage and energy efficiency, we can save up to 35% of the grid investment that are currently planned.
Right.
So just by being, you know, focusing more on demand and more on energy efficiency.
That's a really...
So that's great, you know,
really
investment that we can save. So that's great. On the fossil fuel subsidies, I've actually some good news because we have the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which is, you know, an amazing piece of legislation that will support the renovation of buildings throughout the European Union. It will need to be translated into national law in May next year, but, and here it comes, as of 1st of January this year, this piece of legislation already prohibits member states to provide subsidies for the fossil fuel boilers at homes.
Okay.
So great news.
All right.
Small steps, but
well, there we go. And you heard it first on We Don't Have Time TV. Thank you very much, Rosalinda. I think we have to round it up here, ladies and gentlemen. I really am so happy that Rosalind, you could join us. Paul, Sylvia and Arnie could be with us too from the SUSHEAT project. It really is special. I think you've got maybe a year and a half more to run roughly before you can fully launch this on a grateful world, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
And so thank you very much for being here. And we will talk soon, I'm sure. And we'd like to have an update on SUSHEAT going forward and see whether, in fact, it does manage to get some support from the Commission to commercialize it. That would be interesting too. So thank you, Arnie. Thank you, Sylvia. Norway and Stockholm, Norway and Sweden, I should say. And thank you to our two wonderful guests here in the studio at the International Energy Agency in Brussels.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you. So another wonderful guest here at the International Energy Agency Energy Efficiency Conference taking place here in Brussels in Belgium. I have with me, let me get my glasses on then I can read, Jose Logia?
Yes.
Is that okay?
La Loggia, it's fine.
Okay, you know, the British are really good at mangling everybody's names. But you are the CEO of the Europe, Middle East and African part of Train Technologies.
That's right.
Okay, Jose, just for the audience, what is Train Technologies? What do you do? So
yes,
we can clear that
Train
up.
Technologies is a climate innovator. So we build the equipment to heat and cool buildings and also transport refrigerated goods. And we have always, our business is all about innovating for efficiency and energy recovery.
Okay. So we're here at the IEA, and there have been a lot of reports coming out from the International Energy Agency and also from something called the Energy Efficiency Movement.
Yeah.
Seems that the world generally, including Europe, is a bit stalled on, gains in energy efficiency in the last few years. What are you seeing across your business? Is still an enthusiasm for...
I think there's always been an enthusiasm from businesses to reduce their carbon footprint and to reduce their, let's say, operating costs. So if we can develop innovative solutions that can reduce the operating costs of our customers, then there's always an enthusiasm for that.
Right.
So we try to link both things. We never create business plans based on subsidies or some sort of grants, things like that. We always innovate around trying to improve the energy efficiencies of customers so that they get a payback for the solutions they buy from us.
Right. Very interesting. So, energy efficiency, is absolutely critical, along with obviously renewable energies if we're going to decarbonize, and also using less fuel in certain places. That's quite handy, like Europe, if you were dependent on gas coming from a more northerly country. So one can see all the benefits, etc. But the story is always evolving, isn't it? And one of the big challenges we have right now is that with artificial intelligence and other things like that, demand for energy, particularly in data centers, is changing the landscape a bit.
Yes.
How are you responding to that in terms of innovation?
Yeah, so there's two. I think when we look at the AI revolution or data centers in particular, there is more energy being used. And I think a lot of people are sort of gravitating to the fact that this is going to be an issue because we need to create all this new energy, which is, energy can be created from renewable sources, but can also be created from, let's say, fossil fuel sources. But I think the most important thing, and where our company plays in this space and can deliver, let's say, solutions in this space, is that we need to first of all stop wasting energy, okay? And we can talk about all the solutions we have to avoid using energy in the first place, especially in the heating and cooling of buildings, because buildings are about 40% of the energy we use, and there are a lot of, let's say, things that can be done in the built environment, especially around what we call thermal management systems to combine heating and cooling and save a lot of energy. And then if we think about data centers in particular, the data centers need cooling, and with the advent of the newer technology in data centers, we see the water temperature required to cool those data centers continues to increase, which leads to the ability to innovate around what we call free cooling technologies, which, even though there is going to be a lot more data centers, if they can be free cooled or partially free cooled depending on the time of the year, then the overall energy use will be lower than what it is for existing data centers today. Right. Let's say less modern data centers.
Yeah, you were saying just before that kind of the data centers that we might be seeing now coming in, they're cooled with water, and you end up with water getting to, say, 40 degrees centigrade. Yes. You have to do something with it.
Yeah, well, most, if we think about the data centers in the AI space, they require much warmer water temperatures to cool the chips within these data centers, usually in the, let's say, 40 degree to 30 degree range. So degrees C, as you mentioned. So if the data center needs 30 degree water and the water comes out of the data center at 40 degrees, then the trick is to innovate around how are we going to make the water go from 40 degrees to 30 degrees in the most efficient manner. Right. And one of those things is to do as much free cooling as possible. So the concept of free cooling is really to take the, let's say, the the coolness out of the air, the ambient air, to cool the water that goes back into the data center. So if you have data centers which are in northern climates, like let's call it Northern Europe, like UK or Northern Germany, Northern France, the Scandinavian countries, Ireland, it's very rare that you see a day over 30 degrees in these climates. So we've developed what we call dry cooler in Train, where we take the water comes back from these data centers, it goes through our dry coolers, and all that happens in this dry cooler is that the water goes through what we call these heat exchangers, and we blow the cold ambient air through these heat exchangers, which cools the water back down, and then they go back into the data center. And the energy used there is really only the energy of the fans, which is very low compared to mechanical cooling systems of the past.
Right. And in hotter climates, you'd have to do something different.
In hotter climates, we would do different things. We would then have more mechanical cooling strategies. But even in hotter climates, it's not, if we think about Spain or Southern Europe or even the Middle East, there are still times of the year where you can get free cooling, but not as much. But the key is to really integrate these free cooling technologies with the mechanical cooling, or what we call chillers, and have them all operating in unison with sophisticated controls to get the most out of it. I'll give you an example. We had a customer in Australia who we had sold them in the past mechanical cooling equipment for more traditional data centers, and usually that type of equipment had a coefficient of performance, what we call a COP of 6, meaning that for every unit of energy we put into this cooling system, we get 6 units of cooling out of it. This particular customer now was evolving into making AI data centers for some of the big internet companies, and they came to us and said, look, the water temperatures we need now are much higher than what they were in the past, and we were able to innovate with them this dry cooler chiller combination and the controls that go with that, and we developed equipment with a COP, or a coefficient of performance, of 10 for them, right? So we went from 6 to 10. So this is how you can improve energy efficiency in the data center space.
And save money as well.
And save money for the clients. And also we have, on the other side of it, is that a data center, at the end of the day, it needs heat to be rejected from it. So we have seen some of our customers ask for, can we take this heat and use it for something else? So we had a great example of a customer in the Netherlands, a very forward-thinking customer, who worked with the local municipality to say, what can we do with this heat that we're rejecting to the atmosphere? Because heat rejected to the atmosphere is
waste.
It's waste.
Yeah.
And if it was like an emission, like from a tailpipe of a car, it would be where it's very regulated. It's all regulated, but nobody thinks of heat rejection as something that needs to be regulated. But you can think of it as a thermal pollution, right? So this customer, as I said, they worked with the municipalities, they worked with us, and all of us together, we created a system there where we take the heat from the data center. There was a gymnasium and a school in close proximity, and we take that heat and we heat the gymnasium and we heat the school, and so basically those two locations, they save 400,000 tons of CO2 a year now because of that.
That's amazing. Yes. So is that something that, because you cover Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, different countries, different locations, different weather systems, and all that. But because you've got this good network of experience with many, many customers, you can say, well, actually, you could do this, by the way. The Netherlands thing could be applied somewhere else, for example.
Of course. Well, that's the power of our business. Our business is, we make equipment, but we don't sell through independent distributors or things like that. We sell directly to customers. So we have a highly engineered sales force that goes out and calls on customers, because every building is different and every application is different. And we work with those customers in unison to share with them what our innovations are and what other customers have done, and to maximize their energy efficiency.
We had somebody on from Signify, Philips Lighting, as it used to be called, and he said something I'd never really thought about, that in retrofitting buildings in Europe, you have an opportunity. It's not just putting the equipment in, you have a chance to change the dynamics of a space in a sense. So you can maximize, for example, how far the lighting spreads in a room.
Yes.
There might be a wall there that you don't need or something, or there might be, you know. And I never really thought about that, because I always think about retrofitting buildings for energy efficiency and for green energy as a kind of, or you just put the equipment in and that's it. But you can do different things with spaces, can't you, as well,
Yes.
and change the dynamics of a building.
Yes, and I think that's a great question, a great point, because a lot of the times technology already exists to really decarbonize buildings today, and I'll talk a little bit about heating and cooling, right? And what you're talking about is really about some of the traditions that exist, because today, if I think about, let's talk about a hospital, for example, and people have certain perceptions in their mind. Like if we're in Europe, for example, especially Northern Europe, where people think, well, there's not much need for air conditioning in Northern Europe because you know, it's most of the year it's quite cool. Cool, so you don't need air conditioning. But all buildings, if you think about commercial buildings, like I mentioned, the hospital, they will need some sort of cooling, because, you know, in a hospital you need some cooling maybe a little bit of the year for the comfort of the people there. But if you think about the processes within the hospital, like the MRI scanners, they need to be cooled. Some of the equipment, you know, operating theaters, vaccines, they all need to be cooled. And also all hospitals, they need heating. So you need to heat for comfort heating, but you also need to do disinfection, all that sort of thing. So what traditionally happens in buildings is that the heating and cooling systems have been seen in silos. So you have a cooling system, which you know, there's a whole bunch of let's say designers, mechanical contractors, and construction people that are used to building cooling systems for the last 50 to 100 years in a certain way, and they do that. And then on the heating silo, there's a heating silo where there's again a whole ecosystem of people who have been developing heating systems for hundreds of years, because the technology is a little bit older, and they don't work together, they don't cross. So you have sometimes a really, you know, and it's happening in many buildings, it's really an absurd situation where you have a cooling system which is using electricity and it's rejecting the heat to the atmosphere, like we discussed with the data center. And then you have a heating system which is like 90% of the time is fossil fuel based, burning a fossil fuel to create heat, which is a really, if you think about it, why do we do that?
The same resource going out the other end of the building, so you could use that and bring it around again.
Bring it around. So this is where we innovated this thermal system thing, where we say, let's look at the heating and cooling a building in a combined way. So we're going to, and we produce equipment that can produce hot and cold water simultaneously. And then, And these systems can be 300 to 400% more efficient than looking at these things separately. So, but why aren't? And so we as a company are pushing the adoption of such technologies. But sometimes, you know, people ask me, well, why isn't every building being done that way? And it's not because the technology is more expensive or the technology is not there or doesn't work in some locations, because it can work in every location.
It's about mindsets,
It's about mindsets and traditions, because if I'm a designer, an engineer who's always designed cooling systems, and I'm a designer who's always designed heating systems, I'm going to do what I'm usually used to doing, because there's less risk. And our job is really to change that mindset.
That thinking,
Yeah.
We're going to have to end it there, because we've actually gone well over time. But it was a good chat and very interesting. And happy to hear more about Trane Technologies going forward, because those were quite interesting insights into how you can do things differently.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So we have another wonderful guest with us here at the International Energy Agency at this 10th Global Energy Efficiency Conference taking place in Brussels. Yes, if you could say who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, so I'm Kasper Elbjørn, Senior Vice President and Head of Corporate Communications in Danfoss, a global engineering company from Denmark, and I'm from Denmark too.
Okay, super. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
So it's been quite an interesting conference. We've heard the good and the bad, right? We've heard that, you know, energy efficiency improvements globally and also in Europe have been stalling in the last few years. But then we've had a lot of, you know, very positive examples again of what energy efficiency could do for economies in Europe, for example, and elsewhere, affordability, energy security, plus climate change as well, which hasn't gone away. What's your contribution in a sense here?
So the Commissioner, Dan Jørgensen, yesterday when the conference opened, called for a new momentum in energy efficiency. But as I see it, the good news is that there is a momentum in industry. We see that in our numbers in Danfoss, but we also see it in the new report coming out from the IEA these days. So they did a survey of 1,000 companies globally, and what we see is that those companies, 80% actually, which is quite amazing, significant number, says that they know that energy efficiency is really important for competitiveness and decarbonization. So there is strong knowledge among industries around the globe and also here in Europe that energy efficiency is the safe road to competitiveness, but also to decarbonization. I think that's really good news. So yes, we need a new momentum, but the momentum in industry is there, and we see it in our numbers. I mean, industry is transforming. They are decarbonizing, and out of that comes competitiveness.
And you think that what's driving this is that as we said, climate change hasn't gone away, that countries have targets, and the economy within a country or a block of countries like the EU need to hit those targets, right? But also people are seeing other issues, right? Like the issue of energy affordability, competitiveness, and also in some circumstances, I mean, with Europe, it's been about energy security because the former supplies of large amounts of gas was proving to be a little bit politically fraught. So there's lots of reasons to have your own energy efficiency at home, as it were, because it can be a buffer against shocks in terms of, say, fuel supplies.
Energy efficiency is the easiest way to save on your bill, to make sure that you stay competitive, and you can decarbonize as well. And energy security, of course, very important, especially for Europe. But my take on this is that after reading the new IEA report, we know that knowledge is very much in industries today. And as I said, we see that in our numbers in Danfoss as well. Our energy efficiency technology, they are being implemented in industries. Industrial heat pumps, for example, we see a boom in that. But not so much in retail, unfortunately.
So in fact, also, there is in the last few years as well, a lot more creativity and invention in energy efficient products as well, which also opens up new opportunities for customers of those businesses to implement them and have even greater energy efficiency than they had before. So I think, and obviously AI is coming, and that's going to change the dynamics. So there's a lot of ways of managing complex systems, which can deliver even maybe higher.
Yeah. So our message here at the 10th annual Energy Efficiency Conference is that if we want to lead in science and technology in Europe, we need to invest a lot more in R&D.
Yeah.
We need to have skilled labor.
Yeah.
And we need to have financing. And a good starting point. I mean, Danfoss, we invest 5% of our sales in R&D. But on a European level, what we say is that let's deliver on the target that was agreed in 2002 during the Spanish, the Portuguese presidency. The European leaders back then agreed to use 3% of GDP on R&D. They have not delivered on that goal. They are delivering on the defense goal now, the NATO goal, which is great. Now they also need to deliver on the R&D goal.
Yeah.
Because if we want to lead in science and technology, and especially in energy efficiency technology, then we need to deliver on investing in R&D.
Yeah. So what you're basically saying is it's not going to be an easy journey because a lot of ducks need to be lined up, but there is an enthusiasm from the private sector, both the makers of the products that lead to that deliver energy efficiency and those that want energy efficient, say factories and processes. There is a strong push from these two sectors for big change to deliver on the targets that have been set for the EU and in fact worldwide.
Yeah, I think if I should sum it up, we have three challenges. We have to get rid of these stop and go and flip-flopping policies. We cannot have that we scale back regulation. Consistency. Yeah, we can't. This scaling back of regulation is no good. Regulation might be imperfect, but we need to stick with what we have so we know where to invest. That's one thing. So predictability. Secondly, financing. And thirdly, which we haven't talked about, skilled labor. Yeah. Some of these products coming out now are extremely sophisticated, also from Danfoss. I totally admit that. And we need skilled labor to install it.
Got you. Good. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the We Don't Have Time broadcast hub at the 10th Annual International Energy Agency Energy Efficiency Conference here in Brussels in Belgium. We know energy efficiency is one of the fastest and most effective ways to reduce emissions and cut costs and boost industrial competitiveness. And the technologies exist. Many have existed for quite a long time. The solutions are affordable as well. And yet, globally, we find from the many reports that have come out here from the International Energy Agency, from the energy efficiency movement, and others, that we are, in a sense, stalled a bit at the moment in terms of making the big gains that we need to deal with things like climate change, but also deal with affordability in society, competitiveness, as just mentioned, and also energy security. So what can be done? What can we do to change this dynamic? Well, I've got some fantastic guests here who are going to tell us how we do it. Let me introduce Brian Motherway. He's head of the Office of Energy Efficiency and Inclusive Transitions at the International Energy Agency. We've got Claudia Canavari, who's head of Energy Efficiency Unit of the Directorate General Energy in the European Commission. Thomas Müller, who's President Energy Division Alfa Laval. That was very Swedish, wasn't it? Alfa Laval, I did that right?
Well done.
Thank you. And Mike Omika, how do I say that properly?
Perfect.
Okay, who's Executive Director of the Energy Efficiency Movement. So welcome everybody. Brian, let's go to you first. This conference, why is this conference so important? The word is critical here. I don't think anything's critical, but why is it so significant? And why is it important? And what are you trying to achieve at this conference?
Thanks, Nick. This is the 10th annual global conference we have run on energy efficiency. It's really the only high-level CEO, ministerial-level platform that is dedicated to energy efficiency. And as you know, the IEA works on so many technologies, topics, sectors in every part of the world, but this is the only subject we dedicate an annual global conference to. And that is because energy efficiency needs more attention. As you said, it has great potential. We know what it can achieve, but it's not going at the pace we need it to. And so 10 years ago, we established this conference and said, let's bring together people, let's really understand how we can accelerate global progress. And our theme this week is from awareness to ambition to action. And this actually describes the journey over the 10 years. 10 years ago, we said, let's establish this conference. Let's get people thinking more about energy efficiency. Let them understand the kind of benefits that you mentioned, whether it's lowering bills, enhancing competitiveness, and of course, reducing emissions. And then when we found, okay, we're getting that global conversation going, we really need people to step up. And of course, that happened 2 years ago when our 8th annual global conference led to the first agreement of a doubling target on a global level, which of course was then brought by the European Commission to COP28. And for the first time ever, there's a global ambition to double the annual rate of progress of energy efficiency, which is fantastic. But we're not on the right track. And that's why we're moving from now, not from awareness to ambition, but from ambition to action. Governments need to step up, put more policies in place, strengthen what they're doing, implement them better. Industry is playing a role, but again, can do more. We as individuals can do more. So it's really a crucial moment. If we want to benefit from the good things energy efficiency can bring us, we need to act.
Right. I just need to come back on one point, and we don't have time is normally a very positive show. We like to be can-do, but do you think sometimes people look at this outside and say, the government's committed to this in Dubai at COP28, and they're also committed to, I don't know, phasing down or whatever of fossil fuels and blah, blah. Nothing seems to be going in the right direction right now. It doesn't matter where you look, right? So should we be dispirited? And if we are dispirited, then after that, what do we do? And, but we're clearly not making progress on climate change in the last few years. And we have 5 years left to halve global greenhouse gas emissions. Should we be really worried, Brian, or should we be like, let's do it now? What are we going to do?
Focused, Nick.
We should be focused.
And let me just say two things quickly. First of all, I think a lot of people don't appreciate just how much progress we have made on energy efficiency. And so here in Europe today, all of us as individuals, our energy bills would be 20% higher were it not for the progress that we have made on energy efficiency in the last 2 decades.
Okay.
And Europe would be importing 20% more fossil fuels than it is today were not the progress.
Right.
So we really are making progress.
Okay.
And secondly, we need to go faster. But I do have to say that since Dubai, putting it simply, our phones have been hopping. Governments all over the world have been ringing us and saying, we want to do more. We know we've made this commitment. It takes time. We're seeing some action, but undoubtedly we need to go much stronger, much faster.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. So, Claudia, now let's turn to you. Europe is in many ways at the forefront of the energy transition, including energy efficiency. We know the Commission is doing many things. What about the Clean Industrial Deal? How is this going to help the energy efficiency story?
But the Clean Industrial Deal is very important. It recognized the key role of energy efficiency because it's basically giving Europe a competitive edge. And because of that, it is accompanied, when it was adopted, it is accompanied by an Affordable Energy Action Plan that includes various actions in order to bring forward energy efficiency, to increase the uptake of energy efficiency. And yesterday, Commissioner Jorgensen announced a 10-point plan. And this is a series of actions that the Commission will be proposing or will be taking in order to allow the EU in particular to increase energy efficiency, because we have a target of 11.7% to be reached by 2030. But we are a little bit lagging behind. At the moment, the indications is that is only 8.1%. So clearly there is a gap that needs to be bridged. And therefore, this plan, together with the implementation of the existing legislation, is expected to help on that. But as you know, the EU has been leading on energy efficiency. That has been recognized by the partners wherever. So we would like to continue doing that. We are very happy, in fact, to be co-hosting this very important conference. Yesterday was really interesting to hear all these discussions. So we look forward to continuing the cooperation with the IEA, with the energy efficiency movement, in order to make sure that everybody in the world picks up energy efficiency more. Let's hope that that will be indeed the case, and looking forward to today's discussion and to the outcome that will be hopefully adopted today.
Okay. Thomas, Alfa Laval, major player in this sector. You're one of the companies that, in a sense, Claudia was referring to. I mean, I can ask you why energy efficiency is important, but I think we know that, right? Yeah. I mean, Where do you see the blockers here, or where do you see the challenge here for a company with the products that wants to support, Europe and the policies that are being laid out by the Commission? What would you say to Claudia that you need, or what's happening, Thomas?
Yeah, and of course there are a lot of blockers, and you asked Brian also, what should we be more concerned, etc. I'm concerned about the new energy landscape. That will take time. It's a lot of new technologies needed and so on. I'm actually still very optimistic on the energy efficiency side, because that's where we have technologies. And if we take Europe, we would have a 27% higher energy consumption today if we wouldn't have done all the energy efficiency steps over the last decades.
Right.
So there are things happening. And why I'm also optimistic is because energy efficiency is a business case.
Yeah.
There is return on investment. And we talk about energy security also. So if we improve the energy efficiency with 1%, we can reduce the gas import from Russia with 2.6%. So I think there are so many drivers. And then a venue or event like this, where CEOs are coming together in a degree we have never seen before at an IEA conference, where there's commitments and CEOs signing commitment letters that we will make this the energy efficiency happen. So I think the industry is ready. I would also say I'm optimistic that there are a stronger dialogue between the union and the industrial side, and it is complex. If we take data centers as one example, and we are working together on a data center policy coming out, because you consume a lot of electricity in data centers, but all is converted into heat. So if you can reuse that heat, that will boost energy efficiency enormously. But who will pay for the pipeline? The utility company will need at least 10 years commitment that the heat will be provided but the utility company will not use the heat during the summertime. So that's where the sector coupling is, it is tricky, and that's where the industry side cannot fix it on their own. Policymakers cannot fix it on their own. We need that dialogue up front, and I think that is what is happening. Also around the heating and cooling strategy, if we get that right, we look so much forward to really accelerate that implementation, electrification strategy. So if there is a strong dialogue up front, it will not be seen as a burden. It will be seen as an acceleration. And I think that dialogue is starting to take place. Also through the movement, Mike, where we can have a strong industrial voice and easy for policymakers to reach hundreds and hundreds of companies.
Right. So
sorry for being so optimistic.
No. Sorry for being so optimistic. No. It's good to be optimistic. The glass can be half full or half empty, depending on how you want to see the world. Mike, let's just turn to you. The energy efficiency movement. You just released a very nice report, actually, I have to say, and it was very well presented on the app, actually. It was quite clear. Entitled Energy Efficiency, or entitled Efficiency Now. Sorry, let me get it right. Overcoming Internal Barriers to Industrial Energy Efficiency. Okay, it's a complex title maybe for the viewers, but to simplify it, you had like four main things that needed to be dealt with. From things like upfront costs and blah, blah, blah. And then it had a little nice box online that said, and this is the opportunity, this is what you can do, right? So tell us just a little bit about this. What were you pointing to?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can keep the short title Efficiency Now, because that's exactly what we're doing.
Efficiency Now.
And the movement is also actually a very proud partner to this conference, which is co-hosted by the IEA and the European Commission, which gives us a lot of trust. If we see when we have started 3-4 years ago, today we have a network of more than 600 private companies that joined. And that's exactly what Thomas was saying. So we have been able to really pull a lot of new CEOs as well joining this conference. So this is from this awareness, but I also like what Brian said about the action. So when it comes to the report, what we have seen there is that financial barriers is still one of the biggest one, rated by more than 40%. But also what we see is that more than a third see the lack of leadership. And that's something that every company can tackle by themselves, beside the other important topics like skills and data and so on, which are the no ones. But the good thing is there are opportunities and sometimes very simple and practical elements like ensure that energy efficiency is at the sea level there. Therefore, we have also this commitment, which we have been just released yesterday at the IEA's press release together, where we have 18 CEOs that have signed by their name, not only by their company. The second step is also that you have a dedicated energy efficiency budget, so you don't have this dialogue or conflict between CapEx and OpEx investments. And the third one is also that you start to look into strategic energy efficiency performance, so that it becomes part of the DNA of a company. And I think that's really kind of the three takeaways, and the opportunities are absolutely there. And this is, we focus on this how, and that's great to see that we see there also progress coming up.
I was looking just the other day at this old thorny question of fossil fuel subsidies on the train from Berlin, because we know that the G7 agreed 16 years ago to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And it always comes back and then it disappears. But you all probably know that we've actually got higher fossil fuel subsidies today than we had 16 years ago when the G7 first announced they were going to deal with it. Then it always comes up at COPs, UN climate conferences, and everyone goes, yes, 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 yes. I mean, when you come to the upfront costs, right, of this, I mean, if we got rid of fossil fuel subsidies in the EU and worldwide, would that not make money more available for energy efficiency projects and make them more competitive? I mean, I know there was the trouble with Vladimir Putin, and in some countries in the EU, there had to be consumer subsidies. Germany had some very high ones right now. But is there an opportunity to revisit this in a more aggressive way? Would it benefit energy efficiency?
Maybe one sentence from my side, if I may. I think there are also opportunities, and one critical element, and this is exactly this, that we need the financial sector as well around the table. And there you can be obviously innovative on products, technologies and solutions, but also in the financial sector. And this is what we see here as well in this conference, talking about like energy as a service, different financing models and so on. And the financial institute need at the same time also the insurance companies that say like, we need to find a way to de-risk. So it's very important that we bring the ecosystem together, but businesses can do it basically by themselves as well. So there's the opportunity to do so.
Any thoughts on what Mike says, but also what I said? Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's the financial side is very important, but I think that we should look into the private financing a lot beside the public financing, because we know very well that public financing will not be sufficient. And we should also move away from the idea of subsidies and trying to move towards a market for energy efficiency investments. And we know from the financial sector that there is a lot of interest in investing in energy efficiency, that there are funds available. They are really looking forward to receiving projects, initiatives, and so on. And in the Commission, we tried to, let's say, address this issue by establishing a European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, which is now open also to industry. And that brings together member states, Commission, financial institutions, and, as I said, the industry, in order to try to identify bottlenecks that are still existing at member state level, to reach out more in order to get more financing for energy efficiency. So I think it's important to consider that the financing interest, or if in the interest of the financing world is there, is a question of let's say, addressing the bottlenecks so that money can flow and reach the existing projects. So, but I think it's important to move from an idea of, let's say, public money, subsidies towards investment opportunities that financing institutions are ready to take up.
Brian, any thoughts on this?
One thing that's very clear to me, Nick, is that energy efficiency policy is not just, it's an instrument not just for energy policy, but it's an instrument for economic and social policy as well. And so we have new data published yesterday on how important energy efficiency actions can be for protecting jobs in SMEs, for making sectors and countries and regions more competitive. And equally, we had a very strong focus yesterday on energy affordability for households, which is a key social issue in terms of how do we allow people to be warm in the winter, cool in the summer, have access to modern services in an affordable way. And that's that's not the case in any region of the world today, where large numbers of people have real issues either with just basic access or with affordability. And energy efficiency policy can really drive that, and I think that's really important. And it's a way of better use of our money. Whether we're individuals, I'm wasting money because I have bad lights or a badly built building, or economies are leaking money externally because they're importing fossil fuels that they don't need to import if they were more efficient. One thing I just want to say while I have the chance is this whole issue of energy efficiency collaboration is energy efficiency is about collaboration and exchange, and that's why I'm really delighted that here for our 10th global conference we're co-hosting with the European Commission, which is doing great work in Europe but also as a global leader in driving the conversation, and with the energy efficiency movement. As Thomas and Mike have said, government-industry dialogue is crucial, and here at our 10th annual conference it's the biggest extent of dialogue. We have almost 60 governments formally represented. We've nearly 50 CEOs and many other industry leaders, so we're really proud to be able to foster a dialogue not just globally among the 100 countries that are in the room today, but between industry and government, between industry and industry, between government and government, because there are many good policies, technologies, solutions out there. If everybody looked at the best practice around the world today and we found that 10 best policies, if every country did those 10 policies, we would double overnight. The solutions are there, the technologies are being offered by industry, the best practice in policy is out there. We just need that concerted effort.
Can I come just back on one last thing to you? I mean, we talk about competitiveness, and that can mean all kinds of different things. If you're competitive, you must be competing with somebody, right? So, by the very nature of the definition, are there other countries or regions out there in the world that are taking this energy? I mean, the Commission's clearly taking it seriously. Let's hope it all works, right? But what about China? I mean, they've been stunning in terms of renewable energy. Are they also moving fast on energy efficiency?
China in the last decade has made the fastest annual progress in energy efficiency of anybody on the planet, but from a low base. I still wouldn't describe it as a very efficient economy, and China has a lot of legacy large industry which is not that efficient. But of course China has different issues. For instance, here in Europe we face very high energy prices, and the amount of energy we use is crucial for all of us. Also within a sector, when you mentioned competing with somebody, when you look at the data about companies around the world making very similar things like a bottle of milk or a brick or something, companies making almost exactly the same thing sometimes use 3 times as much energy to do so as a competitor. So the range is massive, and of course that means the opportunity is massive. The opportunity to use less energy, to protect those jobs in those less efficient firms. And that's why I say that energy efficiency is not just an energy policy instrument, but if I'm a minister and I want to protect jobs in SMEs, I want to keep those jobs on shore, I want to keep those factories open, energy efficiency is a really powerful tool.
Right. Brian, I know you've got to go, so we'll say au revoir, arrivederci. Thanks very much for being here, and maybe we can just have just a few more minutes together, if that's all right.
Thank you, Nick, and thanks again, colleagues.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Thomas?
Yeah, so on, of course, we need to make financing more available. I would also still say that it is a business case. And it is a business case for the industry to drive energy efficiency as long as pollution costs. So if that's why the ETS is so important, European Trade System. It's also why the CBAM is so important.
What's the CBAM? Oh, the border control.
Yeah. Because that will also be able to finance other initiatives, the new energy landscape, etc. But if pollution doesn't cost anything, then of course the business cases are gone. So then it's not even a financing issue, or even replacement of newer technologies will not even happen. You'll just pump it as long as you can.
Right.
So I think the business case is there, and as long as pollution has a cost to it. So that is important that stays.
So you've got all these members now, mainly from the private sector. Do they echo in a sense what Thomas is saying? What is, or are they a very diverse group of companies with different priorities, or are you trying to bring together and prioritize the priorities, if I can put it that way, what they need?
Obviously, we have 600 movers, so they are spread across the globe, roughly one third by the regions.
Okay.
And it's our goal is not to find this common denominator, Our goal is really to share the awareness on obviously energy efficiency, to foster the collaboration that also cross-sector collaboration can happen, what also Thomas mentioned earlier when it comes to the sector coupling, for example. But also at the same time that we share best practices and knowledges. One best practice can work in one industry, but it can also work in another, which is a bit more conservative, for example. However, we have been really able to, with the CEO commitment that has been released, to find also common nominators where they say, for example, hey, look, for us as businesses, energy efficiency first principle is key. It is a business case to move on. And we had also a very good and diverse dialogue with the commissioner earlier this week. But it is important to respect the different industries and also the practices that they have in. So it is a diverse topic, but that's even more important that we sit all around the table and discuss and move forward.
Do you, I mean, going from here, right? We're here in Brussels, 2-day meeting of the International Energy Agency, very important for bringing people together, but then everyone goes home tomorrow. Well, actually today, everyone goes home. Is there another staging post on this journey? Is it the climate conference in Brazil, in Belém, or is there something in between, like the G7 or the G20? I mean, because there is always the danger that everyone's got competing priorities, right? And ministers, governments, etc. What do we do, Claudia?
From the Commission side, we are using every opportunity of international dialogue to bring these issues on the table. So the next G7 or COP or in any case, there is a continuous dialogue in the context of the IEA. There is a working group on energy efficiency where the different members of the IEA get together to exchange views, best practices, and to, let's say, to try to move forward. So there is a continuous work going on. Obviously, this is more at working level. But let's say the outcome that hopefully will be published today will set another important stepping stone towards getting energy efficiency, let's say, more available, more present to go towards to reach the pledge. So let's say that's a little bit the plan. And then of course every country is doing its part, hopefully, or will be. Let's say, will increase its commitment as of today to reach this goal. So it's not just a one-off. I mean, it's a continuous work, and this is what is very important.
Just a quick question, Claudia. Was there an American delegation here from the United States of America? Did we have any US?
That's a good question. I have to say that I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the answer is no.
Yeah. Okay.
But still, we have obviously a delegation, or actually we have 2 delegations of the EU in the US. So the dialogue, in any case, must continue.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that's why the dialogue is more important than ever, because climate change was the main concern on everybody's mind for a number of years, right? And now, when you do surveys, it's not number 1 anymore. Then people are concerned about tariffs or wars, etc. But the climate change is not taking a break. So we have to stay focused, and that's why it's so good to meet up and say we are still committed. We will still push through, despite all the noise around us. Things that will be solved. I mean, tariffs will land somewhere, and wars will come to an end. But the climate change is not a project. It's not something that, okay, we take 5 years more to solve it. We don't have that. So it's so important that we, even though if US is taking a pause, then we can't. And we need to talk more and across public and private and keep pushing.
And it is not the first time that the US takes a pause as regards climate change. So
no, it's not the first time. I mean, the old President Bush signed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Young President Bush cancelled the Kyoto Protocol for the United States because it was going to threaten American business. Then we had Clinton, Obama, things got a bit better. Then we have Trump, then we had Biden, then we have Trump again. And so, yeah, it's always been a bit of schizophrenia in the United States about international commitments on all kinds of things. How will we gauge the success of this meeting? And I suppose this is the last question. There are targets and timetables for the European Union. 2030, how will we look back on the last 5 years from here? Or hopefully, how will we look back? What will we see as a landscape, say, in the European Union in terms of energy efficiency? Will we be a far more energy efficient EU? Do you feel that's possible?
You like to take it first from the EU?
I think that if I put myself in 2030 and look back towards today, I hope we would be able to see, let's say, continuous engagement by all players, be the Commission, member states, industries. As I mentioned before, we have a 10-point plan that the Commissioner launched yesterday, and hopefully this plan will allow the EU to reach its 11.7% target by 2030.
Yeah.
And what is also very important to underline is that by reaching this target, the EU will also deliver on its commitment on the global pledge. So it is a kind of, this would be sufficient also in that respect. So I hope that we will see that whatever has been put on the table has been successful. And then, of course, there is the future, because 2030 is one step, and then there is the 2050. So I hope that by 2030 there will be a policy for 2040 in order to reach the 2050 target. So, and I hope it will be an ambitious one.
Reminding everybody that the science says if we can halve our emissions by 2030, then we have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero in 2050.
And
gentlemen, yes.
I think if we talk about Europe specifically, we have been having the Green Deal that was very much climate change driven. Now we have the whole energy security, that we are buying energy from our enemies, and we have the competitiveness challenge. So we have, instead of one factor, we have three factors driving energy efficiency, because energy efficiency can help all three. So if it was difficult with the climate change only, now we have a triple reason. So especially in Europe.
Yes, there's a lot more driving forces.
Yeah.
Mike, do you have a comment on this?
It might be easier in a way, because it is killing different birds with one stone. So there might be more reasons. So instead of saying, only climate, but here is about competitiveness, about social benefits, about affordability.
Good thing we've got no bird experts here today. They might. No, but that's a very good phrase. Sorry, Mike, any thoughts on this?
No, absolutely. I hope that we have then also the 15th IEA conference, and we have even more private sector, more public officials as well that really are say and look backwards and say, yes, this is what we have achieved. Yes, we have included this in our country strategy, but also having it included in the company strategies as well. So making energy efficiency as an opportunity, as a strategic opportunity to drive the competitiveness, for example, and not seeing it as a cost burden, and that we really can look forward and look backward and say, yes, with what we started here, also from a movement perspective, that we have been able to contribute on the how of the energy efficiency.
So it's not going to be easy. It's a complex topic, an ecosystem of actions across many actors, but there are extra driving forces at work, and there is a sense of interesting policy coming out of the Commission, and more companies joining your movement, for example. So let's be optimistic. Okay, we can do it. We can do it.
We can do it.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, as Alfa Laval, we've been deeply involved in energy efficiency for 100 years. So what's more natural for us than actually co-hosting together with ABB this whole event. So we're very, very proud and happy to do so. There are a lot of ideas and brainstorming going on stage as we speak. I think for me the single biggest part is that we need to find better ways of private-public sector cooperation. I don't like the taxpayer to spend too much money without private sector co-investing, and the private sector cannot carry the whole burden of the transition we're into. So my main message on stage has been, let's find a framework for co-investment, for risk sharing, and then we can get all our important projects going. To settle the framework for the public-private sector partnership and have a risk sharing model that we can take a lot of the exciting projects in the pipeline forward.
I'm the proud leader of the energy efficiency movement, and we are the partner to the IEA's 10th Energy Efficiency Conference. So the private sector is ready to invest at scale. Solutions are there, and now it's all about the how. How can we really scale up at speed energy efficient technologies, but also looking into other ways of how to unlock the finance. Energy as a service, for example. So from my side, it's about the stability from a policy framework perspective. But also on the private side, it's very important to have dedicated energy efficiency budgets that allows to invest and also accelerate at scale. And the third element is to bring energy efficiency at the strategic level to drive the progress within the company.
So I'm at the IEA Energy Efficiency Conference because I understand the power of speaking to 700 people in the room that are committed to making a change for people around the world. It's a great opportunity to connect the dots between business leadership, finance innovation, but importantly to make sure that we're leapfrogging in policy around all geographies so everyone reaps the benefits of the first fuel of not using the energy we don't need and being mindful of resources for the sake of planet and improving people's lives. My key takeaways from these conferences is the opportunity of partnership and collaboration. There are huge untapped benefits of energy efficiency around the world. Geographies that are, let's say, on the top of the agenda, saving energy, can continue to help others when they're building new homes or where there's need for clean cooking, leapfrogging, not using fossil fuels, and continuing to show that the opportunity is to improve livelihoods. And I think the power, again, of partnerships has been very central in this conference. Don't forget that 40% of the climate solutions are in buildings, and we can improve them for people's quality of life, but also we can inspire policymakers to have ownership of the agenda and unlock with the finance community the benefits of having clean air, better homes, better insulated, or even cooler, and making sure that we deliver that agenda of sustainability with determination and purpose.
Can we calm down? Can we have some silence? Because we're starting the show. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to be starting in a few seconds. So we need some quiet, especially the loud guy who's speaking with the thank you so much. Can we just great. We're going to be starting the show in literally a few seconds when I get the signal from Petter and Marine. And then we're going to start with a message from a very famous Hollywood actor. Anybody seen the film Fargo? Yes. Anybody know Peter Stormare? Yay! Good. I've never heard him before, but that's okay. We are live now. We are. Oh, I shouldn't have said that then, should I? Apparently we're live. So welcome everybody here in the studio in London during London Climate Action Week and the people watching around the world to this broadcast that we're doing here from the Das box in the heart of the financial area of London. Science is the pillar of modern society. I think we know that. Science tells us what's happening to our climate. It leads to new technologies that might help deliver a sustainable future, and it keeps governments and businesses on their toes. But in the United States, we seem now to have a cancel science culture, and there are now populist parties in many parts of the globe, including in Europe and including in the United Kingdom, expressing views that are not cancel climate. So what do we do? That's our topic for this evening. But before that, as befits the party part, that's quite difficult after a few beers, the party part of the evening, we have a famous Hollywood actor, think of the film Fargo and many others, And he's also We Don't Have Time ambassador, Peter Stormare, with a short message video. And could we play that video, please?
Hi there, everybody. Hi there, everybody. My name is Peter Stormare. I am foremost an actor, but I'm also a musician. I'm a writer. I'm a performer in various bands and groups. And most of all, I'm a human being. And as a human being, I'm an ambassador for We Don't Have Time. And I want you to pay attention to their new campaign that is called Make Science Great Again. Have you heard that before? Make science great again. It's very important. In this day and age, everything is confused and divided. It's like scientific truth and basic fact are ignored and being under attack across the world. And I'm sorry to see that. I'm sorry to hear that. It's more important than ever for me and for all of us to listen to a scientist. Only the scientist can point us to a better future, not our politicians, the scientist. So scientific facts are crucial, but so are art, music, culture of any kind. And in the 70s, I was very moved by a band called Ramesses. It was a duo, a man and a woman, Ramesses and Selkut, who made 2 albums. And they were so progressive and they were so aware of the earth and what we had to do for this earth to become a planet for future generations. So now, many, many years later, me and Selkut, now she's 80, I'm turning 70, and together we have done a re-recording of their most famous song, Live Child. And I want you to have a listen or a look to the video we made, and it's Live Child by Selkut and Peter Stormare in honor of the band Ramesses, and also Make Science Great Again.
The sun is fading from a city, live child. From where I stand it ain't so pretty, live child. I see sun is going down, I see your wreckage on the ground. Live child, your seas are full of poison water. Live child, we took the place that was your daughter's. Live child, and as our dirt was spread around, we built our houses off the ground. Live child, nowhere to go but going upwards. Live child, and now we know that we are nothing. Live child, We spoiled the places that were yours. We left an Eden full of swords.
Who is a Canadian professional tennis player, but also a well-known singer. The music video has been produced by Phil and Chris from PK22, who are with us here tonight. Peter and Noelle are on this record label, PK22. All right, that was Peter Stormare and Noelle. Thanks, Peter. If you can watch this show right now, I'm sure you are watching. That was great. Now let me introduce Ingmar Renn. Ingmar is the CEO and the founder of We Don't Have Time. And I want you now to really hit it on the mark here, why we're wearing these red hats, give a perspective of what this campaign is all about and how we're going to counter these toxic currents blowing from across the other side of the pond to Europe. Over to you, Ingmar.
Thank you, Nick.
I'm going away from the speaker.
So I would like to talk about why we need science now more than ever, and also why it's under attack and what we can do about it. And I will start with an example of why science is needed. This is a village in Switzerland 1 month ago, and just in 1 to 2 minutes, it looked like that. Luckily, there's only 1 person missing, and 300 people living in that village were saved because scientists knew that this will happen because of the melting glacier, because of the warming. The village has been there for more than 500 years, but not anymore because we are changing the planet. And most people, they also believe in science. Most people want to do something about this. And when you ask people around the world, 80% wants their leader to take stronger action on climate. So there is a big majority that understands what's happening and wants to act on it. But we're not really acting on it as we should. So why are we not following those 80%? Because there's a few powerful people out there that don't want us to change, that are heavily invested in the old fossil fuel economy. And they have, for very, very long, tried to stop change by having a lot of people believing that the climate is not changing. You can't say that to a person living in a village that gets a glacier on the head. So it doesn't work anymore. So they have changed tactic and started to say that we need to change, but we just do it tomorrow. That doesn't really work either because the economy are changing. So even if you say that you shouldn't buy an electric car, people will buy it anyway because it's better. So they have changed tactic. And what they do now to try to stop change is to cancel science itself. And here's a short quote from the Vice President of the United States. I think it was the week after that incident in Blatten.
We have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the universities do not pursue knowledge and truth. They pursue deceit and lies, and it's time to be honest about that fact. And there is a wisdom in what Richard Nixon said. He said, and I quote, "The professors are the enemy."
And this is not just talk. They're also trying to follow the talk. This is the observatory in Mauna Loa that tracks carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It's in US on Hawaii. It has done so since the 1960s. We have a record data series every single We know the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere. Last month, it was record high, 430 ppm. This is really dangerous. So what are the new US administration doing? Are they calling in UN to have an emergency meeting about this? No, they try to cancel the land lease to the observatory itself. They don't like the data, so they try to kill the data. And that's just one example. It's also here in Europe. One of, soon, maybe, the largest political party in Germany, in one of the largest country in Europe. They want to tear down and destroy all wind power. That's not very based in science. So why is this happening? Is it just crazy people? No, I will say it's people that are very afraid of their power and money. They're starting to lose. That's what's going on. This is not a backlash for us. There's them losing and desperately try to stop that. The market share for fossil fuel energy last year in Europe were less than wind and solar. This is not going to go up again. This is the losing technology. And in US, same thing, 96% of all new electric power built were fossil free. And it's not just electric. It's a lot of technologies. New solar, electric vehicles, batteries are all scaling exponentially. And this is extremely fast. People don't really get exponential change. So I will give you a way to illustrate it by showing how fast positive change are happening. In 2004, it took the world 1 year to build 1 gigawatt of solar power. In 2010, it took a month. 2015, it took a week. 2023, it took a day. Anyone here guessing how fast we did it last year? No one dares. 50 minutes. Under an hour. And it's faster today. I mean, how many gigawatt are we doing while we're speaking here? If you don't like this, of course you are afraid of it. And it's going to change all industries. More than 40% of all ships transporting goods are doing it only for fossil, coal, oil, and gas. If we don't need fossil fuel, we don't need those boats. So if you own this boat, either you change or you resist, but you need to do something of it. And the positive side with all those is that we are starting to win the climate. Emissions are actually going down in many countries, quite a lot. In Europe, 2023, after the pandemic, factories were opening, economy were growing, we were down 8%. And in China this year, we're starting to decrease and the economy are growing. This is not good enough, as all of you here know. According to science, we need to cut the emission in half every decade, and it's not good enough to flattening out mid-decade. That will not work. But if we look at all the curves, everything going on here, I'm 100% convinced that if we remove the resistance, this will happen. It's not like we need to do it. We just need to address and remove the resistance. And in order to do that, we need a lot of people on board. That's why we need communication and media, and that's why we are broadcasting from here. And just to show the power of media, when we started We Know Time 8 years ago, people didn't know we were in a climate crisis. People know today. And it's very much thanks to one person. How many have seen this picture? This was We Know Time. I was there with a photographer. The first image of this school strike ever published. This was not supposed to become international. This was only Swedish. But we did an interview in English and we shared it to our network. And now everyone knows about this. So what we need to use power of media now is to help scientists. Scientists are not good at communicating. I'm sorry. And it's a bigger problem. They're really bad at it, and they never have any money and resource doing it or helping them. So let's gather that. We know how to communicate. Let's get the resources behind it and start a platform. That's what makes science great again is all about. How are we going to do it? We need to tell the stories before it's too late. We need to defend science. Now, there's so many infrastructure that are being cancelled, and it will take decades to build them up again if they are cancelled. So the observatory you saw there, it hasn't been closed yet. If millions of people know it before it happens, we can avoid it. So we need to tell the stories before it's too late. And unfortunately, there are many stories to tell. But we also need to show, I mean, we need to make science cool again. Every kid on the planet should become a scientist. Because science, applied science, create a better society, not only climate, everything. Let's use science to build a better future and show that that is really exciting. So showcase the examples. And this is important. Make science great again is not about saying that we are right and they are wrong. It's about having a fact-based dialogue with fact on how we solve things. So we want to have a lot of dialogues, even with oil companies and leaders. They say they are supporting science, but they're leading in another direction. Why? Let's ask difficult questions. And one thing I believe a lot in. Remember the pandemic. People, citizens, they were accepting a lot of things, wearing masks, staying at home, etc. How come? Why did they accept those things? Because most governments were spending millions on communicating. Every single day, there were those press conferences saying that this is needed to be done, this is how it goes fighting the disease, and this is what you need to do to play your role. Why don't we have that for science and climate? We're going to create that. We have 10,000 journalists in We Know Time Network, and we're going to start doing science briefings. And the only science press briefings we have today in media is the comedy show from the White House. So there, we believe that there's being a big demand for something different. So that's basically our plans. And I really believe by communication power, we can get people to understand what's going on, have them to fight harder, and understand why we are resisted, call that out. And if we do that, we will remove the resistance. And when we remove the resistance, we win. But there's one thing in order to succeed with that. And I have a perfect person to exemplify on how to do this. This is Donald Trump. Picture half a year before the US election last year. He invited all his friends in the fossil fuel sector and had a dinner, a much more boring party than this, but something similar. He asked for $1 billion. And if he gets that, he will win the election and he will cancel all the climate science. And that's what he's doing. That's what they did. We don't need $1 billion, but we need some money. And I believe that this is my 3 children. I believe that giving that money to the children that are going to live a future that can become so much better if we are making science great again, is a much better deal. So if you believe in that too, you can help us by scanning this QR code, but not in this room because there's no internet. But somewhere in a country that listens to scientists and build better internet, make internet great again. You can read on how to support this. We need €1 million to get this platform up and running. And earlier today, we actually got 3 people supporting with €300,000. So we are at €350,000. And you don't need to give us 1 million, but everything counts. Every sum counts. And if you donate, you can get a cap and a drink. Thank you so much.
Let's bring up. So let's go to our panel now. We've got some amazing guests with us here, but I just want to say one small thing, which was a little bit just touching on what Ingmar said. I think I had sort of started to take the science for granted. It was just produced by scientists, and then it kind of fed into governments and policy. And I'd forgotten how precious it is. And I think part of this campaign is to refocus on that fact that we should all be aware of, that science is very precious. We're very lucky to have it. It is an illuminator of what we can do. And if people start playing with its the facts and figures and even cancelling it, that's not good. So let's remember science is precious. I would like to invite, first up, Sir David King. He is the founder of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group. And some people may know that he was also a UK government chief scientist under Tony Blair, Prime Minister Tony Blair. Briefly, Sir David, have you reflected a little bit in the last few weeks or months on what's happening in the US? And did it come as a surprise or a shock to see some of the things that were going on in terms of this sort of cancelling of science?
I don't think anyone is surprised with Trump's election, the position that he's taking. We all expected it, and he is rolling it out around the world and trumpeting himself as the leader of the world. I'm going to say something you may be surprised at. I've been working with American governments since the year 2000, when I went in as chief scientific advisor. And I found it amazing in the sense that I would talk to a president because Prime Minister Blair asked me to about climate change. I would get a fairly polite response and no action following up, none whatsoever. The climate negotiations that I was helping to run for Britain from 2012 onwards, those climate negotiations, 160 official negotiators from the United States turning up at every meeting. The average per country is 20. What were the Americans doing? All of them going around persuading countries not to bother to do anything. So I'm just going to say something in response to your question. I think we've now got a bare-knuckled president. The gloves are off, but it doesn't always look very different from what we've had before. The United States likes to play a leadership role in the world. That has been happening since the Second World War. And what leadership have they provided on the biggest challenge humanity's ever had to face up to, climate change? I would say zero, if not negative, all the time. And the climate lobby from the fossil fuel system, from the United States, has impacted the whole world.
Yeah.
We now have information about how much the fossil fuel industry receives to help its industry function. This is money given to it, $6 billion a day. $6 billion a day. They spend a tiny amount of that on negating the science of climate change, a tiny amount meaning 1 or 2 billion a year. So what we're looking at is a big negative impact of the United States. And the world is now suffering. We can see these extreme weather events occurring around the world now, costing $500 billion a year last year globally. So we're looking at loss and damage on an enormous scale. And the scientists working with the actuaries, the risk analyst people, published a paper towards the end of last year showing that in their estimate, loss and damage will amount to 15% of global GDP by 2050. We're looking at damage occurring at an enormous scale. We're looking at the country of Vietnam. We're now estimating, because of the rate of loss of ice from Greenland, 30 million tons an hour, right, is the last 10-year average. Sea levels rising. The country of Vietnam is going to be under seawater 2 or 3 months a year, 85% of the landmass of Vietnam. That's the third biggest rice producer in the world. We're looking at potential global collapse. And the United States has played no leadership role in that process to manage this, quite the reverse. So, yeah, your question is a good one, but I'm not going to say that Trump completely changes the situation.
Yeah. Okay, so what you're saying is that what was maybe semi-invisible to the average person has now become quite blatantly obvious. Yeah. And because I know, from my own experience, Sir David, that it was always like, the old President Bush signed the Treaty on Climate Change. His son cancelled the Kyoto Protocol in 1997 on the basis that it was bad for American business. And then we had Clinton, who was kind of cute. Well, maybe he wasn't cute, but and then we've had others, Obama, who was very active on climate action. And then we had Trump, and then we had Biden, who kind of picked up the baton and went for it again, and then it sunk back again. So it is a slightly schizophrenic story in terms of, at the very minimum, US engagement. Let me ask you one thing, though. I mean, you advised Tony Blair as Prime Minister on science. I mean, we know that politics always comes into science. I mean, there's always often, I remember fish stocks in the European waters. The scientists would always assess how many fish you can take from the North Sea. And then the politicians would go, we can't really accept that number of cuts in terms of the fish because we've got a few constituencies where there's a lot of fishermen and we need that constituency to win the next election. So let's give them a bit more fish. And so the result was we never quite, made the cuts in fishing that would have led to a sustainable fishery for many, many, many years. So that's politics playing with science. But Tony Blair, when you talked to him and said you need to do this, Tony, did he go, well, that's very nice, Sir David, but, we've got to think about the constituents. How did you find being chief scientist?
If you read his autobiography, you will see a whole section on what he thought of me. There was a foot and mouth disease epidemic shortly after I took over. And I managed to get to see him and say, this epidemic is rising exponentially, number of farms going down, etc. And the only reason is because the Ministry of Agriculture got it wrong. Their analysis is based on what happened in 1967 when we had the previous, but this one was totally different. Right? And I produced all the data, and Blair then said to me, right, take over. And in his autobiography, he says, Dave King was the only person who came up with a solution. Right. We were watching every farm going under the epidemic. And so I took over, and then the epidemic came under control, as I promised him, within 2 days of my taking over. And it was complete in time for him to win the next election. Right?
Right. Okay. So it's your fault that he got re-elected.
Yeah. Correct, but I haven't told you who he was standing against.
Oh, okay. Wasn't Mrs. Thatcher again, was it?
But I think the point I'm now going to make is the only reason I went into government and accepted this position was because of my concern about climate change. And after this, I simply said to Tony, now I want your response on climate change. We've got to accelerate the game. And we had this discussion in detail. And then he sent me into Parliament to talk to Parliament about this. And within weeks, he was doing absolutely everything that I said should be done.
Okay.
And Britain, at that point in time, became global leader on action on climate change. Right? And this rolled forward over the next 8 years. And then Angela Merkel took over in Germany. Who's taken over now?
Yeah, right.
I'm not saying nobody has. I'm actually asking a question.
No, you can. Maybe it's somebody in Chad that's doing it. I don't know. It's a good point.
It's the person in China.
Oh, it's the Chinese. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, they've seen the light in terms of green technology. Yeah. Look, today we will come back on this because I think the China question is really important, actually, in this story about recognizing science and the future. We've got a big panel. So I want to go to Sangeeta Waldron. Hello, you're over here. Who runs? So this is about Make Science Great, but it's not all about science. It's also about how do you bring science, illuminate science, how do you bring it forward as well. So you run Serendipity Public Relations. you straddle, in a sense, the UK and India, if I get that right. You've got a new book called What Will Be Your Legacy?
What will your legacy be?
What would be your... Oh, God. I'll tell you, who writes these scripts? You know what I mean? Me. And it's conversations with global game changers.
Change makers.
Why is this? Okay, I did study science, but obviously I didn't learn very much, neither in English, about the climate crisis.
Correct.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, okay, so how do we engage with game changers? Are they important for this story of climate change? And we also use game changers to stand up to anybody pushing back on climate science. Any thoughts on that?
So really two good questions. And I think what's happening now, and I've been working in this, and I don't want to reveal my age, but I'm working in the green movement for a very, very long time. And we haven't really moved the needle. And it's kind of now moving in the last 5 years, where we're having conversations because we see climate change on our doorstep. And I remember in the 80s, the 90s, I used to ring up journalists on The Guardian, Telegraph, and say, would you like to cover this climate story? And they would say, no, there is no relevance to the UK readers. So this whole conversation about climate is about being better at the storytelling. And we love stories. Humans have grown up with stories. So the better we are at engaging with people, and our change makers are an important part of that. They help us tell the story. They help inspire us. And if the change maker, and this is really important, is authentic in their belief, in their systems, in their purpose, and they're unwavering in their commitment, then that inspires us more. And I'll just say one more thing, something very, very, very quickly. Everyone always asks me, what can one person do? They always ask me, what can one person do? One person can do so much. We can all make change. It doesn't matter how big, how small, and we collect all those little moments together. We then create a ripple effect that becomes a tsunami. And just on that, when Musk joined Trump in the White House, there was a backlash with all what he was doing, and people from around the world took action, and now he's gone. So that just shows you we can make change.
Its cars have been disappearing as well, haven't they?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I mean, a lot of Europeans
Stocks,
decided
shares,
not to go for stocks and shares and things like that. Yeah, so that's a good point. Very good point. It's a very tight panel, so I'm going to move on here, but we'll come to a better conversation maybe later. We've got Matthew Phillips here, who's leading the Groundswell Initiative and spearheading Mission 2025, which is nice because there's another something 2025 in another country.
Project 2025.
Project 2025, right. Okay. We're going to lay bets now on Mission 2025 or Project 2025. Can I hear £5? Can I hear £10? Okay. But you're applying proven movement building tactics, coordinating voices across sectors and societies to, in this case, support Brazil in delivering a transformative agenda at the next UN climate negotiations in Belém in Brazil. COP30. Can we believe it's the 30th COP? Yeah, but COP30. You've got a new report out. At its heart, it must have research, science writ large, social science, economic science, all kinds of different science that has built the report. Just give us a few headline figures on the report, because it actually provides an optimistic scenario, in a sense, to what we can do at this moment in time. So fire away.
It does provide an optimistic scenario, and that's not to kind of ignore the forces of delay and denialism that are against us. But I think just want to point out, Nick, that it's clear, as you've been stating earlier in this session, that we are in a race between the old economy that is gasping and screaming out to survive. Let's call that Project 2025. And with the new economy that is all about kind of phasing up renewables, phasing up electrification, and that is Mission 2025. So today, as you say, Nick, Mission 2025 has released a report in partnership with the Energy Transitions Commission. And I would guess the headline is really that nearly half the global economy is on track to meet positive tipping points by 2030. That's the first bit of good news. And in fact, actually, we saw some of those slides on the exponential shifts underway across batteries, storage, wind and solar. But the other good news is that this comes with a bit of an action plan, a roadmap for how we tackle the remaining 55% of emissions across the global economy. Because this COP, which is a flagship COP that Brazil is presiding over, is all about, I think Antonio, the CEO of COP, describes it as implementation, implementation, implementation. So we've actually set out 14 specific Archimedean type levers where we can hopefully get ourselves on track to get to positive tipping points across all the rest of the global economy in hard to abate sectors. So this is everything from getting 800 green industrial projects online to getting the much needed finance for nature and food. I think the final thing I'll say is I think underpinning all of this really needs to be a sense of collectivism. And I think, you know, making science great again needs to also be about making people great again. And a phrase that I heard today is collective effervescence. And I think if we can have a little bit of that, then we might be on track to win this race.
Okay, very good. I'm a bit nervous doing, well, we got another campaign to compete with. Make, what was it, make again?
People great again.
People great again. We need some more hats, right? Yeah. Okay. Super, Matthew. Thank you very much indeed. That's great. And the report can be found where? Where, if people want to read this?
Mission2025.global.
Okay, that's great. Let me now turn to, we have a very special guest we have very, very special guests with us, and we have some guests who are special in the fact that actually they're from the United States of America. And we've all been trashing the United States in the last few seconds. Sorry about that, Reverend.
Two mics there. Right when I said trashing America, they gave me 2 mics.
So this is the Reverend Lennox Yearwood Jr. He's a minister, community activist. He founded the Hip Hop Caucus in 2004. And since its founding, the Hip Hop Caucus has developed a database of approximately 700,000 members and has field teams in 48 cities across 30 states, which is unbelievable in itself. And Reverend Yearwood's most recent movement, One World, One Voice, involves encouraging young people in the US to join the global movement and work to solve climate change.
No, thank you. I mean, I just want to add, I mean, I've done a few things. I'm now in a change maker and doing movies and documentaries and things. But in that, I wanted to start off by saying with my hat, I like all the hats. No, I got the right hat. I got the right hat because this hat represents LA, Los Angeles. And in our movement, sometimes we forget that literally just almost 5.5 months ago, LA was on fire. And sometimes in this movement, we have a tendency to move very quickly past things. I'm originally from Louisiana, and I felt the impact of Hurricane Katrina, which is 20 years ago. That obviously motivated Al Gore to do his Inconvenient Truth. And many of them in the climate movement, I would see so many things about Hurricane Katrina. But then it gets forgotten. And I wore LA hat because LA was on fire and people are still homeless in LA. And it's forgotten. We're on to the next. So I just want to say as climate activists, we can't forget about those who are there. But I also want to say especially, I come with, you said I'm a special guest. I appreciate that. But I come with another special guest. Speaking of Hollywood, I actually came with a famous actor, Broadway star, Grammy-nominated singer, and she is now she was the ambassador for Earth Day, and now she's the ambassador for Sunday. The amazing actress, Anthony Smith is in the house somewhere. I don't know, give it up.
Where are you?
There she is. So we love to have her, as we've seen her on our big movie screens and our telly. Y'all call it telly here, right?
You can call it telly, yeah. It's all right.
And so I just want to say this in this response. I'm also working with Netflix, and there's a movie that came out that's called Toxic Town. I don't know if you've seen that, but you should see that. It was about the disaster in 2009 here in the UK in Corby. And I bring that up because what we saw from that is that that was a sacrifice zone. And those amazing mothers took that industry to court because their babies were being born with birth defects. I'm also happy because the same writer for that wrote Adolescence. And that's also, I hear, taking I'm so glad to be a part of that as well. I heard that's taking the storm here and creating conversations. Why do I bring that up? Because yes, we are in the midst of a climate crisis. That is without a doubt. We can fight that. We can say we need science. We don't need science. We understand it. We understand that climate has become a culture issue. But the thing that I think to solve this problem is that not just that we acknowledge that we are in a climate crisis, but that we have a crisis of imagination. We are lacking in our ability to deal with creativity. We are trying to solve the same problem as we did in the 20th century, but it's a 21st century problem. The problem in the 20th century we know was equality, but look at this. You got Rev Hewitt, that's a Sir David, and we hanging out up here wearing crazy hats. This is crazy. And that's amazing. So we came together. We can still black, white, brown, male, female, straight, gay, theist, atheist. We can come together as humans. But now the problem is not just equality. It's about existence. That's the crisis we're in. And so we can't just come with a lot of white paper energy to just try to solve a climate crisis. We got to come at this differently. And so I'm just here to let you know so that I believe that the creative way is the way to go. I believe that we should have that conversation. We need to make that happen. I think we need to get Hollywood, Bollywood, Nollywood all involved in this process. But I think that we need to have folks like Anthony Smith, who are the actors like Mark Ruffalo and them, who are putting it on the line. And so I just end that coming up, there's an activity that I know she's running called Sunday. And Sunday is important, not just Earth Day, but Sunday. It's happening on September 21st all over the world. You can go to Sunday.earth to find out more. But what it's about is that we have the sun, we have solar, we have a way to make changes. In Pakistan, literally they bought so much solar panels for poor communities, it literally is putting up the coal industry out of business. China's becoming not a petro, but a solar state. So we have the solutions. We can save ourselves, but we have to do it with creativity and with love. All power to the people, y'all.
Reverend, I just wondered though, given that you have such an influence in the United States, particularly among people of color, right? But also beyond that.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And obviously climate change.
And white people too.
Yeah. people of color, you know, in the US can be some of the first people to suffer from this climate crisis. I mean,
Most
the poor, let's put it that way,
Yes.
the people who are poor. Are they, in a sense, feeling that, you know, some projects that they were getting under the Biden administration for solar in their communities and things like that, we hear they're getting canceled and things like that. Are they angry about this? And is there a movement bubbling under the surface in the United States among not just your network, but also under other networks that say, okay, this is going too far now? I mean, are we going to see a tsunami of response, or is it, where are we?
So we're in transition.
Yeah.
I think it's where we are. And what I mean by transition is that I think that, and this may seem harsh, but I love this network. I love what y'all do. I'm always with y'all wherever y'all go. You're like one of the cops. And so I always show up, no matter how busy I am. But the conversation is this, is that the climate movement, one, maybe needs to change its name, maybe to a solutions movement. Or something different.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Make science great again.
No,
because it's not only about climate. It's about science that is much broader and involves more.
Give the Reverend a chance.
But we need. But I'm with because that means that we're sparking real conversation, and I encourage that. So I'm with that. But what I will say to this is this. So let me just deal with the climate movement and how we've operated. Obviously, the climate movement I think it's changing, and it has to change faster. And what I mean by that is that I think even this conversation being focused on America is wrong. I think that we need to look at this as a world conversation as global citizens. I think this world is not called America, it's called the world. And so I think that first and foremost, we need to empower that. And that means empowering all of the world. That means empowering those on the continent of Africa, those on the global south. That means encouraging that. So that's step one. I think that we need to change that, because as I'm now approaching, I have to be in Switzerland for the INC 5.2 for the plastics treaty, not to get ready then to begin to work on everything I got to do for get ready for COP 30. The only thing I get a kick out of is that I think last year Forbes magazine named me one of the 50 most important sustainability leaders, and then the guy told me I was 50 and then Elon Musk was 51. That was kind of cool. I bumped them out. I mean, that's all right. You know, I don't got no Tesla, but I got your spot, Elon. So, so I think that that was just fun. So we got to have fun with this. I know we have so much more comedy coming up, but I'll say this. The one thing that I think our movement has to have one, compassion, to your point. Mm-hmm. And in America, what I mean by that is that there's a spirit of climate charity, but not climate solidarity. Mm-hmm. So when the disaster happened in East Palestine, Ohio, predominantly white community that was wearing actually Make America Great hats, it was a MAGA community. I actually went to President Biden because I had access, and I went and said, you need to go to that community. But the climate movement had environmental justice just as Black, brown, and indigenous people. And so because they were white people, they said, well, we're not really like kind of here with Corby. We're not going to show up. And so they didn't. But who did show up? Trump. Now, he went there in a very nefarious way. He went there talking about that this community doesn't care about white people, doesn't care about poor white people, but I do, and all of that. And it was wrong. But it wasn't wrong on all the merits, because when I went there, I just went with Aaron Brockovich. I went there and I went to that community, and I could tell you this. People saying, oh, that's a white community. They wearing MAGA hats. Man, you're a Black guy from the southern part of America. I don't care, because we all dying. We dying in this crisis. I went there after they had the train derailment in regards to vinyl chloride, the plastics, and plastics is crazy. I went there. I was never hugged by so many white people in my life, hugging me and kissing me. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay, well,
and I just want to say this.
Yep.
In conclusion to that, I just want to say that we now have to see this and think about climate crisis differently. Let's reach across the border. Let's reach both who are conservative and liberal, and let's find out what the common ground is. And there is one. And I believe if we do that, we can make change.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. I think you should stand for president because, yeah. Okay. So let's go to Jo Hendry. She is the CEO of the Climate Change Commission in New Zealand. And so we're going all around the world right now, sort of. She leads a commission that provides independent advice to the New Zealand government on how to reach net zero. And I suppose the first question is, Jo, how's it going? How is New Zealand doing?
So yes, we are a independent commission that gives evidence-based advice to the New Zealand government. And we are shaping the transition there. So what we've seen is that the government has taken the Commission's advice on the pathway to 2035. We're seeing the bigger businesses in New Zealand starting to plan based on the scenarios that we've produced out to 2050 to get to our net zero target. We're seeing low emissions technologies just coming in thick and fast. So we are getting, we are seeing progress on the ground.
So that's good. And because sometimes I think we all are obsessed with the United States or the European Union or China and India, perhaps, and this sort of thing. But it's a big world of over 190 countries. And sometimes the smaller and the medium-sized countries maybe have a lot they could do on this agenda, whilst the other ones are beating themselves up over all kinds of stupid international politics. But I suppose the question really is a bit like the one to Sir David at the earlier part, which was you give the government advice. And how is that advice internalized? Is it advice that you feel gets massaged by the politics, or do they just go, thanks, Joe, 100% behind you, let's go?
No, politics are the same wherever you are. But I mean, really, what we're doing is laying out the evidence, giving the options and the pathways. And it's up to the government to make the choice. But the other key thing that we do as a commission is we monitor progress, and we make that really publicly available. So it creates this public accountability. So people care about climate progress. We're making it really transparent whether the government is on track with where they've promised to get to.
Right. So that's an interesting mechanism. It's a bit similar to the UK one, where this panel creates the science, makes the recommendation on emission cuts, what they need to do. And then if they don't follow it, everybody knows. And then the panel comes back a few years later and says, okay, well, you're behind the curve. You need to really ratchet up even more. And if we're overperforming, we can maybe just back off a little bit. And everybody goes, well, so David King said, yeah, I'll come to you later, David King. But so, yeah, it's a bit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we're modeled off the UK Climate Committee.
And the crucial thing is that there is this accountability, because the public knows fully well what they were advised was probably the best, science-based policy. Yep. And if they achieve it, hurrah, everybody claps. And if they don't, right, the public knows, and they can hold them more accountable.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Do you have any very, 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 very right-wing parties in your country?
We've got a very broad political spectrum.
That's a very good political answer.
Yeah. And I am a public servant. So.
Yeah, okay, fine. We have one in our country, but it's called Nigel Farage. He doesn't seem to like climate change either. So, but yeah, okay. This is very interesting to learn about. And I must say, we were all very sad when the last Prime Minister went, because we all were in love with Arden. There we go. Yeah. Jacinda. Yeah. We're on first names basis right now. Okay. With the Prime Minister of New Zealand. No, she was very special. But yeah, Prime Ministers and Presidents come and go, and things change. Yeah. So yes, Ingrid, you just...
I just wanted to add something.
Yeah, okay.
It's great with science. A policymaker needs to listen to science. But we're not... That is level... We're losing that. It's great to hear that New Zealand is not lost it, but in Sweden we have something similar. And the latest report from the science panel on climate was not positive. I think Sweden, we are increasing our emission with 6-7% or something like that. The climate minister didn't even show up to that presentation. Mm-hmm. So it was a science panel for the government, and the government was not in the room.
Okay.
So this is what we need to change.
To comment on that, but yes, so things...
I hope it doesn't happen in New Zealand.
In some places, things aren't going in the right direction, that's for sure. But then you have a democracy, and you can change the government. So the Swedish people need to get mobilized, don't they? They need to make science great again.
Exactly.
And you need to sell more hats. Okay. So last but not least, we have Anna Chiara Toziano. I'm really trying with my Italian today, because you were on another panel earlier.
It's getting better.
It's getting better, is it? Okay, thank you. That's a good science-based pronunciation target that I've just hit. You're head of ESG and communications at a very large real estate equity investor called Slato in Sweden, and also a fellow of the business transformation at the Exponential Roadmap, which is part of the UN Race to Zero. How is business viewing this lens right now, with some companies in the US saying, oh my God, we don't have to follow all these tough climate rules, we can just do what we like, and Europeans saying, well, why are we following tough ones? Maybe we could have slightly more relaxed standards. Is it having an impact? Does what come from America stay in America, or does it go across the world?
Yeah, it's coming to Europe as well, but the commitment is strong, and we're changing the language, not ourselves. We are a European player, and European players are not. But talking to American investors, for example, you have to talk more about the solutions, what is possible, what's cost efficient, what's reducing risks. So we need to change the language a little bit, but the science, the evidence-based approach is really, really important for business and for investors. Just as, you know, we base our approach on economics, this is science, on engineering in the solutions development, and climate science has to be taken into account. And what really helps us, and many like us, is setting science-aligned targets, because that has forced us to look at the opportunities in that transition, to look at the solutions in detail. So as an example, we set science-based targets, very, very tough. So for example, when we construct buildings, we have to cut emissions by almost 70% per square meter. We don't know how to achieve that. So we reached out to researchers based in Sweden, a lot of Swedish researchers, expert in different aspects of construction, really to understand what are the technical solutions available today, are they cost effective, what's around the corner. And that, talking about the business language, that has opened the eyes to the business people around me, not the sustainability people, because if there are solutions, if the technology is better, it can be cheaper, then why not use it? So it's really, really fundamental. And another aspect why it's fundamental is we need science informed government policies, because these are the only long-term predictable policies that can help the value chain move together. If the government sets the direction, business will drive innovation.
Communication is so important, because I don't know, maybe you heard it, Matthew, because you're in the UK, and anybody else was in the UK, so David. Was it last week on the BBC? There was this study of a survey of British people, and it said that 1/3 weren't kind of like really sure about climate change. 2/3 were, but they thought dealing with climate change might be too expensive. And then the pollsters came back with the numbers. Well, what do you think is the cost to your GDP if we deal with climate change to hit net zero? Some people said 30% of GDP, some said 40, some said higher. And then they turned around to the people and said, well, it's actually 0.2% of GDP, which equates to £1.30 per week per person. Now, in London right now, to get a pint of beer less than £5, you're actually saying that basically your cost of dealing with climate change as an individual is basically a pint of beer a month. And well, everybody else in the survey afterwards went, fine, let's do it. So, I mean, you know, taking a simple thing like that and turning it into language that people can understand, it's just over £1 a week for you to deal with climate change. Bring it on, let's do it, right? That's right. It's all communication. It is. We are almost at the end of this, and these kind people have been standing. It's been wonderful to listen to these voices, but I want to give the final word to Sir David, because you are the most senior scientist here. I mean, I have a Bachelor of Science in Physiology and Psychology, but I don't think it's quite as strong as yours. So I tried to do zoology, but I hated dissecting fish. That's what happens with science sometimes. So David, listening to voices around here, thinking about where we are in the world, you were a bit gloomy about the prospects, but can it be that we are pushing a big boulder up a hill, and that some of the forces that have been keeping that boulder back, like maybe the oil industry, are trying to sort of push the boulder back down a bit, but we might be closer to the summit than we think, and it could roll down the other side at speed?
We should never be pessimistic about this. We have to keep a positive frame of mind. And as we move forward, we need to spell out what we have delivered. If we look at the cost of solar panels today compared with 2000, we're talking about 10-fold decrease in the cost per kilowatt hour to produce. That is a very simple equation that most economists didn't pick up on. As the product had to be increased in volume because of the demand, the price came crashing down, and it's still crashing down. And we can say the same about LED lights. We can say the same about wind turbines. All of these renewable energy products, the price is coming down, and in some cases crashing down. For the whole world, it is already cheaper, and I'm quoting the International Energy Agency here, it's already cheaper to build a power station from renewables to produce kilowatt hour than it is from fossil fuels for the whole world. So what we're looking at is a market system, and you said it, a market system that is already driving the process through. That's why I was stressing the blockers from the fossil fuel industry. They are terrified that they're going to be rolled over in this process and putting billions of dollars into the process of trying to stop it. So I think we need to know how this is being bashed back on, that force on the boulder that we're pushing up. But we also need to know the slope is going our way, right? It is helping us going forward in time. However, the negative side of this is, guys, we have no time. I think that is why we're here. We have no time. The world is in a very challenging situation now. We talk about getting to net zero. Net zero by 2050. Frankly, guys, we're getting extreme weather events around the world today. We're already over 1.5 degrees global average. The Arctic Circle region is 3 times that amount above the pre-industrial level. We're already up that creek. Can I name the creek that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
We're already up that creek without a paddle, right? So I think what we need to understand is we need a strategy. The Climate Crisis Advisory Group that I chair has put out a very detailed strategy. Please look up our website. And what we're saying is deep and rapid emissions reduction, first R. Second R, we need to remove excess greenhouse gases we've already put up there. We've already got, people say 430 parts per million, which sounds pretty bad. The pre-industrial level, 275. No, we're at 530 parts per million. For God's sake, count in methane. It also causes climate change. So to bring it down to a safe level for humanity, we've got to remove enough to get it back to 300 parts per million. And if I now take you to the next bit, how do we buy time? We have to stop the Arctic Circle melting. Greenland melting at 30 million tons an hour averaged over the last 10 years. That's a very detailed scientific analysis. If that keeps on melting, global sea levels will have risen by 7.5 meters. And I'm not talking about ice loss from everywhere else on land. So we're already in that situation where we have challenges that we didn't have 20 years ago. We need to repair. And the group I set up in Cambridge is now funded by the British government. And I'm very pleased to say that they're finally doing it to try to keep the ice that is formed during the polar winter over the Arctic Sea, to keep it there during the 3 polar summer months by reflecting sunlight away from that ice. So there are ways of managing this. And we need governments to understand this. We need people to understand this. Guys, we're in a much more challenging situation than we were 20 years ago because we have done so little to manage the problem.
Thank you, Sir David. On that very sobering note, informed by the science, this precious thing that we have in humanity, but also with the work that Matthew and all his researchers have been doing, pathways that could lead us to a better spot right now at speed and scale, which is absolutely crucial. I hope that you will think about joining Make Science Great Again. We know the again is a bit stupid, but that's because we had to add it because of a certain person in the United States. It makes science is great already, but we had to use the cheeky logo to basically take back language. You only have to go to Nazi Germany and see the language used there. And many people in Germany can't use certain words because basically Hitler stole them and they just can't bear to use them. Well, we've decided that we can bear to use this because the man with the orange face on the other side doesn't own this, right? We all own it, right? We're taking it back. So that's the whole point. So thank you very much indeed.
Perhaps I can just add one last quick thing.
Yeah, quick.
And you said it, the climate movement needs to realize the strategy doesn't work. So we need to change.
Yeah.
And I think that can be said in one very simple way. The climate movement needs to stop being nice, polite, and green and become red and mean. And I believe that.
Okay. The good thing about here is there is no democracy, so I'm not putting that to a vote.
But pink is also good.
So we have one. There's a lady raising a hand there. Yes, please. Yes.
Their family welfare and their overall well-being.
Yes.
We need to show that economic prosperity, sustainability, and human growth from an individual and from a wellness perspective goes hand in hand. So it's not that coal-powered stations are better for people than clean energy, but until we start saying that your families can die because we're going to put this energy to net zero. And I'm working all over the world on these issues, but we really need to hone in on this point, that it's not just about emission levels and it's not just about icebergs melting, it's about how we create a future for our children.
Come on now.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. I think, okay, we can take one more, but you have to just give this lady a microphone, yeah.
So when we want to make science great again, okay, let me start by introduction. My name is Stella Napanu. I'm a conservation scientist with expertise in rangelands ecology, but I'm also really good with indigenous knowledge systems because I'm an indigenous person myself. And the moment that we keep talking about making science great again, but working in silos without really acknowledging indigenous knowledge systems and without really acknowledging that traditional ecological knowledge is really important in this whole conversation, then we will not be doing anything. It is really important to also bring indigenous communities on the spot and say, okay, traditional ecological knowledge says this, and science also backs it with this, because basically, indigenous peoples have always been knowing the solutions for the climate crisis. The science only comes in to bring in empirical data. So it's time to actually work together with indigenous people. Thank you.
I just quickly want to say that NASA scientists are actually using indigenous wisdom to complete the missing pieces of the puzzle. So that is happening because they can't do it alone.
These are all very, very, very valuable interventions. And I think the essence here is that in some cases, people are trying to say that climate action is an elitist action, and the populist politicians are using that to basically divide us, right? And you're right, we have to bring all this together with black and white and whatever colors are out there of the rainbow. And we need to make sure that this is not an elitist topic, but it's a topic that concerns everybody, so that the right of center parties can't divide us. Now, we have to wrap up with some comedy. Anybody? Yeah, okay, so just 1 second. Where is Nick Aldridge? Come. I'm going to give up my seat for Nick. He can just basically say some words about his new film we're going to see, which is a comedy film. And, okay, Make Science Great is about culture. Yeah, we had a Hollywood actor. Great. Now we have Nick Aldridge, who is behind a new film that uses humor as the message carrier. So, Nick, you reached out to We Don't Have Time to understand better about Make Science Great Again. Briefly, what have you done?
Okay, preemptive. I'm not going to tell any jokes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We exist in a space where we're trying to get climate communication to cut through, and exactly your sentiments about the science. And it was already a tricky communication problem, climate science, sorry, David, but you know, it's a future problem, it's scary, and there's lots and lots and lots and lots of data. People get bored of data. We've got the other issue of competing narratives of cost of living, of the Trump show, of geopolitics, and the persistent work of the vested interest pushing back in the other direction. So people either switch off or they're not aware. And the end result is we don't have detailed knowledge of the science. Everyone knows what the headlines are, but they don't know the substance. So most people aren't aware of how soon the impacts will hit, how serious they will be. No one's heard of the actuaries report, which is extraordinary. You know, it's such an impactful report. And so we need something to push back against that. And what we've done is we've wrapped it in comedy. And by doing that, we're able to push the brutal truths onto the table without scaring the bejesus out of people. But also when you're experiencing comedy, you're in a more positive mindset, so you're more open. And in that narrative, we've also included the villain of the piece, the fossil fuel industry, because there's some great research that says if you just scare people, they switch off. But if you add outrage, then they rise up and they have something to focus on. And then we always finish on hope, because we all have the technology, it's all there, and it almost needs to be delivered if we can all come together and get on with it. So that's the essence of it. We made 4 in the UK, got up to about 10 million views, and we braved going to the States and filming a US version. So it's our US pilot that we're going to show now.
So a quick pilot, a bit of comedy, and then the bar's open. So be patient. And if you've got little green tickets, just remember you get a free drink. Is that right? Hooray.
If you donate €50.
Oh, yes. Okay. We've got hat sellers over here. You can even buy my album that's got 3 climate songs on it, and it goes to Make Science Great Again. So it's like being at your local council or in a local community where you can buy hats, and they're fully recyclable hats. It means when you go out, you can just drop them in the bin and know that they won't cause any harm. No, listen, we've got drinks coming. Let's now just roll this pilot and then over to you guys to socialize.
Let's make this climate crisis a climate crisisn't.
Hi, I'm Michael Oppenheimer, professor of geosciences at Princeton University.
Hi, I'm David Cross, and I am not a scientist, so you can trust me. Joking.
The climate crisis is no longer a matter of scientific projections or partisan politics. It's well and truly here. Heat records are being broken all around the world. In fact, last year was the hottest year since the industrial era began.
Translation, the shit is hitting the fan. And the fan is on maximum.
Millions of us have experienced extreme weather events ourselves, from hurricanes to flooding to wildfires. Global warming makes many such events much more frequent, as well as significantly more devastating.
Pretty soon, Netflix are going to switch all their disaster movies into their documentaries section.
These unprecedented weather events are already occurring at 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming. Most scientists anticipate we're heading for 2 degrees at the very least, if not 3 degrees. So what we're seeing today is just the beginning.
If the difference between 1.5 and 3 doesn't sound like a lot, it's because we need new numbers. Fucked? Totally fucked. Dead? Question mark?
At this rate, we'll see cascading real-life impacts, including crop failure, food shortages, extreme heat, as well as huge economic costs, not the least in the insurance markets.
You may not give a shit about the polar bears, but I'll bet you give a shit about your home insurance going through the roof.
To limit these devastating impacts, we first of all need to stop burning fossil fuels. We need to ramp it down, but instead we're now expanding production.
I knew drill baby drill wasn't sensible policy. I knew it.
There is actually no need to keep drilling, when innovative technologies like solar and wind are now proven and affordable, and in fact will power the dominant economies of tomorrow.
China? Well, they're cracking on. They're not stupid. Am I saying we are? Yes.
One of the main reasons we're failing to act is that oil, gas, and coal companies don't have to pay for the pollution they create. Instead, they can spend the money on lobbying politicians on both sides of the aisle.
The fossil fuel companies have known about this since the 70s, and they have covered up the evidence. This is an actual fucking conspiracy.
We're at a critical point in human history with a short window before things spin out of control. At this rate, we're not going to pass on to our kids the same incredible Earth on which we've thrived.
The planet is a precious legacy that is our solemn duty to pass on to AI. Oh, our children? Oh,
Polls show 74% of us want the government to do more to fight global warming, including many who voted Republican. We all need to step up the pressure. Go and meet your representatives or call them and tell them you fully expect them to act on climate change. They still care about your vote.
The fossil fuel guys are up your congressman's ass. You need to get in there too, all of you. Don't worry, there's plenty of room.
Act now. Later is too late.
What he said, but with the word fuck in it. There you go.
No, that's not mine.
It came out of your pocket. No,
Wouldn't
you
be
love Slim
surprising.
Jims. You said to me, I love Slim Jims.
Americans are in the right place with regard to doing the right thing on a problem like climate change. The problem has been, leadership has been chaotic and inconsistent.
We tend to tackle a problem after we've suffered the enormous consequences of it.
They're problems which are solvable.
Is there a role for humor to help get the message across?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, you got to talk to people like they're normal people, and people have a sense of humor even about some fairly grim things.
Right.
You know, you think a bunch of scientists are going to convince people? Scientists are not geniuses at communicating anything but science, and some of them aren't even that good at communicating science. We need more people like you.
Well, it's an interesting point, specifically the positive things you've said about me.
Mother Nature will win eventually, basically, because the evidence will be so undeniable. You can't beat reality.